very good morning to you all from NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, just outside of the city of New Orleans. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Thanks everybody for your company this morning. It is once again a full house in the DriversEye broadcast suite. I'm Brendan Kazmarek, joined by Joseph Mudrak. Good morning, Joseph. Yep, nicely done. Good morning, JT Tammy.
I agree with what he said. Morning.
Good morning, Brian West, who is actually in the broadcast suite at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Bonjour, ça va?
Scott Michaels joins us remotely as well. Good morning, Scott.
Morning.
Morning, Wells. Morning. And Tim Myers joins us as a special guest commentator for this weekend, owner of Hammer Motorsports. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, guys.
And on a packed program, sorry, carried away. So this is our second of 8-hour races for the weekend. We saw kind of a cracker yesterday. GTU and overall was a runaway win from Stratus Motorsports, the number 59, the NPO won in the debut race for the GTU class. GTO, though, was considerably more interesting with the 609 from Round 3 Racing and the 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering going head-to-head inside the final 10 minutes. It all went Round 3 Racing's way until it didn't. A car running out of fuel on the final lap, just coming across the start-finish line to take the white flag, and eventually the win being handed to the number 696 BMW M4 GT4. As you can tell on your screen this morning, and as Ryan shared with us very early, it is not a dry racetrack at the moment.
No,
it is not.
Yeah, right. It's patchy around the circuit. It doesn't seem too bad. Ryan, you walked it, so you can tell us a little bit more in detail.
Yeah, so especially the first part of the lap, kind of turn 1 through turn 7, there was quite a few big puddles. Now, they were working on it with the sweeper. They had the jet dryer thingies out there. They had guys with leaf blowers, so it's going to go a little bit better. And like we talked about, they're going to do 3 pace laps, so it's starting to look a little bit better. But any pass you have to do offline is going to be treacherous this morning. And I think that's especially going to be bad news for anybody driving an NPO1. As Tim talked about yesterday, they can take a little bit different lines around the circuit, and that helps them in traffic to some extent. But today, I think their options are going to be a little bit more limited, at least until this track dries out. Going down into kind of the turn 4, turn 5 complex down there was where the worst of the water was, and there was some standing water, etc. So I think these first few laps, if people are smart, they're going to take their time.
We've got some pretty heavy smoke coming out of a blue Miata going through the S's there. You might see that out your window, Ryan.
Let's see here. I see no smoke. Are you sure that wasn't them running through a puddle?
Yeah, well, they were the only one who was doing it, so unless they were the only one finding puddles. Graham Rahal style.
The line through the S's, the first part of that is where most of the puddles are, so unless you're actively avoiding it, I think it is going to be easy to get some spray up over there.
It's pretty blue spray.
All right, fair enough.
Tim Myers makes the note in our internal chat here that the weather is going to kind of develop into the story today, and I think that's a fair point. Yesterday the story was tires, and that was more related to track surface and track conditions. Today, not a cloud in the sky, so there will be some direct sunlight, but as Tim points out, the temperature much cooler today. At the moment, it's 39, high projected, I believe, at 54, and quite a bit windier than it was yesterday, as you can see with sort of the camera shake. Tim, you have some opinions on tires.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of issues with tires yesterday. I think across all classes we heard from folks that said lots of problems with tires. You know, some teams searching for extra tires last night because they went through more than what they had taken for their allocation for the race. And I think that probably these colder temperatures today are going to help that. Some of the feedback we got yesterday on some pictures of tires that came off of cars, it looked like a lot of grainy tires, which is pretty indicative of overheating tires and a lot of left and right lateral issues. And so maybe today with this colder with the colder temps here, and especially early in the race with still being damp like this, is going to keep some of these temperatures on tires down. I suspect the beginning of the race here, we're going to see some challenges with people getting tires up to enough heat. I think we'll see some struggles here early in the race, but especially on some of these lighter cars, or some of these heavier cars rather, not the lighter ones, but the heavier cars. I would expect Chill Out to get away here at the start too, for that same.
So with the track conditions being what they are, with especially in this part of the track where there's actually some standing water and damp patches around the rest of the circuit, do you consider running a different tire than you would otherwise run at this stage, or does the
I don't think that you do. I think this will dry out in pretty quick order. I think it was a good call to have 3 pace laps today. That's just a safer start to the race. Although if we were in our TCR cars, our Audi TCRs, I'd be pulling my hair out that they gave everybody an extra lap here, but because it would be a great chance for that car to get away. But the other thing too, I think for today on tires is I think smart teams would have probably spent a lot of time last night setting their cars up differently today if they had tire struggles yesterday. Camber being Camber and Toe being the 2 culprits. I think that they probably could have taken some overnight work on these cars to help their tire issues for today. So I suspect that some of the better equipped teams are going to likely have made changes overnight.
Well, knowing that the temperatures were going to be a little bit colder, would that be an advantage today to have made the changes, or would you leave it knowing that today you're not going to have the same issues?
For our team personally, we would have made changes last night for sure.
The GTO field anyway, rounds the back portion of the S's into the final sector of the lap. The front row in GTO is Chill Out Systems, the number 404 V8 MX-5, next to the round 3 racing number 609 that came so close to a GTO victory yesterday. Second row Pro Sport Competition, the Aston Martin, next to Screaming Goat Racing in the number 29, Team ACP, Tangerine Associates number 2, and Team GTR 99, which shot itself in the foot multiple times yesterday. Lines up 6th on the grid. GTU will start a couple hundred yards behind them. That pole sitter, Stratus Racing number 59, your overall winner from yesterday, even after starting 30 seconds back from the GTO field. Stratus Racing 58 alongside them, their teammate. GP1, Ginger Racing. GP2 is North Loop Motorsport. GT3 pole sitter is Overnight Motorsports, and the front row leads the field down the front straightaway. The green flag flies at NOLA Motorsports Park, and we go racing for 8 hours on Sunday to round out the first weekend of racing of the 2022 season.
Look how the 404 just gets away from the rest of the field here at the start.
Yeah, exactly what Tim was expecting. If we were going to pick one car to get away at the start of this race, it is the 404. Now, it's going to be damp and treacherous on the way into turn 1 here, but it looks like everybody's mostly behaved themselves.
And then it looks like the 58 is going to get the jump on the 59, the Stratus cars at the front of the GTU field. He's going to take that down into turn 1.
Yeah, one note worth following there is that Stratus does rotate their starting drivers, so just because the 59 escaped the field yesterday does not mean that we're going to start the same way this morning. The production cars, GP1, 2, and 3, make their way onto the front straightaway and will receive a separate green flag to start their race. Roughly half the field of 50 cars is production cars today, and the green flag flies for them. And Ryan,
round 3 getting swamped on the start there, and 4 BMWs taking the lead of the GP field.
Looks like Ginger Racing has gotten the jump there off the GP1 pole down the front straightaway. In effect, a little instant replay here on board the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. Starting in 3rd gear there.
It's still the 404 coming through the S's. You can see the spray starting to come up just at the apex on the entry. People are taking it very, very carefully through there.
Yeah, much better behaved even than yesterday. And you can see from on board the number 147 how tentative they are on the brakes there. There was no lunge, there was no attempt at a pass. It was just let the car coast into the corner, downshift, a little dab on the brakes, and a big wiggle out of the number 44, tucked up on the inside at turn 2. This is a good opportunity for the 147 to try and get around the outside, and I think it'll be job done on the throttle. Yes, it is. So 147 up into 2nd, and he'll set chase on the number 47 from Ginger
You'll see
Racing.
it here on the timing here in a second, but the 609 has dropped like a rock through the field. They're probably barely cresting the top 10 at this point. I'm still trying to pick them up coming through here. There they are. So they, were inside the pole. They were number 2 grid spot, and they're now way, way down in GTO. So not the way you want to start the race.
No, it's Chill Out Systems, though, that's made its escape here at the front. Almost 2 seconds on the first lap, and it goes Chill Out Systems, Horseman Motorsports number 14, then Team GTR 99 up from 6th on the grid onto the third podium step. Pro Sport Competition in 4th, Team ACP Tangent Associates number 2 in 5th, and then Screaming Goat has dropped back just a couple of spots there into P6. Thunder Bunny, the 111 in 7th, and then the 172, the first of the TLM cars, P8.
We're starting to see our first lap times here. It gives you guys an idea how damp the track still is. So Chill Out running 152s yesterday, 210 here on their lap across the line.
Yeah, and that'll be from the green flag, but it seems like there are portions of the track that have dried out very well, and I suspect, like we talked about on the pace laps, that these first couple racing laps will get the rest of the surface to dry out pretty quickly, especially where there may have been any, shallow standing water, particularly around this end of the track.
Another interesting aspect of starting on a wet track is the balance between GTO and GTU, because yesterday, we saw the GTU cars absolutely scream up behind the GTOs and cut through them. On that first lap, the 59 car, which was obviously our pace setter yesterday, was 11 seconds slower than Chill Out Systems, despite obviously presumably they'll have a relatively clear track.
I'm actually surprised by that.
There's a 5.8 second gap between the GTU leader and the back of the GTO field, and they had a really slow first lap. I'm not that surprised, Tim. One of the themes we saw last year was those what are now GTU cars took a long time to get their tires up to temperature, so that's not super surprising to me.
Yeah.
Worth noting here, by the way, the 58 made an escape out the front of the GTU field and then did a 3 minutes 50 lap and fell to the back of the whole field. So I think that car had an off somewhere that we didn't catch.
The 59 has also fallen back. They're now second in class.
Yes.
Yeah,
so that'll just be a position swap there, but it's the 58 that's just, it's tumbled.
With the downforce on those cars, as soon as they get heat in their tires here, they should catch this field in fairly quick order. But even in the dampness, they should catch them very quick.
Still waiting for them to come across the line for the second time. So I'm guessing it's an even slower lap this time, or at least an even bigger gap. And because the GTO leaders have got down into the 205s. GTU leaders are still above 220, so they are losing heaps of time.
Yeah, GTR are the fastest car in GTO at the moment. They're in P2 overall here.
Yeah, that's more like what we would have expected out of them. It's the fastest lap of the race thus far, 205.257 on lap number 3. And actually, I think the move's been done.
If we want a good onboard camera for watching this lead battle, the number 2 Team Tangerine Associates onboard is up, and pretty good quality.
You should post that, Scott.
The 58 just emerged from the pits, so they just had to stop for something. But they came out, they're right at kind of midway through the GP3 field right now, so they've got all that work to do again.
That's 609 normalized in P13, by the way. Kind of settled in there. That's Doc Hugate started the race today for that car.
And I'm sure that'll just be a matter of getting a feel for the conditions, where the water is and isn't, and giving up a couple of spots here in the early run is much better than the alternative of throwing it at the scenery. It's really an 8-hour race for sure. Yeah,
just merely an opinion too. The Cooper tires are not the best choice when it's damp like this. Once they get some heat in them, they'll be just fine. But they're a little bit of paddle from behind when it's damp like this.
My understanding is they have a rain tire, which I'm sure is excellent. It's just tough in an endurance race to commit to starting a rain tire. As one of the other GTU cars is going slow, that's the 54. They just lost a whole heap of time as well.
So is there something to be said for those cars being so light that they actually don't have that much traction in the wet? Because while they generate downforce, I don't know that it's a ton.
It's just the difference between compounds and the tread, the way the tread is on the tires. But Ryan's right, actually. You wouldn't pick going on the rain tire here for the start of the race, because you're committing yourself to be on that tire for at least a full, hour to hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half, depending on which class.
I think.
And you're also committing yourself to change them when the track goes out. So.
Well, that's interesting in a race where, like yesterday, most of the teams, or a lot of the teams, did change tyres. So giving yourself the opportunity to commit to a tyre change by starting on a faster tyre might actually be a half-decent strategy, but it's nowhere near wet enough, I think, to commit to that.
Actually, a good point. It's something that we would have considered, because we'd be looking at could another set of tires go the distance then from that point that we were changing. Yeah.
But yeah, it's not started wet enough for that to really. It doesn't look like that's really an option.
Yeah, see, even the camera shot here on the front straight, you see these patches that are already starting to dry. This track will be dry in 4 or 5 laps.
Message from TLM USA, the number 172, David Tuati, starting the car up to P7 this morning. That being received through our DriversEye Live text messaging service. Information was sent out yesterday to team owners and I think a couple of drivers as well. Please feel free to get in touch with us here, and you just send that number a text message, and we'll get it here in our communications system. And any updates you have, whether it's mechanical, driver related, tire related, anything like that, feel free to get in touch with us here at DriversEye Live and add a little bit of depth to what we're doing. GTO leaders catching the back of their production cars here within the first 5 laps. And that's back to pace off a little bit. We saw some really big improvements over the first couple of laps down to the 201s for Team GTR 99, and now that'll come back a little bit as they work into the back of the general production traffic.
Speaking of general production, GP1 being led by the 47 Ginger Racing over Moorhead Speedworks, who made the pass in turn 3 on lap 1 over PC Racing. Looking at GP2, it's the 198 of Stans Racing leading. Coming from 4th on the starting grid, North Loop Motorsport is now 2nd after falling back to 3rd briefly over the Craftsman Auto Care 141 BMW, which sits 3rd. Meanwhile, in GP3, our leader is the 22 TCS Motorsports, who was quite quick yesterday. Had a good start this morning, followed by the 197 Overnight Motorsports. That was our pole sitter. And surprisingly, 3rd is the 15 AOA Motorsports MX5, coming back from 7th on the grid.
Another storyline perhaps for today. By the way, I just noticed this too. Pro Sport competition has fallen all the way to 18.
Yeah, so there's a note in the race control log, Tim, 29 and 143, possible contact under investigation. So that'll be the Screaming Goat BMW, which is up in 9th there, and then that 143 well down the order. So
yeah, he's wounded, I think, at 221 lap there. But I was going to say the other, it's interesting, that's because that's my little storyline. The other big story, I think, for yesterday is lots of mistakes by teams yesterday and lots of penalties yesterday.
Yeah.
And quite the unusual suspects. Team GTR, multiple penalties yesterday. TLM had a disastrous day yesterday, I think. Some of these teams that are kind of steady Eddie, lots and lots of penalties and mistakes yesterday. And we talked about, well, is that because it's the first race? I think that's probably plays a part. There's some new crew members and new drivers in these races. Teams tend to sign drivers for the year. It's really easy to forget, a lot of visor up penalties yesterday and some contact and lots of passes under yellow, which is ironic because the flagger system was used yesterday. So that was kind of a little bit of a double whammy yesterday that I was a little surprised.
That 59 car that Moorhead's just gone up the inside of there at the S's does not have the grip or the pace this morning. And that goes to what Scott was saying earlier with getting the tires up to temperature and getting the car to work the way it's meant to work. Combine that with a driver that's maybe a little less comfortable in the wet, and that car, which was your overall winner yesterday by some margin, just in a free fall through the overall field at the moment.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if this GP1 battle heats up again today too, between Moorhead and PC Racing. That was a good battle yesterday, decided by only 10 seconds as well. And me personally, I'm hoping for a little better racing in GP2 and GP3 today. Again, some issues in those classes yesterday and some tire things going on and so forth. So I'm hoping that we see a little better battle in those two classes for today amongst.
Concurred.
Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing GTR now is really getting up to speed here. 158.9. That's about 3 seconds north of anybody in the field here.
Find a couple of extra onboards here for Joseph. Screaming Goat into the mix.
The issue is not the availability of the onboards, Brendan.
Oh, I don't know what you have and don't have.
If you can find it, I can find it.
Gotcha.
So, I need you to talk so that to distract the people from the fact that I need onboards, that I need to pull them in.
I'm actually going digging for one here as well.
There's also an investigation of contact here between 2 other cars in GTO that's being looked at.
That being the 9 and the 982, I assume.
Yeah.
It's funny. I'm watching the race control log here on my tablet and seeing it being updated by RJ in real time.
Yeah, and see the 982 is falling quite. You're talking about a car that tangled up with the car that's in. Well, the 9's falling down the order too. I think this early contact is probably more legitimate for the track conditions more so than anything.
Sure, yeah, and I think you can make a reasonable case that drivers, on their first lap, nobody really knows where the standing water is. I mean, you can see it to some extent, but you want to be out there and get a feel for it at pace. And that first lap, you can spread yourselves out as much as you want. But if you hit standing water or a puddle that, you didn't know was there on the pace laps, it could just be as much as being in a different lane. You started on the right-hand side of the track. Now you're sitting on the left. You hit a puddle and the car skates on you. It is not that's not your responsibility, but things happen in the wet that you don't have happen in the dry. And
yeah, I agree 100%.
Needs to be some allowance there, I think.
That was part of the news in GP1 yesterday too. There was 701 Round 3 Racing had basically first lap contact with another car, and it took them out of the race for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And so they're back on the racetrack today. They're in P5 overall. They're in GP1, but so we'll see whether I suspect they're going to have a much better day today. They're a little bit off the pace at the moment, but again, they're on Cooper tires, though. Those are going to be a little slower to come in here for these conditions, but I expect they'll have a much better day for today.
Yeah, it's worth noting, too, that the number 9 that's under investigation for contact with the 982 from W2W was also involved in contact at the end of yesterday's race.
Yeah, true.
Pulled off to the side of turn, I think it was down at turn 4 yesterday, and unfortunately it took one of the production competitors out of, it was a PC racing car, wasn't it? Took it out of a pretty, not commanding, but a decent spot in the GP1 lead.
A pretty secure spot until that collision.
Yeah.
Hitman up to P3 there in GTO.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that. Kind of lost track of it. But for as much as they seem to struggle, not in terms of making mistakes, but just for pace yesterday. I mean, that car just didn't seem to have it.
They had some race log issues yesterday too. I can't recall. Maybe a pass under yellow.
Yeah, we saw it from various onboards that the round 3 car or somebody would come up behind that car and it didn't have it yesterday for most of the race, and this is kind of a complete 180 from what we saw. Fastest lap of the race was just reset a couple of laps ago. Well, actually, just reset now by the Chill Out Systems number 404 MX5, a 158.151. So the leaders have finally dropped below that 2-minute mark. Target times here, Tim, down in the 152s, 53s. We think maybe a little more consistent than yesterday with the cooler temperatures.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll see slightly better lap times today, likely, just because of the cooler temperatures.
Yeah, I would think so. And lots of PBs being set along the way as well. Ginger Racing number 47, Moorhead Speedworks, Big Mission 134, PC Racing number 44 is your top 4 in GP1, and they're all sitting under a blanket at the moment. A second and a half covering the top 4 spots in GP1, which is what we've kind of come to expect out of GP1, I think.
Yeah, my timing screen. My timing screen is lit up with blue, so the track is definitely getting it's faster, for sure now. and
your blue is
improving all
our
the time.
green, I think.
Already big gaps here in GP2, 28.4 second gap.
Ooh,
and
NPO1 offline.
GP3, 13.4. Already big gaps in those two classes. GP1 though has got a great battle here going on. You got 4 cars within a second and a half here.
Well, if you
Well, now
insist.
that got stretched
that
a little
one.
bit.
That one.
Moorhead's gotten by the 47 actually. So I assume this is the battle we're picking up here. Aha!
It is technically, but there's nobody even in their mirror. They're gone.
Yeah.
They've got a good gap.
Yeah, they crossed the line with a 2-second lead here last lap, and prior to that, 0.4 of a second. So
Yeah,
they stretched this out here a little bit on this lap. Probably
Yeah,
indicative of finding some dry track here.
they're even down near the 2-minute mark. They come across the line here. It's a 2:02.3.
Yeah, see,
So-
he's very deliberately searching for these dry patches. You see that? Very
It's
deliberate.
interesting because when it's damp, you would normally, in professional racing, you'd expect cars to go find the wet patches.
Yeah,
Right. But these
He's
guys
like-
all
he's
started on
taking-
dry tires, Ish.
Exactly.
yeah. He's taking this opportunity to try to get away from his field while he can here.
Yeah, I'd actually like to stay on this onboard for a little bit and get a feel for what the track condition is like,
That
especially
sounds great
around
to me.
the middle portion of the track. You can see this was already a pretty dry portion under the pace laps. A little bit of standing water to driver's right through turn 4 up against the curb there, and then as he heads into the triple right-hander here at the end of the lap, considerably more damp, both at the apex and on the way into these corners. It's really remarkable how much more water there is around this part of the track.
Yeah, it is. Definitely searching for the dry patches here. This is a smart driver on board.
And then bone dry down the straightaway here from 7 into 8.
So I was just
Fully
about
committed through 8. Go ahead,
I
Scott.
was just about to make a comment about the car that we see sort of the biggest pace change versus yesterday being Hitman in the number 34 car, but they've now done a 2:19 lap and dropped from 3rd to 9th. So they must have they presumably had an off on that last lap.
Yeah, that'll be a mistake because they've been under the 2-minute mark. 1:59.4 is their best.
Yeah, like yesterday we were commenting on that car being a little bit difficult to lap. So obviously they were getting lapped yesterday, but straight to the front today. But yeah, didn't last very long by the looks of things.
No.
So my pick in GTO today, by the way, is the GTR team. I picked them yesterday too. We didn't make our predictions, but that was my pick yesterday. I'm gonna expect that GTR cleans up their act for today. They had some mistakes yesterday on pit lane that cost them, and so they're gonna be my pick today. I'm gonna think that they've cleaned that up. That was very uncharacteristic for them yesterday.
Ryan makes a note just a little bit ago that the temperature down on the surface of the pit lane where it's dry is 50 degrees Fahrenheit. So I think we can comfortably call that your track temperature. Now, the sun is still pretty low, so that'll come up pretty quickly throughout the day, but it's still, the ambient's still only right around 40 degrees. So we'd already mentioned it was a pretty marked difference in overall conditions from yesterday. Never mind the damp, but the temperature and the wind as well.
Yeah, you're seeing these guys the green boxes here every lap. So teams are, 85% of this field right now is setting their fast laps, so the track is improving for sure.
I'm actually really impressed with how much pace this car is able to carry through this 5, 6, and 7 complex. With as much water as there is there and as damp as the track appears to be, the minimum speed at the apex is fairly similar to where it was yesterday, down around 72, 73 miles an hour.
It's
So
really
the
wet
commitment is
through
really
there.
there.
It's
Yeah,
really wet through that section.
but
This
the
is
commitment's there.
smart driver
which
though.
is impressive.
Yeah, definitely. Good situation awareness from this driver. So when he got offline there trying to pass those cars, he was a little less confident on what the track surface looked like. So he's a little more careful. But he's definitely, his situation awareness to say, hey, I've got clear track in front of me here. I can see well. I've got good sight lines. Let me make the most of this. Is very clear to me. It's a smart driver on board here.
I like that he managed to clear both of the GP3 cars before the S's. That's going to give him quite a bit of time.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely driving dry patches here. He's a smart driver. If Moorhead can somehow get a message to us who started the race for them, I'll tip my hat to him.
Has lowered their best lap time to a 1:54. They're now only 1.6 behind the leading car, number 99.
A 54 is within, just a couple of, that's say
about where they were yesterday
from the ultimate pace. Yeah, now I think the ultimate pace will come down a little bit today on an ideal track, but
I think we're going to see 50.
That's getting down to it.
I think we're going to see 50-51 today from at least one GTO car. Switch to these teams and on these Yokohamas. When this track is dry and it's this cool, the Yokohama tire is going to be really good here for a while.
Oh, Joseph, I got you a link.
I already see it. Don't worry. I'm watching that channel like a hawk.
It's not a channel.
This is a screaming goat, okay. Wow, look at the oil temp and water temp here. Yeah, it's definitely good, clean, clear, cold air temps today.
Now, is that roughly the target? The water temp seems quite low, but do you have a good target number for the GT4 yet?
Yeah, higher than that. But that just means the car's making good horsepower. Good horsepower when it's got these kind of temps. It's 199. Oil temp is a really good number here. The water
right around the outside.
Slightly low. The Stratus, this Stratus car here, so fast mid corner off like that.
And that's the 34 coming back through the field after their slow lap. I tried rewinding the number 2's onboard who were running behind Hitman when they had their slow lap. I couldn't actually find what happened, so I don't know if they went a long way off so far off the track that I couldn't even see them from the onboard. But they're clearly coming back through the field now as they've got past Screaming Goat and squeeze inside an MX-5.
Yeah, good mention on the Hitman car too yesterday. They had a huge off that you guys caught on your live broadcast, and that driver was able to save that.
Yeah.
That was quite spectacular. That started really poorly, where all of us, I think, thought we were going to see a good hard barrel roll into a wall there, and it did not end that way. So
I could not believe that car came out the other side of the shot. I thought once it speared off to stage right that was the end of that car for the day.
Yeah.
Sure enough, that ended up.
That's the secondary effect of the surface being wet, is I do kind of wonder what the runoff's going to be like. I don't think you can make that same save right now.
Oh, if you're in the grass here, you're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
Look at this right-hand side of the racetrack. There's no way you stop the car.
It's not just grass, as Ryan and I were told many, many times setting up cameras on Thursday and Friday. It's the mud.
Yeah.
When we were told on Thursday and Friday that, it's really bad out here, you'll get a truck stuck, it'll go into the ground, we'll need to get a bulldozer out here. I wasn't so sure about that at the time. Today, I believe it 100%. It's bad.
You forgot Go Tigers in there somewhere.
Go Tigers.
Anyway.
I want to hear Brian Kelly do an Ed Orgeron impression. That's what I want.
The 421 has turned salmon, by the way, the Thunder Bunny car.
Wiggles from everybody out of turn 4, including the 58 and the 29, but the 29 was able to put the power down a little bit better.
Which Thunder Bunny car there? The 421, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, that car had a really good race yesterday too.
Oh, and I've got one of our onboards has pulled off, number 701, so they're having a second shocking day in a row by the looks of things.
Yeah, that
stopped at turn 3, according to the.
This was a weird one.
Power.
No, this was a weird one. It was like, it almost looked like he'd outbraked himself, but it wasn't. I don't know. It looked both like he outbraked himself and like he pulled off. So I don't know if there's a mechanical here or what's happened.
Definitely didn't outbrake himself. The car behind was a normal distance behind the entire time to the braking zone. I think he just pulled off.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there was some failure there in maybe the right front or something as he tried to turn into 3.
No obvious sounds from the
he's
onboard.
It's running though. You can hear the engine at idle, I think, right?
He definitely doesn't.
He's moving. He's moving now.
He's moving.
That's odd. He didn't look like he did anything in the cockpit. Oh, there's
a problem. There's a problem.
You know, just a tip for round 3 racing. Go see a witch doctor before you guys leave New Orleans. I mean, this 701 is been an interesting car. When the thing's running, it runs like it runs quite well. But this car's not been without problems since they've put it together.
Oh, that's not. Yeah, look at the corrections he's having to put in. That's not right. I wonder if it's maybe a knock-on effect from the contact
tire issue
yesterday.
Yeah.
Maybe. A tire issue, though, you don't normally stop the car. You don't normally stop completely.
Suspension issue, maybe something left over from yesterday.
That didn't sound well either, by the way.
No, I mean it sounded like cold brakes, but 1,000 times worse.
Yeah, that was quite strange. Is the steering wheel stripe in the middle of the steering wheel here? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So,
Ryan, do you have any view of the window of maybe this car's sort of stance? Is it low to one side? It doesn't really look like it from what we see here.
It would have just been out of view of where I can actually see it here. So give me 1 second, and I will tell you. I'm trying to look at the track, look at the video with the delay, and try to see if I can figure out where it's at here. Anyway, talk amongst yourselves.
Well, we're all listening to the car to see if we can get any more information out of it.
The driver's looking around a lot too.
It's going in the paddock. I can't see it coming through here. That makes more sense. And if you look at the video too, they're on the pit lane. So something's broken. I would say that that's accurate.
Yeah, I think we agree with that.
Good work.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan.
No problem. Anytime.
Right, you are, Ken.
But the 609
early trouble for the 55. They've gone red for me too. As well as Pro Sport and the 143.
Is that the MLT car?
It's an MLT car. I've also got the 698 but that was quite a while ago, so they've had an issue early, it looks like.
Yeah, see, I just was mentioning this to you guys yesterday. Always more attrition on Sunday. Tougher to get these cars flipped around for Sunday in an appropriate way that they can perform 2 days in a row. And we're starting to see some of that here really early.
That number 99 is very much down to dry pace now. 152.6 is about exactly where we'd expect.
Yeah, I don't think that's over yet. I'm expecting them to run a 50-51 here.
I want to keep an eye on this car for the next hour or so. I won't stay on this camera for the next hour, I promise. But I want to keep an eye on them because, as we talked about, they've got kind of 2 different compounds, and presumably they're not expecting to make a change this early, so they wouldn't have started on their we'll call them super softs. And they've been struggling a lot, and they're down in 14th right now. And I'm really interested to see when the track does finally dry up and they can get temp in those tires, what kind of times they're going to put in, and because they've got a huge deficit to claw back, and they're not likely to get yellow flag help today.
Well, this driver, Doc Hugate, he's the guy that drives with Hammer Motorsports sometimes. Mm-hmm. He ran like 54 flats yesterday, so he ran a 55 here on the last lap, a 55.5. I think you're starting to see his time come down and normalize here just a bit. So I'd say they're almost at the lap time that we should expect to see out of this car today, Joseph. Maybe slightly because of the weather today, but I think you'll see him settle in here 54s, 55s. But this is, to your point, he's already 1 minute and 5 seconds back.
Right.
And we are, we're 35 minutes into the race, and this was our winning car yesterday until they ran out of gas on the last lap. So this is already quite the deficit. We touched on this yesterday too. He's in an M4 GT4 here, and there's quite a few of these cars in the race. Not only is that a big deficit, it's a big deficit to claw back against identical cars in the class too. Your overall leader's in the same car. The 4th place car, the 3rd and 4th place cars are the same car. So yeah, definitely an uphill battle here. The Choice Racing car is another one at 12th place.
Car 143 impact at turn 4.
That'll be the Aston for...
Yeah, the Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin.
Yeah.
Now, there's not a lot to hit around here, and if you do, you have to go a pretty decent ways to get there. But like we had just talked about a couple of minutes ago, with the rain we had last night, as damp as the runoff is going to be, if you do sail a car off into the grass, your chances of stopping it are very low.
And is this a secondary incident versus the beginning of the race, or is this related?
No, this says it's a separate.
No, it's actually this. Yeah, but it's the same incident. So when we called out the 143 dropping before, I mentioned that they had a 2:21 lap time. That has not changed. So that contact likely between them and the Screaming Goats is taking them out of the race here, it would seem.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a replay from that Screaming Goat on board.
Yeah, see the oil temps here up to 210. Water temp's still low here, so this is starting to normalize too. So to answer your question, this is a little more of what you'd like to see here out of oil temps in particular, but lower is better. But
it's Ari Balak in the 147. By the way, we were hyping up the starting driver in the Moorhead Speedworks car.
yeah, tip of the hat to that gentleman there. It's good, smart racing early. See, and it shows they've built a 10-second lead on PC Racing. I'd also kind of say that they're faster today than they were yesterday. So this may be a team that made some adjustments from yesterday to today. I don't think they were carrying 55 and 56, 155, 156 laps yesterday like they are today, early in the race. PC Racing really was the only team that was running lap times like that yesterday in GP1.
I don't know if did we catch. I guess the 111 must have retired late in the day yesterday. Were we keeping eyes on that? I've got a tweet that says, yeah, I've got a tweet that from Shift Up Now. I'll say that right eventually. They had a tire issue inside at 10 minutes to go, and they had to retire the car.
That's the 111.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, that'd be for Laura Hayes and Thunder Bunny Racing is what the tweet says. So I would take that to be the 111.
Yeah, interesting. Team GTR just set a new fast overall time here, 152.2. So my prediction here that they're going to run a 50-51 has almost come to light here.
So, guys, I found the incident with Screaming Goat and the 143. So it wasn't down at turn 4 and 5. It was down at 14, 15. And just to kind of give an oral recap of what happened, the car, the 29 went down the inside of the 143 at 14, which is the first of the right-handers inside that final complex. And he hit a big puddle of water on the inside right up next to the curb, and the car just took off to the left on him and hit basically the B pillar of the C pillar of the Aston Martin, and it spun the Aston around. My guess is that it's done some right rear suspension damage to the Aston Martin.
Right. Okay.
It is a miracle that it's not done any left front damage to the 29, at least as far as we can tell. But it was a pretty solid impact. So I wouldn't be shocked here if there's a penalty coming for that 29 once they get some video that they can review.
Yeah, I think you just pointed us to the video that they can review. We just reviewed
it. Yeah, we just reviewed it, so I'm sure it's out there. But my guess is that we should keep an eye on that number 29 because there's something to come from that.
These are two really equally matched cars. This is a good pickup on the end cars here.
Yeah, battle for 6th at the moment, and 29 looks just up the inside there. Thinks better of it.
Well, the Screaming Goats car is a little faster here. I feel like he's being held up just a tick. But
well, I'm finding that interesting because the 34 car has just come through from, I think it was down to about 18th. So it's been coming through the field. So I kind of was expecting it to pass and then pull away from Screaming Goat.
Yeah, the front straight here drying out quite a bit now, you can see.
Yeah, once we started working through the traffic and cars were having to move offline to pass, the GTO cars were having to move offline to pass the production cars, the front straight really started to dry out offline, and now we're pretty much there. Let's move around the outside there at turn 2 of the number 197.
This 34 car here has got good power, by the way.
GP1 has really strung itself out this morning. It's almost a 20-second margin from the 147 back to the number 44. Those are the two cars that battled throughout the day yesterday. My guess is, with the 147 having not really had the pace at the end of the day yesterday, they kind of, I don't want to say they got lucky because they were in the right place at the right time, but they definitely benefited from the 44 being in an incident that I don't think was of its own causing. And so they were able to take advantage there. But all things being equal, they're going to need a little bit more pace and a little bit more margin than they had yesterday afternoon. And I wonder if maybe they're just trying to dig a little bit deeper here and build the margin back to that 44 as the drivers cycle in and out of those cars throughout the day. A 154.7 is that Moorhead car's best lap, which is...
Yeah, that's getting it done.
Lion.
That's getting it done in GTO. Never mind GP1.
Yeah, definitely.
It's
Yeah, see,
interesting.
stretch this out to 14.7 seconds. That's well done by that driver, Ari.
Stands Racing, the number 198, leads in GP2 from the North Loop, number 21 BMW, which I think was your winner yesterday in GP2, was it not?
Yeah, just to note, as I predicted here, because I'm going to take props for, credit for this, GTR with a 151.3 here. So I noted
fast
I expected to see a 150 or a 151 today, and that certainly, I think we'll see a 150 still. So already cars faster than they were yesterday.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see them get into 150s, considering there's still wet patches out there.
And because just to pull this thread, because you started earlier, the 609 car is up to P12.
Screen and go.
The 609 here with a 153.8. So Doc Hugate here is now basically running as fast as he ran, slightly faster than he ran yesterday, and I think that car is well baked in now too. So clearly the track is drying out here. You're still seeing a lot of green boxes here for fastest lap times every lap. So
yeah, especially in GTO.
Getting faster. Yeah, the track is definitely getting faster.
Big Mission 134 is just taken third from the 47 of Ginger Racing in GP1.
Yeah, they had a really slow lap that last time. So maybe a mistake in traffic, or maybe just a mistake on a wet patch. Ginger Racing I'm talking about.
Sure.
Although Big Mission is now just set a 201 and Ginger set another 203. So all of those cars, maybe they're in a big a gaggle that we're not seeing. Those guys seem to be a little bit off the pace right now.
Down in GP3, AOA there in P3, only 0.3 back from the P2 car. It's a good little battle. AOA too, lots of problems on pit lane yesterday.
We got a car slow. They're trying to take the cut through at turn 13. It's like a BMW.
Yeah, you see it on the right side of your screen there, behind the Armco.
You see it?
You see it.
We've got an interesting crossover that's about to happen, I think. Stratus Racing have just set a 153.6, which means that they are almost, within a second and a half of the fastest cars on the track, which, considering they were 20 seconds off the pace earlier on in the race, trending towards GTU, making that crossover towards being the fastest class on the track again. They've got a lap and a half or so to make up on the leaders. So, yeah, it's kind of given everyone GTO a nice head start ahead of GTU. So we'll see if they can turn that around over the next hour or so.
Car from 13 has continued according to the race control log here, but still no identification on the car number.
It did go into the pit lane though.
I think it's the 111. It looked like a black and purple BMW to me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So whatever issues, if they had tire issues that caused them to drop out inside 10 minutes, which, if it's...
Confirmed as the 111.
Okay. If it's...
I believe they were a team yesterday that was having issues with tires.
Rest in peace, cones.
Lots of screech there.
Those cones are gone. It's a good catch by Doc Hugate.
Yeah, they removed the Hammer Motorsports logo off of Doc Hugate's driver ID system.
You don't claim him for that little slide.
Yeah, that's two corners here that Doc was pretty sloppy. Get it together there, Doc.
For the commentator?
No, I don't think so.
The curse of Tim.
That's me as a team owner saying, "Geez, Doc."
Get it
I'd be on the
together.
radio right now saying, "Doc." I'd be on the radio right now saying, "Doc, what are you doing there?"
Yeah, I was just going to say, so as a team owner, if you're seeing this on, your onboard monitors, are you in communication with the driver when you see him kind of throwing around like that to calm it down?
Yeah, always. Doc. I'd be telling him, "Doc, it's early in the race here. We were a winning car yesterday till we ran out of gas. Let's chill out here a bit." But the answer is yeah, and drivers are pretty good about calling on the radio and saying, yeehaw or woo or something. And because the streams are about 30 seconds behind, we all will gather on the monitor then waiting to see what just happened. I don't know about other team owners too, but the driver contracts that we have with drivers, they're required to tell us, they're required to communicate with us when they're 2 wheels off or 4 wheels off anytime on the racetrack, so we can watch the cars closer. And so that usually happens where somebody says, 2 wheels off, everything's fine. And we'll just communicate back. Let's keep an eye on it for a couple laps. Everything feel okay? And the driver will say yes. And then we'll watch the oil temps and air temps in particular if they've been off in the grass.
Make sure
see
to pull
what
up.
pack grass. Yeah.
So are you doing any active coaching then as
All the time.
the race goes on?
All the time, yeah.
You see somebody braking too late consistently or missing an apex or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have drivers call and say, where am I losing time at? Because we can, on our pit box, we can see our predictive time.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll ask where they're losing time at, and so we'll overlay laps against somebody else. Using a lot of curb there, too. There's 2 places on the track here. He's using a lot of curb, which I would be kind of discouraging slightly, too. But yeah, we're able to tell people, what they're doing versus other people. The bus stop at Daytona, as an example, we had a driver losing a lot of time in the bus stop, and we were able to coach him out of all of that except for 0.2 of a second, which put him squarely where we needed him to be.
The curbs here, I'm glad you mentioned that. They're pretty interesting. Some of the curbs, the exit of turn 5 and the exit of the final corner, they have many layers to them. They'll go 4 or 5 layers deep in sort of a triangular pattern, but they're very aggressively serrated. I mean, they are just incredibly rough curbs. And there are a couple of much narrower curves on corner exit, like down at turn 6, turn 7. I think turn 2 has one as well that are aggressively serrated, but much narrower. Everything else on the apex of the corners is just raised concrete that's been striped.
There's a 150.8 by GTR, by the way. So
there you go.
2-time winner there with that prediction.
And a 54.8 that time from chill out. Now I'm sure a lot of that'll be in traffic, but the margin's now out to 17 seconds.
Yeah, we have a lot of cars here running 52, 53s early,
Yeah.
which is pretty impressive, actually.
So, Tim, we publicized pretty heavily your issues in the RS3 or 4, 3? 4, the Audi, the TCR, with the suspension issues, especially having some issues at tracks that were a little bit more rough or that had curbs. I'm reminded of the 2009 24 Hours of Le Mans, where famously David Brabham and his cohort there decided that they would just not use the curbs the whole race. And all 3 drivers, I think it was Mark Genet and Wertz, so that we're not going to use the curbs, the car will last longer, we're going to be a little bit slower every lap, it doesn't matter. And I believe whoever was in the other Peugeot was in second, and they had lost a lap having to replace suspension pieces. Is that a discussion you have with your team going into it, where you'll decide, hey, you know what, we've been having issues with this, let's just not run the curbs? Or is it a case where you can't give away that time?
No, it's a terrific question for you to ask. So we quite often put our team on restrictions on Fridays, not to touch a single curb on Friday. It's just not worth it on Friday. It's practice and qualifying. We don't need to qualify well. So we'll put curbs on full restriction on Friday. And we have put our cars on curb restriction at some racetracks or specific places on the racetrack. So Road Atlanta is an example. We'll tell everybody the curb in turn 1 is fair game, but stay off the exit curb at 10B. It's really a rough curb for that car. Stay off the curb on the inside of turn 7. Those 2 curbs in particular are very, very rough on the car. Curb is okay in turn 5 because there's some places you need the curb to get the car to work right. But there's also some really disruptive curves. So the short answer to your question is yes, team owners will do curb restrictions on cars, either early in the race for the whole race or at specific racetracks.
Can I give myself an obvious prediction point? the crossover appears to have happened, that GTU is now faster than GTO. However, it's the Stratus Racing 58 car that's set the fastest lap of the race at a 50.4, which is a bit surprising, because it was the 59 car that I was watching, and then all of a sudden I saw the purple move down the order, and it's the other car.
Ryan,
so it's going to be fun to see that come through in GTU. That'll be worth watching, because it's currently running third. It needs to catch 9 for Motorsports next.
Ryan, just a little follow on there. I got a text from one of my drivers who's listening to the broadcast today who said, "Yes, you do that, and you're annoying as hell on the radio." So there you go.
Yeah, as a driver, that was kind of in the back of my mind as you were describing your behavior.
You're like, please don't.
Yeah, he said that, and you're coaching on the radio during the race. So the answer is yes. To that point, though, we do have some drivers. So we'll ask them, do you want to know where you're losing time? Do you want to be coached? And some drivers just say, no, I'd rather not. Let me get out of the car and go over that instead. And then we have other drivers who will just say, tell me where I'm losing time at.
Yeah, everyone's got a different style.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
This is on board the 21, as you see in that. It's running second in GP2. behind the 198 for Stan's Racing. We also have a note in the YouTube comments about the number 99, which is leading GTO and overall. That's Stephen Hammond behind the wheel of that car.
Stephen Hammond driving the 99?
That's what we have from unbiased observer Molly Hammond.
I don't even know who that is.
All right.
They're quick.
Seems like he's doing an alright job.
Yeah, maybe they don't have their normal drivers here this weekend. That's interesting.
Is this the same Stephen Hammond that is a psychologist at Emory?
It's spelled Hamman.
Oh, okay, no.
So not like Richard Hammond.
A-N.
Their lineup as registered this weekend is Harold Petit, Stephen Hammond, Randy Graff, Jeff Isringhausen, who I think is a regular with them, and Todd Baker.
Wait, can you say those one more time?
Harold Petit, Stephen Hammond, Randy Graff, Jeff Isringhausen, and Todd Baker.
Yeah, so they're missing two of their regular drivers there. It's interesting. Rob Jackowitz and Jeff Siegel are two.
Yeah, Jeff Siegel I recognize by omission there.
Yeah. So I'm gonna blame their problems yesterday on these new drivers that they had with them. Might not be fair, but I think it's a good point that beginning of the season, some of these teams are going to have new drivers in this series with them, and new drivers with the teams.
Molly says Stephen Hammond usually drives with TLM. That's what.
Okay. To come to Stephen Hammond's aid here, for a name that we don't necessarily recognize, and noting the problems that GTR had yesterday, he's getting it done.
By the way, the 59 is gone. Oh, maybe this actually might be time for pit stops for the GTU class.
Yeah,
already.
I would say that it is 55 minutes. Wow, we've rocketed through the first hour, huh?
Yeah, the 59 just came rocketing back out of the pit lane.
There you go. Quick stop.
Scream and Goat just ran a 51.5 too. That's again pretty fast. And the 609 just ran a 52.8. Doc Hugate there in the 609.
Let's put an asterisk next to that number 29 here, because it'll be until they come into the pits and they can recover the video that a determination will be made on the incident early on in the race within the first 15 minutes.
We've got a
Horseman 52.7. All these cars are turning faster laps than they did yesterday across all the classes.
Warning to car 59 for a fueling infraction on their first stop.
All right, well that's not a great way to start the day with a blot in your copybook.
Well, and now your margin for error in the pit lane is gone, right? You've used up your joker, as it were, to make an error. You've been warned, and now anything from here on out is going to be a penalty.
So Tim, at risk of going in
really late on the brakes here from the Screaming Goat BMW. Sorry, Ryan.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm way behind you, I guess. Tim, at risk of going into podcast mode too early here, I see the Screaming Goat here in the 111. They're doing battle. I know Team ACP has one. Why would one choose an M2 instead of an M4? Is it that much cheaper to run? Is it a more agile car, you think? What goes into that decision?
Well, so funny enough, the M2 used to be quite a bit less expensive at one time, but the M2 competition race car, they have announced that they've discontinued producing that car, and so only after 1 year, which was quite an odd decision by BMW, I think. No offense to BMW, by the way, if somebody's listening, but it was slightly an odd decision that they discontinued producing that car. And so since they discontinued that, those prices have gone through the roof on the M2. But at one time, you could nearly get an M2 for, nearly half price of what a new M4 would cost. And so I do think that the M2 is really good for this series because there are some modifications you can make to that M2 that make it more competitive, which Thunder Bunny clearly has done, as an example. And so that's a really good car here. But they're both about equal weight, about equal power. So I don't know that one is necessarily better than the other. And they share an unbelievable number of parts. And so most of the parts on the M4 and M2 are interchangeable. So I also think it has something to do with just availability of cars. Right now, the M4s are really hard to get a hold of now. At the end of the season, there were quite a few of them that were picked up, including ours. So it's a little more difficult to buy them now that the SRO and IMSA season are getting ready to go. And then a lot of the M2s I've seen for sale, the prices have really gone up. $30,000, $40,000 increases in prices on them.
Oh, wow.
Because there's going to be less of them available.
Now, Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ryan.
Is the M2 broadly similar to the 240 that it replaced, or no?
No, completely. I would venture to say completely different.
Okay.
Much better car all around. But the one area that a lot of teams, TLM too, the one area that a lot of teams do work on the M2 is the suspension. Arguably the wheelbase is long on that car for the suspension that came with it, and quite a bit different than what you would see in the SRO race in the TCX class. That's not the same car that you have in WRL. The WRL cars have taken quite a few advantages that you cannot take in SRO. So the suspension is one area that most of these teams have worked on.
Excellent. Brendan?
No, I was just going to bring a little attention to GTU. Stratus appears to have done a driver change because on the first flying lap for that car, they've done a 152.148. Although, as I say that, it looks like they did a 52 right before they came into the pits. So they've picked up the pace quite a bit. But their first pit stop has put the number 84 from 9-4 Motorsports into the class lead in GTU, which, for as much as they struggled yesterday, now bearing in mind it was the first race for that car, that's actually really impressive. They still owe a pit stop, so it's not necessarily on merit, but they were within striking distance through that first stint of the race as the track was drying out. So good work there for the number 84. The 58, the team car to the 59, sits in third, and that's basically it in GTU at the moment. The MLT Motorsports 3 car went missing on lap 19 and has not returned. That's the number 55. And Factor Fab Racing has only done, it's just gone on me, 10 laps. And
they were
that car as well.
They were in and out of the pits at the beginning as well. That's the Pan Am liveried car.
I'm confused by the 58, the fact that they've managed to drop an entire pit stop behind while also being clearly the fastest GTU on track when they hook it up. So strange behaviour from that car.
And then has 9-4 not stopped yet? They must not have. So I'm interested to see how much longer they're going to go on fuel, because their pace wasn't nearly what the Stratus cars were running, but they were still hanging on to the lead lap, and they haven't stopped yet.
58 is now in the pits.
And it was into the pits on lap 2, so even though it was going very quickly, it wasn't high up the order in GTU. That car was starting basically a pit stop down.
Yeah,
and therefore the laps down on that first stint.
Stratus just ran a 50.6, the 59 Stratus.
Yeah, I think they've done a driver change in that car after the first stint.
That makes that car the fastest car on the track at the moment.
Yeah. Pretty good battle cooking up there in GP2 also. The North Loop Motorsports car, we have an in-car for them, the 21 car. Only 7 seconds behind Stan's Racing 198. And that car is quite a bit faster at the moment than Stan's is. They just turned a 57.6 versus Stan's 201. But even aside from that, the last 4 or 5 laps there, the North Loop car has been faster.
Well, what you have there is a BMW 330i with Aero hunting down a 1.8 liter Miata. So I think their gap was out to 25 seconds at one point. So I don't know if Northwood had to fight through the field or if they just had a little issue at the beginning with all the rain water left over. But I reckon that pass will be made here pretty quickly. They were multiple laps ahead by the end of the race yesterday in the number 21 North Loop car. So as long as that car stays reliable, I think that they'll be able to do it again.
Yeah, no hints of any issues with that car yesterday. It was really rock solid.
Yeah, this car, really good looking car too. I commented on that yesterday. The livery on this car is quite spectacular, I think.
No audio on the Hitman car, Joseph?
You're just not getting the mix. Hold on.
Oh.
Every time I add one of these onboards, I have to do all of these things.
Aha!
It's very fun. I recommend it.
If only we had a producer.
Wow, that's an interesting onboard.
It looks like NRG Racing has passed the 15 NOLA Motorsports MX-5 for third place in GP3 this previous lap or so.
One trend I'm seeing from the front of the GTO field is that GTR 99's clearly got the most ultimate pace by a little bit, somewhere between 6-7 tenths per second, but if you look at their lap time chart, they are by far the most consistent. So that driver's doing a really good job of getting through traffic by the looks of things. Chill out systems seem to have similar ultimate pace, but they're doing too many laps that are 3 or 4 seconds off the pace, and even more extreme for some of the cars like Tangerine Associates number 2 car did a 57 on the last lap. In fact, they've done 57s 2 laps in a row there. They've just come across the line again. You just don't see GTR dropping. They don't even drop slower than 52s.
That was a mistake.
It's a pretty aggressive pace for them early. They're usually the team that hangs around, you know, running good, consistent laps slightly off. Pointy
We
end
saw
of
this
the
from them.
laps.
We saw this from them yesterday, where they qualified on pole, and they felt the need to correct that by getting a penalty very early.
Well, did you see the windshield wipers here on the 34?
Yeah, that's why I said that was a mistake.
Yeah, that's always not a great idea. But
Up the inside of the Thunder Bunny car, I think that's a move. No, it's not a move for.
No, it's not. Thunder Bunny is a ways down.
Yeah.
They had an issue.
back to that GTR car, which no sooner did you talk about that than they just ran a 57.3. But so maybe
Fantastic timing as usual.
Yeah, maybe the curse is real. But the we should talk about a car. We should talk about a car that's out of the race. Maybe they'll come back and go to the front. But I'd love to know the story behind the GTR car with the different drivers. Whether the other guys had conflicts and the driver here that you mentioned.
Sorry,
Steve usually drives the
yeah, slow nearly stopped number 58 on the way into turn 8 there.
Guys, we got a little bit of a brouhaha in GP2 that I'm cutting to.
This is the 407 doing battle with.
Well, that's the 609
there.
Oh no, sorry, Craftsman Auto Care, I think, would be the car that
The 141.
This is Rob Hines driving. Rob Hines, longtime SCCA guy, also races an SRO in a 370Z. Rob also won the SCCA runoffs once back in.
We got the 141 spun around. They're going to get going again. That was in turn 9 over here.
That's the battle we're watching, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the 141 is the team car to the one you're on board with.
Yeah, so I'm not sure this car might actually not be. I think it is the team car. I thought they were closer up. Oh wait, no, I lied. Okay, so they're racing the team car, right?
They
Yes,
were.
they're racing for third.
The 141 just spun, according to Ryan, so they're not racing anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully that wasn't contact between team cars.
Trouble.
Yeah.
Tim, it just occurred to me
141
why
is dropping through the field now.
All right, disregard.
It just occurred to me, Tim, why they're not selling that M2 anymore, and it's because that's not the current road car. They changed the body style on that 2 Series.
Take your word for it.
I know, because we were on board with the Hitman car, and I was looking at it, and I was like, oh, that's why. The new one's ugly. And this one is... The ones that are here are not the ugly new one.
All right, Caswell. Guys, it's me talking about the big grill on the BMW.
1 lap penalty assessed to the number 29.
That hurts early in the race like that.
Yeah, it's also not a surprise. We kind of knew that was coming.
No,
and I'm sure they did too.
It's a
In
little
particular,
a little surprising. It's one lap, so that was deemed to deemed to be unavoidable contact.
it says, yes, contact incidental is what it says, which is interesting.
Because of the water.
I think so. But that's kind of a bitter pill to swallow if you're the 143. Right, you've got 4 laps done today. And kind of a lousy day yesterday.
Back to Ryan's point, I think one of the contributors there is that the M2 M4 line that gets shut down to produce those race cars in Germany has been focused on the M4 GT3 as of late. So much so that they have delayed the new M4 GT4 car by basically a year. And so as somebody who was shopping for those cars, there were quite a few of them that were going to come up for sale until there was a delay on the new M4 GT4.
Oh!
And then that pond dried up fairly
Oh
quick.
man! That 47
That's the 99.
just got whacked.
The 99.
It is.
That's the
What?
leader.
Oh,
Leader just dumped the 407.
Wow.
So that
All
will be
that-
GTR correcting their position today.
Yeah.
That's
Steven,
and
no!
all that hard work. I mean, for both cars, right? Because this car's running third in GP2.
Yeah, and let's give this a couple of corners here to shake itself out, because I wouldn't be shocked if this car ends up with some damage to that left rear corner.
Yeah, I think this car's hurt.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by that. Ooh! And the 9.4 NPO1 goes up the inside.
Okay, what were we saying about the curse? So here we were talking about GTR and Steve on board with that
Soldier
team.
on.
It's saying a surface flag down there now as well, so it's probably for debris.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably mud coming back on.
Yeah, Ryan, the next time obviously we're on a delay, so you're not seeing it come through now, but the next time it comes through, I'd like to know if it looks like there's, anything missing or caved in on the back left of this car.
Interesting, he didn't box, right? He didn't.
Oh, the
pit.
99 did, though.
The 99 did. Wow.
Yep. I don't know, Ryan, if you can see the 99 anywhere in the pit lane.
I cannot, but as you know, Brendan, there's not really a good pit lane view.
Yeah.
Yeah, really interesting too. Didn't look like the 407 was out of whack, or something that would have made the 99 have to make a bad decision there.
Yeah, think that there was a lane to jump into. Yeah.
This is now the battle for second overall, by the way. We're on board with the number 34 right behind the number 2.
The
Two car, another team that had struggles yesterday, ACP. So it's good to see that they've had a better start to their day today. I'd expect them to be pretty strong all day long. 2 drivers in that car, by the way.
They actually ran really strongly yesterday until they had trouble about 2/3 of the way through the race. So not unexpected to see them up there. Hopefully they'll...
Well, and their sister car, the number 9, had differential problems. They took it out fairly early.
Right.
Both those cars, only 2 driver cars today, which is interesting.
404's back in. Okay, the 407 is going to come through right now, so let me see here. That, of course, puts them back behind the sister
Chill outs
car.
in the pits also.
We'll see that issue come through again. The car looks... It's got a broken tail light, but it looks fine.
sorry, this is which car?
That's the 407.
407, okay. And 99, still no sign of that car.
Well, you won't yet, even if it's normal service.
Chill outs on pit lane too, the P2 car, by the way.
Yeah, so that was the other part of this, is we're kind of getting to the point where GTO cars would be making a normal pit stop anyway, so there's a chance, I guess, that that car isn't damaged, and this would have been its normal in-lap regardless.
JTR number 696, I think, is in the pits.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, Brendan, I was just thinking about that point, because if it was their in-lap or maybe one lap prior, they might have been kind of mentally tied up with trying to figure out what they needed to do,
Big
any
run on the
procedures.
34 here.
Yeah, a good
Big
move
run.
up the inside.
Yeah.
They were kind of
he's
level
like-
through the braking
Yeah,
zone, but he was going to have the apex.
This isn't over yet. There's a fight back here.
It is over. The two
Yeah.
got very wide on the exit. That was a big gap. But yeah, that
there's a good picture.
was actually the change for the lead.
It is the change for the lead. Good catch, Scott. The way that the pit stops have cycled everything through. That's a really good catch.
Well, yeah, JTR came in on that lap with it. That had been
for sure.
The 99, I just got a text, is damaged for sure.
Yeah, not surprised. That was a really solid whack. You could hear it in the 407.
So missing a headlight on the driver's side.
Yeah, that sucks. Because they were doing so well. I mean, he'd really wheeled that car through the tricky conditions earlier on, and to have it really just be undone by colliding with slower traffic is a real shame.
Yeah, I did make the point that they were by far the most consistent car on lap times, which sort of indicates that they were really cutting through traffic well. But maybe you can't do that without taking risks and assuming that slower cars or lapped cars have seen you coming through these SS sections. And yeah, eventually that sort of thing is going to catch up with you in GX race.
I also got some feedback. Charles Klein did not drive the chill-out car yesterday.
Interesting.
He is going to be driving today, but the issues they had with some of their tires yesterday, he decided to leave it to Porter and Brandon to carry the load there. It's slightly interesting to me that Round 3 Racing 609 car in P6 overall has not made a pit stop yet, and arguably the JTR car had better mileage. We saw yesterday the JTR had better mileage, and JTR has been in the pits. So that's an interesting dynamic to look at.
PB from the Thunder Bunny number 421. Down into the 52s.
That car really solid yesterday.
I'm impressed with how much quicker the track is today than we saw yesterday. The 609 is into the pits. Surprised
the fastest laps haven't come down more, though. Maybe that last stubborn bit of water isn't clearing as quickly as I expected it to.
Look at that wind.
When we were setting 50s and 51s quite a while ago, and that hasn't really come down at all.
Yeah, the wind on the flag there. You see that?
Oh, you can see it billowing on the
yeah. Wow, this pit box is really wet.
Yeah,
it's going to take some away.
Yeah, you can see here the tarp on this tent. The whole tent's rocking around there. They've got it tied down.
You have white caps in the puddles here if we're not careful.
We need to start taking notes of who's running short and who's running long in GTO, I think. Hitman and ACP are clearly our fastest cars that are running relatively long.
So this thought occurred to me, and maybe it's a dumb one, but we had a car in the 609 that was just on the margins of being able to make it on, we'll say 5 or 6 stops, whatever it was. These slow running conditions have probably extended that early run by a little bit, and they might be, although maybe it's going to be balanced out by the fact that we're going to be running faster for the rest of the race. But I wonder if that helps them out, I guess is going to be my question.
Well, so we were discussing before the race the situation with the 609 yesterday, right? We had sort of missed that they were really marginal on fuel, and Joseph, your predictive software caught it exactly right upon review, where they were due in on the last lap and did not pit. Mm-hmm. So the number was 35 versus 36. So they got to 35. They needed to do 36 to get to the checkered flag, and literally ran out coming across the start-finish line starting lap 36. They are in on lap 35. Now, we did have 3 pace laps, so that's part of it, but even so, they haven't gone any further than 35 this morning.
Well, see, that was kind of the point I was making about JTR, though. JTR ran as many as 37 or 38 yesterday, and they came in 1 lap earlier than the 609.
Well, so we did have that extra pace lap.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, but JTR still was able to go longer than the 609.
Yeah.
The other thing about the faster laps today, I'm not surprised at all. So early in the, before the race, we were talking about teams made setup changes from yesterday. They learned so many things yesterday about these cars, and certainly would have made some setup changes. And just the tire situation, I think people have figured out more of the tire situation here, whether they went with different tires or different pressures here, the temperature outside. I mean, all these things are contributors, but I think you just, as a whole, have smarter teams today than you had yesterday.
How often, Tim, would you say you guys make setup changes between races on Saturday and Sunday?
Always, almost
Wow.
every race. Yeah, almost every race. And sometimes they're very minor changes. And with our team, for the drivers to overrule the Grand Poobah Hammer, you have to get 3 drivers out of 4 or 2 out of 3 to agree to a change. And so we do that because it's really easy to just go, hey, Ryan, I really think the car needs more wing. It'll loosen it up more. Don't you think so? And Ryan will say, yeah, that guy seems smarter than me. And so we make them get 1 additional, 3 out of 4 or 2 out of 3.
Right.
To force a change overriding the crew chiefs, which we allow them to do. But drivers don't do that too often. We all talk at the end of the day about what we feel like the car needs more.
Is it pretty consistent across drivers, or do you find that different, even in amateur racing circles, different drivers have different driving styles and different preferences on an attitude?
Yeah, I think you see differences across the drivers. Some drivers like a looser car, some drivers like a tighter car. But the real gusto here is to get a car that's nice and neutral that covers most of what people like. So you can't necessarily get it perfect for one particular driver. That's not a good strategy either. And so trying to get the car as neutral as you can. But to that point, though, there's some drivers. I'm a driver that can just get in a car and drive whatever setup's on the car. I just will adjust my driving style to however the car drives. But there are not many. There are not many drivers that do that. There's drivers that like to make changes that suit them better, that are a little more scientific and mechanical about their choices. But it is a difficult thing to balance when you've got 3 or 4 rental drivers that are used to driving their own cars, and so you got to find a careful balance that kind of fits the middle there. We kind of, just to expand on that too, we've never really had a driver that just says, I hate this car, the way that it's set up. That doesn't really happen very often. And then you get drivers like Daniel Suarez when he drove with us who get out of the car and say the car's too tight on entry in turn 1, it's too loose at the exit of turn 2. It needs to be a little softer in the S's. He can give you kind of a play-by-play of every corner what the car needs. But
now, when you have a guy like Daniel Suarez in the car, do you take his word for it, or do you go, okay, well, that's cool, Daniel, but you're here?
Same rules apply. Okay. We get the drivers together and talk about the change. We made massive changes on our car Friday to Saturday, Saturday to Sunday at COTA. The most drastic changes we ever made, and we still missed the setup on Saturday and Sunday, even with all those changes. Particularly on Sunday, we were quite disappointed that we still just missed it. And we took, when I say big swings, I mean big swings.
A few cars in the pits from second place, by the way.
I think that
Stratus is still running 50s and 51s, by the way. It's quite a pace that they're carrying there, the 59.
Yeah, this is the beginning of that car's... Well, not the beginning, because it's been half an hour since it was in the pits already. But now these are the consistent times we saw yesterday that built that car's margin in the first half of the race. And now it's just picking up where it left off, I think.
Terrific pit stop here by the 404 chill-out cars. So we're seeing all these cars cycle through. That's a 3:35 stop. That was fuel only. I got a text there that was fuel only, no driver change. So that's one reason. But
good stop from JTR as well, 324.4.
Yeah, really.
What is going to be
yesterday?
What is going to be cool to see is going to be as soon as Hitman pits, we'll get a GP1 car in 3rd place overall.
Yeah, look at that.
Obviously on pits, obviously owing a pit stop, but it's still going to be nice to see that. We haven't had that this season so far.
Joseph, do you know when you're expecting Hitman? Based on yesterday, this is pretty long. They're able to run here.
Yeah,
that's a good question. Let me fire up the instance from yesterday and see if I can.
I feel like we would have noticed if they could have run 40 laps yesterday, but they were kind of out of contention. So maybe
I was going to say they weren't very competitive yesterday, so we weren't necessarily tracking that. Actually, they are in the pits now.
It's a 39.
Yeah,
Screaming Goat did 38 as well, but they were shown in at 37 because they had their lap penalty. Right, so that car...
Screaming Goat is notorious for being able to run long on fuel.
Yep, and that's exactly it. So they've done 38 laps. Hitman has done... This is the end of 39.
The 99 is
It's-
circulating again, by the way. Not 9 minutes of time loss, so that's a pretty costly repair job, unfortunately.
Screaming Goat had
Possible
actually done 39 laps because remember they lost one of them to a penalty.
No, so that was what I was adjusting for. It was 38 laps on track, 37 on scoring because of the penalty.
Well, now it's
Right.
38, 39.
Oh, sorry. Right, so their out lap was...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they just pitted. Sorry, I
Yeah.
missed that. So Moorhead up to 3rd place, and PC Racing are presumably about to take 4th place overall.
The 77 car and the 6 car.
No, Hitman's back out, actually. The Hitman split the 147 and the 44. They came out just behind the Moorhead car.
I don't know.
It's a 313 stop from the number 34.
Wow,
That is the quickest we've seen.
yeah, that's.
I
that's
think
interesting.
Stratus might have been slightly quicker than that.
Well, in GTO, because remember
Right.
the fuel capacity rules are massively different
Yeah.
between GTO and
Stratus,
GTO.
yeah, Stratus is taking 10 gallons of gas. The 34 car is likely taking 21 to 22 gallons of gas. That's
Moorhead, by the way, they're in 3rd overall, less than 10 seconds behind 2nd, and actually were quicker on the last lap.
Yeah, I love seeing that, actually. I happen to be a guy that really thinks a GP1 car ought to be able to run up there if it's really well done. And they're turning their fastest laps by by 2 seconds or a second, a little over a second, I think.
PC Racing are in the pits, by the way. That's part of the reason why they didn't take 4th overall.
We did get a message on the text messaging service, the phone number that went out on the start of yesterday's race. A way you can get in touch with us at DriversEye Live. That number's already been sent to Team Owners, so check with them if you're a driver or a crew member or a sponsor or what have you. But we had great participation yesterday. A message down from the Monoflow pits, the TLM Racing Porsche Cayman, driven by Pippa Man, Chloe Chambers, Evan Hinkle, and Tillman Schmid. Evan and Tillman are both Monoflow International employees. I assume, hence the Monoflow sponsorship. Chloe Chambers is, last year anyway, was a participant in the US F4 Championship. F4 US, sorry. Gotta get that right. In 2021. So, a little background there on the number 77 sitting in 8th place in GTO at the moment. 7th place in GTO. 8th place overall because of that number 147 up on the overall podium at the moment.
We do have a little bit of
We've got our
speculation
first-
in the YouTube. By the way, I want to. Someone's skidding. A little bit of speculation in the YouTube. We found who's skidding. In the YouTube that suggests that the 99 might have been having brake issues yesterday. That into the S's is a weird place for a brake issue to cause problems. I would have thought that doesn't strike me as a very hard braking area.
It feels like it would be something more like a misjudgment in traffic. Now that's not. We didn't see on board from the 99. We don't know the details on it, but it looked like the 407 was pretty committed to the line through there, as you would expect. I mean, that is a high commitment sequence of corners. So
Where are the W2W cars today, too? What's the story with them? 19th is their best car.
I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
the pace really hasn't
in
been there.
13th in GTO.
Yeah, they have a car running under a GTO asterisk, which means that's not a GTO eligible car.
The 170 didn't take the start, and I think that's kind of expected because I think we found out yesterday that the drivers in that car, wasn't it they just wanted to get 2 stints out of the way each, and then they were content with that for the weekend?
Kind of as testing.
Yeah,
Well, they didn't finish yesterday though either, so I wonder
Well,
if
that's
they
what
had
I'm saying.
a problem.
Yeah.
He works in the pits, by the way.
Return to the track also from the number 888 from KCT Racing, 39 minutes in the pits, and only 10 laps complete for that car. They've made it back out, as has the number 56 from Factor Fab Racing, which is about to take 4th in GTU. To take 4th, they're going to overtake the MLT Motorsports number 55, which went missing on lap 19 and has not been seen since. So problems there for that blue NP01 from MLT Motorsports.
Yeah, not a good day for them, right? Looks like they're already out.
Yeah, it appears likely.
Yeah, remember they had diffuser issues, bodywork issues toward the end of the race.
Oh, they dragged a rear diffuser for a couple hours yesterday.
That's how you really seal up the ground effects. Is you just put the thing that's making the ground effect on the ground. It's a sliding skirt situation. Colin Chapman would be thrilled.
Yeah. Does that constitute a movable aerodynamic device?
Almost
I don't
certainly.
know. I mean, the whole car's a movable aerodynamic device. That rule is stupid.
Yeah, that's fair.
Depends on your frame of reference, Joseph,
Okay, well, my
Yeah.
frame of reference is the track.
which it shouldn't be.
Okay. Do you think,
also like
do you think the cars
justification
don't
that the-
flex at all either?
Not to a significant degree, no. Alright, the aerodynamic system is crying.
So
I
real quick
understand
before we
what
get off-
the
before we get
reference
off,
plane
Scott.
is, but I think
Oh.
that's stupid.
Scott, I always thought the justification that the mass damper was a movable aerodynamic device was a stupid explanation. How do you feel about that?
Everyone knows that.
Okay, good. I want to make sure I was
Yeah.
in the right on thinking that was...
That was the FIA finding a reason to disqualify that car.
Okay, cool. That's fantastic.
Penalty for the number 200 from Overnight Motorsports in GTO. That is it's a Porsche. 1 lap penalty for a fueling infraction. Fuel jug's not compliant.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Now, Tim, what does a non-compliant fuel jug look like?
And
What-
is
what-
it changeable?
What car
That's the
is
thing,
the
is
200?
like,
It's the Overnight Motorsports car.
that's the thing,
Overnight
is they must have run
Motorsports,
the same stuff yesterday, right?
Yeah, they did. So, so I'll talk about what the most common way is. This is why I walk up and down pit lane, though. There's really smart people involved in this endurance racing. So one of the rules, there's a couple of rules in WRL. One, 6 gallons of fuel in a can is the max. Another thing is that all cars have to. I just got a text here that was interesting. I'll follow up on that. Little information on the W2W car since I asked, but the fuel jugs have to have a 1-inch restrictor, and so it doesn't matter if you have a fuel jug that's got a mouth that's 4 or 5 inches around. Like a Hunsker can is one of the more popular cans. They come with a 2.5-inch mouth on the can, and you have to have a 1-inch pinch point somewhere between where the fuel leaves the can and goes into the car. And so Hunsker cans can be bought with a 1-inch pinch already on them. Teams that have dry brakes on them will use a 2.5-inch opening with a clear piece of tube with the red head dry brake on it, and they buy 1-inch restrictors that they insert into the dry brake to create a 1-inch pinch. And there's a guy that sells these 1-inch restrictors in WRL. He's quite popular with a lot of the teams, ours included. We buy them from him. His name's Travis Smith, if you want to track him down on Facebook. I don't know whether he'll appreciate the additional business or not, but he sells like a 1-inch Venturi type insert unit that goes in the red head. But I suspect what has happened here is that WRL is really good about doing this. They come by and they do 2 things. They will weigh gas cans to make sure you don't have excess of 6 gallons of fuel in your can, which may be what happened here. When the second thing is they've got a tool that they come by and they'll say, hey, that jug, and that jug, take the nozzles off. We're going to measure them. And they have a tool that they insert in, and they make sure that it's passes through your 1-inch restrictor, if that makes sense. And so they may have a case here where one of their jugs, the 1-inch tool did not pass through, which means that opening was not 1 inch around. And so I highly suspect that this is likely the culprit. Probably more likely it's the 1-inch versus too much fuel in a can.
Car 9 stopped at turn 8 after a spinning continue at turn 4. So that is the second of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates cars, sitting back in 15th overall at the moment.
There is a BMW 2 Series sitting on the cut-through as well.
That is number 9. If Race
Yeah,
Log
that-
has also noted that.
That car has an onboard, so I'll see if I can figure out what happened there.
Kind of an interesting rejoin they did there. Of course, it's offline, but it was directly in front of the 44 and the 54. Race Control was not super fond of that.
So just to follow up on WCW, the 170 car, we talked to Kai yesterday, the car you mentioned that the drivers were trying to get 2 stints. They had an overheating issue yesterday. They didn't want to hurt the car, hurt the engine, so they put it on the trailer. So that car will head back and get gone through to figure out what was going on there. The 702 car today is running with an asterisk because it's an owner's backup car, so it's not it's the GTO asterisk car that you see listed on Race Hero. And so that car's not eligible for GTO. It likely has too much horsepower or too light for the amount of horsepower, so it'll run with an asterisk, which means it's like an exhibition car, which they allow teams to do.
Interesting.
And then
Number 9 is
Martin,
by the way.
the starter in the 982 car today is a local PCA champion that started in that car, and he had some challenges here in the damp conditions, and so expect them to do better here some today. But so that was kind of the rundown on their 3 cars. They did a good job hanging around yesterday too. You can just kind of saying steady Eddie yesterday, which was good to see.
That number 9 car just seemed to pull off in the middle of the S's for no obvious reason. So, but then they've got back going again and made their way back to the pits.
That was the number 9?
The number 9?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so they had a spin and continue at turn 4, and then stopped again at turn 8, and now have continued. So maybe some issue related to the spin.
Man, Chill Out is really stretching the lead here in GTO, aren't they?
Yeah, out to... Well, it's at about 20 seconds, which is pretty stable. Ooh!
Yeah.
Number 22 pulling off at turn 6?
No.
Turn 5?
Wow.
That car does not sound like it has any drive.
No, it does not.
Yeah.
Can we see the driver trying to find gears here? Or?
You can hear him.
You can hear him.
That was your leader in GP3 before the pit stops.
This car was really competitive yesterday too.
Oh, yeah. Very consistent all day.
This is a Miata?
Yeah, NC.
Yeah, gearbox, gotta be. Famous for it. Any Miata drivers for WRL, here's a good tip for you. Boy, this is an insider tip. Go get a BMW transmission built for your Miatas. A Z4 transmission.
I thought you were just going to stop with go and get a BMW.
Yeah, we'll get a Z4.
No, and if you need to know how to do that, track me down through Facebook.
I think it was super telling that with the NDs, when you buy the Cup car, the 2-3 bit in the gearbox is different from what it is on the road car, because Mazda Motorsports knew that particular part breaks quite frequently on the road car.
Another piece of follow-up on the WCW, they ran Cooper tires yesterday for the first time.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Back on board the number 34 from Hitman Racing.
Had pretty good success with them yesterday too. They had a tire issue with 15 minutes left in the race, otherwise they would have finished in P5. So that's a good little tidbit. That's good to see that those guys are working on their program too. That's a change in tires for them. So that's good work on their part.
So I want to ask you a question, Tim, here related to tires, as the 609 sets their fastest lap of the race to this point. We see the lap times now kind of settling out of the 51, 52 range, and pretty solidly into the 53s and 54s. Is that likely to be a function of just tire wear, like we saw yesterday, or does the track temperature coming up as the day gets warmer make that much of a difference in grip coming out of the tires?
Well, I think it'll make a difference, but I didn't. Apologies for not paying close enough attention to this, but what was the temperature yesterday?
The high was 68. I don't know exactly what it was at noon, but
so 68 and what's the high expected to be today? 58.
54.
Yeah, so you kind of get twofold, right? You get the ambient air temperature, which is going to be better for all these cars, and then the track temp. Although it's clearer today, so we may actually see a track temp today that's higher than we saw yesterday. Yesterday, a lot of overcast, but the short answer is yeah, I think as the day goes on here, we'll see some similar tire issues, but countered by the fact that a lot of these teams made changes. Even the W2W team, this follow-up I got from Mark Martin here says they're running RS4s today on their car, which are going to be a more durable tire. So their Cooper tires yesterday, he said, That was their first time on them, but today's day 2, so they've made their tire choice, which you asked really early in this race, are some of these teams going to make different tire choices today? And we know of at least 2 teams now, W2W and the Chill Out team. Chill Out ran Nankings yesterday, and I don't know what tire they're on today, but I know it's not the Nanking. And so this is 2 GTO teams that have at least decided to run a different tire for today. Me personally, teams that are, today's a good Yokohama day. A tire that doesn't like a lot of heat. That's a really soft compound tire. And so the Yokohama's, a tire that could last, 3 hours yesterday would probably last 4 hours today.
Right.
But again, this track temp, the wild card here is that there's no clouds in the sky today. So this track temp, I think, is actually be good to get Ryan. Ryan tested, checked it at 50 degrees around the start of the race. It'd be good to get him to check it here in say 2 hours and see what it looks like after we've had 3 or 4 hours of sunlight.
Sorry to interrupt very quickly. We're just seeing here the number 2 car get caught behind an intervention vehicle in a yellow flag zone. Really held them up. But this is the battle between them and the number 14 Horseman car for 9th overall.
The good news is the 14 was also held up, but that was awfully aggressive around the outside of turn 2 to the point that he ended up dropping the wheel.
Was that a pass into yellow with another intervention?
Yeah,
vehicle
that's the question.
Those will be white flags, not yellow flags, because those are moving intervention vehicles.
I think that intervention vehicle was stopping for a stopped car.
No, they're headed to turn 5 to go get the number 22.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, you see it on the right there. You see it.
This is your yellow flag zone.
Just a follow up on the tire. I got a follow up here from Chill Out System.
Yeah,
they're actually running scrubbed Hankook tires today.
Interesting.
So that's even yet another angle where here's a team that's deliberately running, actually not even scrubbed, used tires, some tires that already had some time on them. So they're going with a good scrubbed in, probably a couple heat cycle tire for the race today. So we'll see how that holds up.
My follow-up there, or I guess to kind of pinpoint the question, with regards to track temperature, is there a sweet spot for a lot of these tires where you're looking to get inside a certain range, or do you just want the track to be as cool as possible on DOT tires to try and to keep the wear and the heat down to a minimum?
Oh, you definitely like when it's cooler. You have to make different decisions altogether when it's warm.
There's not necessarily a point where it's too cool. It can be, like we saw this morning, 50 degrees on track, 30 degrees in the air, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, so the Hankooks are particularly bad when it's 39 degrees for the start of the race, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
They're really bad ice skates. Anybody who's ever been on those Hankooks in that cool of weather would tell you that they're disastrous for first few laps. Man,
really late on the brakes here from the number 2 into turn 1, but I think he'll have the move done on that number 14. That was super aggressive. In traffic as well.
Yeah, also, just to talk about how teams help each other, the tires that Chill Out is running today, they actually got from another team that I won't name, but they another team helped them out that had issues yesterday.
Is it Hammer?
No. No, we would loan somebody tires too. Except for the team that borrowed tools from us that they never returned, which I've made a post on Facebook about at one time.
Mm-hmm. I recall this.
Yeah, that didn't go so well. And we handed them like a $250 set of tools and said, "This is our only one. Make sure you bring them back." And they were
How'd that go?
pleading with us to loan them to them so they could make the race in time, and we loaned them to them, and they never gave them back. So
worth watching here, the Hitman number 34. The gap to the leader is down to 25 seconds, whereas it had been up, I think, closer to 30, 37, 40 seconds when they came out of the pit stop cycle.
Hitman's brought the heat today.
What I'm seeing is that these intervention vehicles are causing mayhem for anyone who gets stuck behind slower class cars, like the number 2 here.
Right.
I think this lap time's going to be in the 2-minute range.
You can see something dragging on this car.
Whereas Hitman has been able to get away with a 55 on the last lap, so that's making a huge difference whether you get caught behind slower cars, behind intervention vehicles or not.
Has the drive shaft just fallen apart on this car?
I mean, hopefully it's not something that can be leaking fluid.
No.
So I think that's tire noise you're hearing. All the little, bits being kicked up onto the under tray right now because the car's going so slow and you don't have any engine sound. You're hearing that so much more.
A little bit strange. Did you guys notice there was a green flag at that flag station?
I think it's more after the vehicle.
Shouldn't be a following green after a white flag, though.
Right. quite strange, actually. If you go to the Hitman in-car, it'd be interesting to see if the flagger system, as you can see it on the dash quite
I
easily.
also really don't understand why this intervention vehicle is not using the cut through.
Well, because it cuts across the track, right?
Yeah,
so now
it'll do one of these.
It can use half of them, the ones that are on the left side of the track.
I think they don't want to have to deal with the fact that it'd have to rejoin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just easier to stay offline.
There's one down the inside of this corner here that goes straight into the pit lane.
Yeah, that was the one that I left it on that because I was like, oh, okay, well, they'll obviously take that one, and then they didn't, so I switched away.
I also got to follow up that there were some teams looking for enough tires to run the race today and were unsuccessful finding them in the local area.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
That is weird because Brendan and I saw a million tires out.
Yeah, I
Like
can
the
tell you
airport.
between the airport and the racetrack.
Yeah, you'll know if teams go out here, you know, if there's a park for a man, they go out and start taking the tire walls apart, but things are getting desperate. But so that's an interesting tidbit. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, this Hitman car has gotten really lucky with this car, the recovery of the number 22 here.
Yeah, sure has.
Yeah, down to 17 seconds, 53.5 last time.
Yeah, they didn't do a single lap slower than a 55.0, while a lot of other cars were stuck over 2 minutes just because of the way they caught intervention vehicles. So they've got really lucky in this sequence.
Coming up to the time here also where we'd expect a pit stop from the number 59 from Stratus Racing, your class leader in GTU and currently 8th overall.
Jeez, this
They were
34
in
car.
25.
This car's flying today. This car looks really good today.
It's amazing, a night and day difference from yesterday.
Yeah, they did some work here. This car's in really good shape for today.
Well, we are only an hour and 43 minutes in, and tyres were a big feature yesterday. So let's not speak too soon. But yeah, definitely.
Well, no, but even for pace and consistency, I mean, this car was noticeable by how much it lacked just single lap pace. You know,
Yeah, anybody watching too. This is
Exactly.
a 240. This is a 240 BMW too. So anybody watching that thinks that car is not competitive anymore, guess again. This is a really good car. It requires some work for it to be competitive in WRL. And, you know, at one time this was the stalwart in GTO. This was the car to have in GTO, and then here came all the factory race cars and some better racecraft. But this just goes to show you, if you still work on this car can be really competitive.
I heard
think
some guy from San Antonio messed it up for everybody.
And those can be these can be picked up cheap too, by the way. No, really inexpensive. 235, 240.
I think the point that Scott's making, though, is that they might have made setup changes to improve the lateral grip that might end up chewing up tires a little bit more.
Possible.
They might have even changed tyre.
True, right? Yeah, I would love to know. And that's what we need as a post-race survey. Is how many teams switched up tire compounds between Saturday and Sunday? Because I'd love to know that.
I think we'll get a little bit more detail on that. Daniel from Big Mission, he was taking the first stint in their car. He said he did an informal survey and was going to have some info on that to bring up here today.
I'll take that information and immediately discard it, but I'll say it into my headset microphone, and that'll save it for all time.
Excellent.
How evenly matched our top 15 or so cars are. Almost every single car is in the 54s that last lap.
Yeah.
Including the GP1 cars.
Yeah, and the GTU car.
Cole Lofsgaard, back in the 609 car, which is funny for me to call it the round 3 racing car. That's the James Candelaria Sentinel racing car in my book, but Cole drove really fantastic yesterday, opening the race and then double stinted, and then he's the one that closed the race that had the heartbreaker of running out of gas there, but he's back in that 609. Nice pace out of him.
Yeah.
Again today, but he did a great job, and he usually was in the Boxsters. If you watch the TV series and so forth, he was the really tall guy that drove the Boxsters, which is always kind of strange to see him standing next to that car. But he drove that car last year, and everybody knows he's got a lot of talent. Round 3 in particular knows that's a pretty good secret that they kept that Cole was quite the driver. So it's great to see him. He also substituted in the 72 Cayman that ran for a bit. Was it 72? I can't remember if that's the car number. But the Cayman that they ran for a while in GTO, he subbed in that car. At least one race, I know. Pretty good driver.
Interesting trio of cars going pretty quickly right now that I don't remember us calling very much at all yesterday. Would be the 511, the 421, and the 77 running 5th, 6th, and 7th. All in the low 53s or high 52s. I think that's 3 BMWs, right? But I don't remember calling any of those cars yesterday, particularly high. Choice Racing, I think, started showing themselves towards the end. Yeah, just wanted to sort of mention some cars early in the race that are making headway.
And it looks like we're expecting a pit stop from the 982 around 10:30. They're going to have to do a driver change, and Mike Bond is going to be in the car.
Bit of a heartbreaker on that ACP 9 car. Got a message here. This is helpful when I'm doing this with you guys. I guess so many of these teams have my contact info and stuff. The number 9 car has a steering rack issue that is likely related to the contact that happened in yesterday's race.
Okay.
And so that's what happened to the 9 car that we saw taking the cut through there. So we'll see if they can get that car back out to circulate some laps. Because their 2 cars are 2-driver cars, maybe they'll just move the drivers over into the 2 to get some additional time or something. But
well, on the subject of the 2, I've just noticed that their first pit stop was a minute and a half slower than Hitman, who they were racing at the time. I don't know if that's going to be... Tim, you were talking yesterday about disparity between the crew's abilities on some of these teams during with pit stop service. I don't know if that's maybe what that number 2 slow pit stop's about, or whether they decided to... Can't imagine they changed tyres on the first stop.
That team usually has pretty good pit stops, though.
That's what I was thinking.
This could be the early season jitters, though. I can't say enough. Like for me personally, I've nailed my crew down already for this season. I'm going to have the same guys back again, which is bad news for all you other GTO teams. But my guys will be back for the 3rd year. The exception, I lost a fuel guy, and he's a hoss of a fuel guy. So, this time of year is when a lot of these teams.
Who wears the Haas race suit?
Yeah, it is actually Villanueva Jr. Yeah. Which, by the way, race suits, raceimage.com. That's where you get those suits at. It's the best value ever.
I've been pumping them pretty hard.
Yeah, they're not a sponsor of ours or anything, by the way, but that's a really good place for teams to pick up suits for crews. And again, just a good tip for team owners if you're thinking about getting into these series. The one thing that's really good about buying those suits on Race Image is if you buy 2-piece crew suits, so the pants and jacket separate, and you just buy varying sizes, then you can just tell your crew, go find pants that fit you, go find a jacket that fits you. So that's how you do that. So anybody who's worried that they'd have to buy 15 crew suits to be able to outfit guys right, you can buy half as many if you buy good varying sizes that can be matched up together. So that's a good tip for team owners too. But at any rate, this is the time of year where a lot of these teams are establishing who their crew will be. And this is where, this is the time of year where last year at the end of the year, crew members have decided not to come back for this year, didn't, have other things to do this year. I've lost 2 crew guys along the way that had job changes, as an example, that aren't going to get the same flexibility. So some of these things are probably contributors, I think, this weekend on some of these slower pit stops that we've seen. I think you'll see that smooth out as the season goes on. But certainly this is when teams would have newer people on board.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because and we talked about this a little. I don't remember if we talked about it on air or post race, but talking about a lot of teams will make these staffing changes in between seasons. So even though you might have a longer break in the middle of the season compared to between December and now, your staff is probably going to have more turnover. I think you mentioned between last race of one season and the first race of the next.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think pretty indicative of the number of pit road penalties. I thought yesterday the number of penalties we saw on pit road, particularly for visor up, I thought were unusually high, which I think has a lot to do with the beginning of the season. I don't think WRL does a really good job of officiating this, so I don't think that it's WRL doing more officiating or something like that. I think it's probably more likely inexperienced crew members and crew members that are not as familiar with the rules in WRL, which are quite different than most of the other series. So I think it's those kinds of things. By the way, the JT, I like your comment on the YouTube feed there. Yeah, I won't be doing this full time. No, this is just a one-time stop for me. So
You got
yeah,
too antsy
sorry.
on a WRL weekend. Couldn't stay away.
Yeah, basically, I knew I would be watching the race anyway, so I reached out to Brendan and said, "Hey, I'll help you guys if you're interested in doing that." Also, I should probably say the teams that have that text thing you guys were talking about, I do not have access to that. So if anybody's worried about sending something that says, "Oh yeah, we made a lot of changes. We put 4 degrees of camber in the rear for today versus 3 yesterday," I can't see any of that information. If you're worried about that. I asked to see it, but then when they explained to me why that was a bad idea, I agreed with them. By the way.
Yeah, we were like, you know what? You don't have to download Slack if you don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I said, "Well, why did you give me the phone number then?" And they said, "So you can use it at the next race." I said, "Okay, that makes sense."
Exactly.
Yeah. I am one of the owners who would contact the broadcasters during the race quite frequently.
Well, one of the few, because you had my phone number.
Right.
Most did not, and when I realized that I was about to give my personal phone number out to about 80 team owners, decided that there must be a better way.
Yeah, exactly.
RJ wishes he had thought of that.
You think RJ doesn't have a burner for this?
I know he doesn't.
I know he doesn't.
no.
RJ mentioned that to us on Friday.
Bless his heart. I know I text RJ during the race, and I'm sure he almost never responds, and I don't blame him. He's probably
It makes
quite
me feel better
annoyed.
he doesn't respond to me either.
Yeah, he didn't respond to me yesterday either.
I'm sure he gets quite annoyed by that, and I don't blame him. By the way.
His phone's pinging from everybody texting him.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I can see him in the race control, and he is not paying attention to the broadcast right now, so we can say whatever
That's
we want.
fine.
Oh, that's actually great.
See if we can get him some of that track phone money.
Joseph.
By the way, is there a collection can there for RJ to put a ring on it this weekend? That's my little.
Don't pay attention now.
So at GP3, it's Overnight Motorsports followed by NRG Racing and AOA Motorsports.
I jokingly told RJ we're all invited to the wedding when it finally happens. I always poke that same fun every time I see them. By the way, so this is not. Well, I'm sure he's getting texted now. You're right. He's probably going to come over there and say, "Don't be talking." But he's I tell him to his face, he outkicked his coverage for sure. He's got a wonderful other half, by the way.
All right, where do we go from there?
Which, by the way, did you guys see the we're cooking sellout pies picture I posted on Facebook one time? You should find that.
Live with WRL here at New Orleans Motorsports Park.
Good save.
6 hours and 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, sorry, I was
haven't
looking
done
at
that in a long
timing,
time.
trying to figure out what there is to pick up on, because there's a lot of close battles, but none of which I think are things that we have onboards for.
Yeah, just to circle back to Moorhead Speedworks and GP1, they really stepped their game up for today. That's very obvious to me. They kind of regrouped from yesterday. They had a second place finish yesterday, but in a really close race with PC Racing. But they've come out with a can of WA today for sure.
So Moorhead won yesterday, actually.
Oh, that's right. Actually, that's
PC
right.
had that contact, they had to pit, and then they had to have that final charge, which came close, but a few laps short.
Yeah, that's actually a really good catch. You're absolutely right about that. But PC Racing was the class of the field all day yesterday in GP1.
Yeah.
And it certainly looks like that may be reversed here for today. It's still a long race, but I just think that Moorhead looks like they've made some proper adjustments here. And we're 2 hours into the race. Not likely. Well, it could still be the same driver in the car too. So we'll see as we get a little later in the day whether they can keep that up. Chill out too. Still strong at the front here.
Yeah, so this is our third place car in class and overall.
Oh, car off to the right there at between
I
13
thought
and 14.
okay, all right.
It looks like an MX-5. Oh, well, it says 609, but that did not look like the 609 to me.
Onboard for the 609 dropped, so I can't confirm.
Yeah, the log says 609. That didn't look like who that was.
There is a car off. Let's say just said 3. I don't know if that's or turn 3. Obviously, that's what that is.
It's NASCAR turn 3.
I'm hearing a lot more tire screech out of this 34 here.
It's good for you hear a lot of stuff that isn't just engine note with this onboard. I kind of like it.
The training line.
Yeah.
What I'm here for.
That's car off. That almost looks
It's
like
interesting that they don't use a chill-out system. You see, they've got the old school water and ice system there, which is
could that
probably
be the 80. Sorry, could that be the 85 that stopped?
Could be. Well, okay, so 609 and 27 is now listed as possible contact.
Oh boy.
Okay, that would be NER would be the 27.
Which would be an MX-5.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the
I have
85 that's off. I just
The 609 stream is up. It's no, it is not.
They have a listing, but it died.
The 609 is in the pits? It's in the paddock? Let me look at this again. No, they're still on the racetrack, but yeah, it died for sure then.
Yeah, they had an off track, it looked like, and that maybe it was a systems restart.
It might be the 85 that's off track.
Okay, I was showing both the 27 and the 85.
I thought it was the 85.
Okay.
We did.
I got a text here that the Hitman Racing team is on the Falcon tire today, and yesterday they were on Yokohama's.
Interesting.
Here you
That's
had
the first time I've heard of Falcons being run in WRL.
No, there's some teams that flirt with the Falcons. They're a soft compound tire similar to the Yokohama, slightly better wear characteristics, but not by a lot. There's a lot of teams that are in the other series that swear by these Falcons, but by the way, too, because this came up, Mark Martin also in a text that he sent me, when you guys were talking about curb restrictions, Mark Martin, when they won the 24 Hours of Sebring last year, they had full-on curb restrictions at Sebring for that race, which may explain why they ran every lap of the race.
I feel like the curbs are... Oh, and another car stopped. Is that the chill-out car stopped at turn 4?
That's the same car, Brendan.
Nope, I was... Oh,
That's the same MX-5.
We were talking about different things, because there was a car off at 14 as well. It is the 85 at turn 3, but there was a car off.
Okay. Yeah,
which is what I had been referencing earlier.
I don't have eyes on the car stopped at 14. I'll try to find it
the
onboard.
cars at 14.
Keep your eye on Choice Racing here, the 511 up to P4. The car ran kind of steady Eddie yesterday, first race out, and looks like they're doing a little better here today.
Yeah, just made that move on the 172. We believe that's probably still David Tuati. I assume they didn't take him out after the first stop.
Yeah, Tuati always starts these races, which is always a little odd to me, but he always starts.
There's the 27 we just went by. So we know that they're circulating again.
Joseph.
What is it, Brendan?
Are we prepared to do the thing?
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Alrighty, 2 hours gone here at NOLA Motorsports Park. I'm Ryan West. I've got Joseph, Brendan, JT, Scott, and Tim here. I believe Brendan is going to leave us here shortly. For those of you just joining in, it's the NOLA 8+8, so 8 hours on Saturday, 8 hours on Sunday. Got a few classes running here. We can give a rundown real quick. In GTO, we've got the number 404 Chill Out Systems car leading. That's the MX-5 Miata with the V8 Chevy motor in it. It's pretty fantastic. Followed by the 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering car. They're about 16 seconds back from P1, so still well within striking distance. And then the number 34 Hitman Racing BMW. They are 4 seconds behind the 696. So it's pretty close at the front there in GTO. In GTU, we've got the number 59 Stratus Racing car out front. They have the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:49.237. They're not running near that right now, but they are out front by, it looks like a lap right now. They are over the, let's see, just updated. They're a minute 5 over the number 8494 Motorsports in P01. Of course, only the NPO1 prototype running in GTU. And then in third place, we have the number 58 Stratus Racing car. They just ran a 2:06, and their fastest lap is a 1:50. So that 94 Motorsports car running a little bit slower than the two Stratus cars. But we noted yesterday, and we noted a little bit earlier, that the 94 Motorsports car can go a little bit longer on fuel. I don't know if it's worth the 1:05 gap they currently have to save a stop, since stops are taking about 3:30 to 4 minutes, give or take, right now. So we'll have to see how that goes. We're going to go down to GP1. We got the 147 Moorhead Speedworks BMW is out front, followed by the number 44 PC Racing car. That's going to be, well, looks like about 27 seconds behind. So again, still within striking distance there. There wasn't a whole lot of yellow yesterday. There weren't a lot of huge incidents, and the ones that were ended up being cleared up pretty quickly. But we haven't had a safety car yet all weekend. So these gaps, I think, are going to be a little bit more important. If you're in striking distance, you have to work really hard to stay there because you're not going to get the benefit of a safety car bunching everybody up. And then in third place, we have the 134 Big Mission Motorsports car, which is interesting because I have a gentleman here who just got out of the car. What's going on, Daniel? One more time. I'm sorry, I had you muted. One more.
Yeah, doing all right. It was a really cold and wet start this morning, so it's nice to see we got that extra pace lap and to keep everything safe at the start.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. Let me finish this rundown real quick, and I'll bring you in and talk a little bit more about tires. In GP2, we have Maple Plains' finest, the number 21 North Loop Motorsports BMW. They look like they're about a lap ahead of the 198 Stance Racing Mazda, so that was kind of as I predicted earlier, that as long as that 21 North Loop car stays reliable, they should stay out front. They've got the pace, they've got the pit stops working, they've run a pretty good outfit there, and I think they'll be tough to beat for GP2 today, just like yesterday. And then in third place, third and fourth, we have the 407 and the 141. Again, that 141's a brand new car to Craftsman Auto Care. They are running third and fourth, as I said, the 407 first, the 141 second. Looks like we've got the AOA car being pulled by an emergency vehicle, so that's the 85 finally being retrieved. They should be getting to the pit lane here in a few seconds. And then down to GP3, we've got the 197 Overnight Motorsports car currently leading, followed by the 15, the sister car to the 85 we just spoke about, the number 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda in second. They are 29 seconds behind the 197. And then in third place, we have the 66 NRG Racing Toyota, Scion, Subaru, whichever one they decide to call it today, is only 1 second behind the second place car with the Boxster 4-cylinder motor. So nice to see them towards the top of the timesheets. Daniel, you told me yesterday that you did a little informal survey on what people did as far as tires. I think we've gotten a little bit of notification from people. Some people going from Yokohamas to Falcons. Some people making some changes. So what were you able to find?
Yeah, you know, the tire story during the race yesterday was really exciting, but it was the tire story after the race that was even more exciting yesterday. A lot of teams had gone through most of their tire allocation and didn't necessarily have enough tire to make it through today if it weren't wet. there were a lot of teams. There were actually a couple teams that changed wheel sizes to get access to some of the Cooper tires that were available here on site.
Okay.
And make that change. A couple teams were finding sets of RS4s, the Hancooks, that they had on other cars, and trying to bring those so they could. So they could make it work. It was quite interesting. I think yesterday it wasn't too terribly hot, but only the hardest tire runners were not complaining. And today it's been pretty quiet. You've got a couple teams prepping for tire changes, getting their prep work done, because I think they're still expecting to change about halfway. But very different story from yesterday with the water this morning.
Absolutely. And I think is it fair to say that the surface temperature is going to be a little bit lower today too, and that's also going to help people out a ton?
Yeah, for everyone watching, if you didn't already mention the ambient temperatures outside, I think at the start it was around 30 degrees this morning.
It was pretty cold out there, and the wind especially made it to where I wished I had a bigger coat.
I think in the car I wished I had a bigger coat. But yeah, I think folks were running a little higher tire pressures to deal with the water. And as the track is warmed up, I think it's 42 degrees outside right now. You saw before the water completely dried up, cars kind of running through the water to cool off their tires and lower the pressures a little bit. Guys dealing with overpressure there.
Right.
But it's been really clean today. I mean, we've had a few cars go off, but there really hasn't been a ton of contact.
Yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of contact at all. I think there was one incident that was being investigated. Joseph, is that right?
Well, we've got a couple now with the possible contact between the 609 and the 27. I take that back. Now we've got... So the contact between the 99 and the 407 is still under investigation. That hasn't been cleared up just yet. Probably because we're waiting on data from the 407, would be my guess. And possible contact between the 77 and the 14. But, and the lap 1 incident between the 9 and the 982 for good measure. But something always happens on lap 1, so that's not a surprise.
Right.
That one is still no decision on that one from the first lap, by the way. That's interesting.
That is interesting, because there is another one from the first lap that has been decided.
And that one was decided pretty, relatively swift compared to the other one.
Right. Anyway, sorry, not to undercut your point. It's been relatively clean.
Yep, absolutely. I'd agree with that. So, Daniel, you were also telling me yesterday that you did the commentary for the WRL iRacing League a couple years back, or a year ago, whatever it may have been, because it would have been 2020, right?
Yeah.
I always think of 2020 as like last year, but I also think of 2015 as like 3 years ago. So I have a time issue. Okay, perfect. We'd like to talk about that because you've got a bunch of iRacing people here, and one who sucks, and Tim. So if you could talk a little bit about that, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, WRL was looking for a way to keep the teams engaged during the sickness that shall not be named. So we spun up a series and partnered with a couple folks in the space that were running some of the Formula Ford series that are live on iRacing right now.
Okay.
To run this one, and it was great. We ran multi-class races, relatively short. I think what we learned is there are people that are heavy on the sim here in the path.
Okay.
There are people that are not.
Okay, I gotcha.
So there were a bunch of challenges to deal with. Especially around registration, just make sure we had enough slots for everybody.
Right. Did you end up doing 2 splits or just the one?
We started with just one, and then we tried to reserve spots for the championship contenders towards the end.
Right.
I made that mistake once and didn't ensure that someone who was a contender got in right away, and that ended up impacting the championship. So
okay, I gotcha.
How about you guys? It sounds like you guys do a little sim racing. What do you race?
So I do a little bit of iRacing. I'm pretty trash at it. I grew up, we were talking about this last night actually, I grew up playing Gran Turismo, and that was really my only exposure to online racing, etc. And so I didn't do the iRacing until 2020 for probably the same reason a lot of people did, which was like, well, I'm sitting at home, I've got money to spend, let's just do it. So, but I know that Joseph and JT and Scott, and then Brendan, who unfortunately just left, they've all been doing the iRacing thing together for quite some time, and they were doing GP Legends. Is that right, Joseph?
I and Scott started on Grand Prix Legends. Brendan, I think, just missed that one. I think he started on like Sports Car GT, so he took a slightly different route. But Scott races for Mivano in the iRacing world. Does a little bit of work with a little bit of racing with the CrowdStrike name,
Pardon the interruption. As you're going on, we had some cars trying to go three-way into turn one here, but looks like they sorted themselves out before that happened. We've been seeing a little bit of action going into turn one here.
Yep.
It's a really inviting turn because you've got that long run and you don't have a ton of really heavy braking zones. That's probably the heaviest one. So if you're trying to make a move on slower traffic, I am kind of surprised that we don't have more trouble there. It might only be that we have so much runoff on the exit that we don't.
Well, something I've really noticed going into turn one is that the Stratus cars leave it really late. So obviously they're late braking because they're a lighter car, but they'll outbrake somebody and then immediately dart to the outside of the track, like right in front of whoever else is, whatever the slower class car is. And every time they do it, I sit up here and like wince because it's like, oh, that looks not good.
I would love to see the accelerometer data for the lateral Gs they're pulling in that corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's funny, the Moorhead car, if I'm honest, doesn't look that quick in the corners, and then you look at the telemetry on the onboard, and even where they look slow, they've got a full G of lateral load. So it kind of looks almost plain from some of these onboards. But if you're sitting in that car, you're undergoing a decent amount of stress the entire time you're in that car.
Yeah, it's you have to have your core workout. I know in the simulator they don't quite simulate the core loads that you need, but you need to make sure your head can deal with that helmet that gets heavier as you approach 1.5 Gs. So yeah, quite interesting.
But yeah, Scott is away for brunch, but he would be the sim expert. He's
expert on that.
Yeah, he's worked with Movano. He did the DNLS with Vulcanhorst in 2020. So yeah, he can talk a little bit more to the top end of the sim stuff.
And JT, you do all kinds of stuff. You do the Assetto Corsa and R Factor and stuff, right?
Yep. Yeah, R Factor 2, ACC, and iRacing on a weekly basis.
Yep, they're going to try to do 3 wide again. I think they're going to get that sorted out as well. Yeah. The cool thing that I just saw was through the S's, now they're down into turn 1. The Hitman car went down the inside of the number 84, which I was not expecting.
No, the GTUs, I think, are still going through a lot of teething. Some of these teams, I think, are running them for basically the first time this weekend. And
right.
So
I think they are, for sure.
Yeah, and so you're looking at... Billy, I think that's Billy Smith, is in the YouTube comments. Also used to run with, or has run with Scott in the past in sim racing. Also campaigns in NPO1 from time to time in WRL. My point being, a lot of these teams have not, and so you see that there's a huge pace differential between Stratus and really everyone else who's running an NPO1 this weekend. It's not. I think it's easy to fall into the trap that it's basically a plug-and-play car, and it kind of is. But if you actually want to extract the most pace out of it for this discipline, you do have to put a little bit of work into it, and I think that's what some of these teams are realizing now. That's maybe a little uncharitable, not for the first time, but they're really getting a feel for how much work that they have to put in to get to the pace that Stratus is at.
Absolutely. And I would really expect the 84, again, not a super strong showing here. I do think that they're running to a fuel number to try to make that strategy work. I don't know if it will work out for them, I don't think the math works. But I would expect them to be stronger at Barber because that is 9-4 Motorsports' home track. They are based there out of Alabama. So, I mean, this was probably not a huge drive down for them either, but it sounds like they do a lot of their testing. I had spoken with the owner last year sometime. It sounds like they do a fair amount of testing at Barber. So I would expect that car will be more dialed in and a track that the drivers are probably a little bit more comfortable with as well. I think that'll end up being a better deal for them next month.
And I do think that, looking at the track layout at Barber, there is an advantage to cars that are a little bit lower top speed and higher aero component.
Right.
It's very much set up around all those corners. Not a lot of passing zones.
Yep. As the 47 BMW just comes out of the pit lane there.
Yeah, so when you're looking...
Oh,
go ahead.
1 sec. Yeah.
So we were mentioning some of the hard braking zones on this track, and while we've been going here, we've actually seen quite a few passes into turn 13 The hard right, kind of at the end of the S, is right before the left-hand carousel. And so that's one of the other places you'll see some drivers. We've got 5 cars coming up into turn 13 now. Looks like we might have a late pass by 2 of the GTO cars on the number 27 Miata. Man, the Stratus car really brakes really late there and makes it on the inside of that corner and around the carousel on the outside there. It's just totally different seeing those cars get through the GTO field. It's quite impressive.
So I was out there last night picking up cameras after the end of the broadcast. I take the truck out there and grab stuff. And I noticed that the amount of debris and bits of rolled up rubber, or the clag, David, that was out there, it seemed like there was a bunch. Is that something that you're considering when you're making passes here? That's going to reduce your overall grip, presumably, or does it end up not being much of an issue?
It definitely makes a difference. For the sim familiar viewers, like the marbles,
right?
It makes a big difference. You pick some of that up, it cools your tire temperatures a little bit. You've got this weird uneven surface on your tires, and you do find that you brake traction quite a bit easier than if you stay off of those. But and an 8-hour race, you'll see on the track, like you can see it by the end of the race, like this area is clean. And so it makes it easier to make passes in those places, but pretty easy to clean the tires off here. The track is pretty abrasive, as we covered yesterday.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Keep a mental image in your head of some of the angles that you're seeing now, because I think in about 5.5 hours time, there's going to be a lot more build-up outside the racing line based off what we saw yesterday.
I was surprised, especially. I don't know why I was surprised about it, but I just. Into turn 1 especially, I think where they've done that grinding, it seemed like there was a lot offline at turn 1, that there wasn't a whole lot of, once you hit the apex, there wasn't a whole lot of option to go and not be in the marbles over there.
That sounds about right. I think 5, 6, and 7 also have a really large section that's been kind of resurfaced, and so you see a lot of the marbles out there as well, but I think you're exactly right.
Our leader, Chill Out Systems 404, in for what looks like a regularly scheduled pit stop. That'll drop them out of the lead. Worth remembering that, because I don't think the other cars are going to need one fewer stop, but they might need a shorter stop at the end. So it's worth remembering that the 404 seems to have a shorter stint on a tank of fuel.
And they are coming back out right now, so they will trip timing here and they'll get going again. It's always so weird seeing a Miata drive by and hear a Corvette take off.
It's even weirder when they're passing you on.
I bet.
Feel very inadequate.
Yeah, I'd like for that onboard to come back, because it's a great sounding onboard.
It's too bad the Aston doesn't have an onboard as well. I haven't seen them circulating, but that's a really good sounding car too. That's quite loud on pit out here. Looks like we got some penalties being doled out here, so if you want to check the app on that, Joseph or Tim or JT, whoever.
Oh, you know what? Let me just remind you of the URL for it, because I find it way easier to open it up.
Perfect. Then I will have the URL. That's fantastic. Aha.
Yeah.
There you go.
You just throw that in your Google Sheets, and then you never have to try to scroll through the app for that again. It's tremendous.
Excellent.
But it's mostly calls for debris, cars going 4 off.
Right.
Yeah, we still we haven't seen a note of contact since the 27 and the 609 allegedly, still, because it's still under investigation, came together.
Yeah, it's been another rough go for the 99. I think, of course, the commentator's real there, that Tim was expecting the 99 to shake off all their issues today and start running up front, and that just really hasn't come to pass.
Well, it's the nature of these things, right? They were doing so well, and it took one misstep for that to all come undone. They were leading by probably on the order of about 10 seconds when that happened, and it's they've got really nothing to show for it other than an hour of being at the top of the timing tower.
Yes, Daniel.
And so while we were chatting here, in the battle for the podium steps GTO, we saw TLM and Thunder Bunny both make some passes into the podium positions here. So the battle for 3, 4, and 5 looks very live. The gaps between those cars are very small right now, so we might have some action on the camera.
Then don't we have an onboard for them, Joseph, or is that not a thing that we have?
Are we calling it the 609?
Yeah, the 609 or the Thunder Bunny.
No, Thunder Bunny never went up today. 609, that feed dropped at some point. I'm hoping it comes up during the pit stop rotations.
Okay. You got Hitman Racing out front. I think that's just on pit cycle. Yeah, that must be. And then Choice in the 511 in second place right now. That's also on pit cycle. So who's the last one to have actually stopped here? Thunder Bunny owes us a stop. The 696 is ahead of the 404 right now. So that's going to be a change to the lead in GTO. They've both made their stop. It's the pit stop time on there. So we got 328 and then 356. So JTR made up a ton of time in the pits, and I would reckon that's probably why that position changes happened. The Chill Out Systems pit lap, that was a 356. So a little bit, being on for almost 30 seconds longer.
Got a message here that Chill Out Systems gas, their fuel gauge is not working right.
Oh.
They're kind of guessing here on how long they can run on fuel, and their guess was a bad guess on this last stop.
So that they came in too early or too...
Came in too early.
Too early, okay.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess they're building data on the fly then. There's the 404 going through. There's the 609.
I mean, they should have a rough idea from yesterday's running as well.
Yeah, true. Maybe you shouldn't assume that it was yesterday either, though.
Right. They ran pretty consistent stints, though, yesterday, did they not?
Seemed like they did, yeah.
Yeah, I thought they did. So I wonder if that is a new issue for today. Have something come loose or something of that nature. I'm just watching the 134 trying to hold off the 84s. Just the 84 just not anywhere near the same pace, and you can, it's like eye test, you can tell. Just watching how it makes its lap time. And he'll outbrake the 134 into turn 1 here, and then outbrake the... Oh, there we go. And then he could have outbraked the sister car as well. Sister car being a Lexus IS. Not really a sister car, but from the same paddock. Space.
Psst, I'm following the 609 right now.
Okay. But I am way behind on the feed, so let's change that here real quick. Yeah, that TLM car also in second place right now in GTO. They also owe us a stop.
Yeah, the Chill Out car, just to follow up on that, yesterday they could see the fuel level on their camera system. Today the camera system has no power. So.
Okay, so that's why we don't have the onboard then either. That makes sense. Okay.
So they relied on their in-car camera to see how much fuel they had left.
Looks like this last stint they did 35 laps.
It's a little interesting though. I mean, why don't they just radio the driver and say how much gas do you have left? But
right, yeah.
Well, I wonder if the fuel tank or if the fuel gauge doesn't work properly because they've had to put a cell in or something to work correctly with the...
609 do?
The 609 did just come in. I just barely saw them pull into their pit stall. Okay. And then the 511 is coming out right now.
609 was due. Okay, so that's not a shock either.
609 too just turned their fastest lap on the last lap there, 52.4.
There you go, nice and empty.
The Choice Racing GTO car did just leave the pits just now.
And here too is the 34, so everyone's coming in.
Which should put... Yeah, that should put the 696 back into the lead after this all cycles through. Yeah, because TLM has to stop as well. Both of the TLM cars.
Driver catch up the
34.
Driver with his belts. Did you guys catch that?
Let's see here. I have him getting out. Pulls the inserts out.
Are you able to see this pit stop or from where you are, Ryan?
No, I'm just watching it on the delay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, and the other driver's helping him with the belts. Yeah, I gotcha. Unfortunately, that's way down at the other end of the pit lane. I can see... Well, I can see like 2 or 3 boxes.
Oh yeah, we can see the booth.
Ooh, the 99. That's the first time I've had a good look. The front left is all taped up on the 99.
Now, as you said,
Somebody without a fire bottle or a fuel bottle ran around the right side of this car on the 34. So maybe looking at something on the right side.
Checking tires.
I would suspect
Maybe checking hot pressures.
that could be too. Very well could be.
And must not have been anything wrong because they are now exiting the pit lane.
It's good to see. You know, because they switched to the Falcon, maybe they're just taking a good look at the tires to make sure that
Making sure they're wearing in correctly, how they expect, etc. The 609 is coming back out as well. The not round three car.
Yeah, I love that we have the tire pressure monitoring system on our M4s. You don't have to check tire pressures. You can see what they are real time.
Right.
Now, is that just the same as having a regular TPMS system on a road car, or is there
Exactly the same. It's a motorsport system, so it's very, very expensive. It's around $15,000 to outfit the car.
And does that just ping you every time it goes by the pit box? Or do you have to wait for the pit stop?
It's real time in the car, and so then our telemetry, we can see it real time. We don't quite have it working exactly right just yet. Two of them we can get accurately, and two of them are not quite right, so we're still working on that. But
right, okay.
Requires some coding in the background there, but the drivers can see it, and so it already paid off. You know, at Coda, we had a driver. He was my car having a bit of vibration. And we said, "What are your tire pressures saying?" He said, "It's my left rear. It's at 22.8 pounds," which was really helpful because when we called him to the box, we knew that we were changing the left rear. So we were ready for a left rear. The tires are directional. We knew we needed a left side tire.
So the other thing I want to point out,
quite expensive, but it's handy.
Now, do you know the optimals from the manufacturer, or are you figuring that out on your own?
Figuring out on our own.
Yeah.
The 147, I think after all these other GTO cars cycle through in the pit lane, I think they're going to be through to 4th overall. Since the leading GP1 car, though, number 147 Warhead Speedworks BMW, they're going to come through. This TLM still has to stop. And I think ACP still owes us a stop in the 2.
Yeah, I dig that. That's really cool, actually, to see that.
Ooh, we're giving out a speeding on pit lane penalty here. I just heard that.
We're giving
a warning.
Yeah.
Warning. Okay.
609.
We're right behind we're on board with that car right now. Oh, look at that juke to the left. 702. Boy, this should not have three cars through it.
Oh, was that that sounded like something.
No, I think that's just out in the clag. That didn't sound like contact to me.
Did you see he took the opportunity to drive that right side tires through the wet puddles there? Did you see that?
That was that was some dicey stuff.
Is that to try to clean him?
No, to try to cool him, I'm certain.
So the 77 just came back out.
Since he was already out there, I don't think he deliberately would drive out there, but because he was already offline passing a car, he took the opportunity to drive the right sides.
Yeah,
he aimed that car right at the right sides through the puddles.
Yes, seeing how those small ledges really make a difference. If you can cool, especially the left side tires on this track, earlier on, saw a lot of cars running up against the pit wall because there's still some puddles there. But yeah, if you can find any of that standing water, it's really, really helpful to just cool the tires down and keep them in that nice golden operating range.
Let's see, so this is the 2 making their pit stop as well, so we're about to be all even on pit stops here.
Screaming Goats here has made a pretty good recovery back to P6 after taking their penalty. But this...
It's a good call. I didn't realize that had been finalized. Yeah, so they were given that one lap.
Yeah, they sure were.
And they're a minute 35 off of first place, so they're at the tail end of the lead lap, so they really got to hustle to make sure they're getting closer towards the front. I'm sure they are already trying to hustle, but you don't really want to go a lap down.
We're not quite at a point where if I was on our pit box, I would call this a 6-car race, but it's starting to shape up that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
So just the 172 TLM, they are currently leading. The 99 just came back out of the pits as well. But the 172 TLM USA still owes us a stop. The 404 has gone back through on the 696. The gap there is only at 1.7 seconds. So they were able to, the 696, like I was saying earlier, a 30-second advantage more or less in the pit stop, and the 404 has managed to chase that down and make the pass. Trying to pick them up on the track here.
You know, the other thing too, are there any pending penalties? So the 609 still has a pending penalty for contact.
77's got one. They hit it out of 10th in class, it looks like.
And that's with the 14, which is a horseman car. So that could be disastrous for the horseman car. What's the 77 car? I don't recognize that number off the top of my head.
That's the
TLM.
That's
TLM.
Other one.
That's the monoflow one
other
partnered with TLM.
Okay, so one of these two cars. What has happened to horsemen here? They're not even. What happened? They dropped.
Yeah, Horseman just took a one. Well, I shouldn't say just. They took a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow early in the race.
So we're about to get a new gap on the 404 to the 696, and I think it's going to be substantial here. So the 404 just goes through, and the
Nice
696
job on the 99
not
getting
quite
out of
that
the way
bad. 3 seconds now, so it's gone from 1.7 to 3.8. So.
But when you look at the lap times between the 404 and the 696, 404 is just consistently running 2 seconds a lap faster.
Yep.
Fastest laps aside, it's just really consistent. Their drivers seem to be hitting their marks, even from up in the booth. You can see them really consistent in a couple spots, turn 13 and turn 1.
And it seemed like, what was it, an hour and a half ago or so, that everybody was in the 154s. And so we're starting to see a little bit more variation in the time now. If you just look down the chart, 153 here, 157 there. So we were getting pretty consistent times out of everybody. Again, about an hour and a half ago. Is that, you think, the tires starting to warm up? Is that new drivers going in the car after pit stops? What do you think?
This is driver changes for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very clear. If you look at Hitman, I mean, they've only been out 3 laps, but a 204, 159, and 157, I don't think this car's going to all of a sudden drop into the 53s like the previous driver was running.
And this is about the right time to do that, right, Tim?
Yeah.
If you've got a 3 or 4 car or driver lineup.
Yeah, it all depends on how the teams approach the drivers too. I think there's wild swings here, different methods. Some teams put their fastest driver in to start the race. Some drivers then, some teams then follow it with their second fastest drivers. Some teams don't do that. They put maybe their slowest driver to start the race, or their slowest driver after their fastest guy that starts the race. I made that comment about TLM earlier that David Tawadi always starts, which is a bit strange to me. It's a little unusual that a team owner drives first. Again, it's just different methods. I'm not being critical of that, but
you think it's a lot of neuroticism? Like if something's gonna happen in the car in the first lap, where all the cars are kind of bunched up together, I'd rather it be me rather than somebody else. You think it's any of that?
But don't believe it's that. With the multiple choice answers, I would list that as maybe the least popular answer. But there is a train of thought. Like just for my team in particular, if I'm driving, I drive last because I make sure that all the people that are renting seats get their time in the car. Right. TLM just doesn't do that. They front load the owner of the car, which at every race, which is always kind of odd to me. But David's a very skilled driver. He's a very fast driver. Probably most of the time he's the fastest driver. So that kind of goes back to that train of thought that most of these teams want either their faster driver or somebody that has a lot of experience in multi-class racing, crowded racetrack to start the race. Things are pretty hairy at the start of the race. And handling, today's a great example, 39-degree temperatures. You have to pick wisely, right? Everybody's going to start on really cold tires here with a wet track early in the race. Probably some teams made some different choices when they woke up this morning and looked out the window, I suspect, on who was going to start the race. But it is a little bit strange that the owner of the team who runs a rental program typically starts the race, in my opinion. That's a little bit odd. But
speaking of that entry, they've just come into the pits. I have that listed as unexpected, but I think that's fine. Yeah, that's about on schedule. So that's fine. Second pit stop for the 172, which drops them out of the lead overall and in GTO, which re-elevates the 404 for chill-out systems. Back to the point.
Daniel just got a text that they're going to do a driver change down at Big Mission, so he jumped out. Tim, I presume you have Ron Hugate's phone number. Shoot him a text real quick and see what this discussion is he's having with race control right now. Because I understand, did he just get out of the car Would it have been him getting out of the 609 and now he's appealing a penalty of some kind? I don't really know.
Yeah, the 609 has
A pending penalty.
a pending penalty with contact with the 27. I expect that's what he's probably arguing his case there.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha.
Delivering video, maybe. Yeah, all sorts of things.
Yeah, looking at the time here, their in-car may have been offline at 9:54. That's about the time, Joseph, you noted that it had gone offline. So he may be trying to argue a point here with no video on his side.
I think they plugged it back in at their pit stop, so we do have them back now, but there's nothing. You can't go through the YouTube feed to figure out what happened.
Right. So I suspect he lost it there at some point. So he may be trying to make his case without video, which is going to be a really uphill, a big uphill battle here. But
right, because
they're looking at kind of down there, so maybe they have somebody else's video, and he's trying to make his argument based on that, which again does not seem like a winning proposition to me. But
and the thing that's important to note here is that they go off without refuting video evidence, without video evidence that will refute the call that the marshal made. They're going off of the marshal's call. It's basically guilty until proven innocent is the procedure. So if they don't have anything to demonstrate, no, we never made contact, or no, that it was the fault of the other car and not me, well, then you're going to take the lap penalty because that's what the marshal saw.
Right. Just to circle back too on that conversation I was having about who starts the race, where their owner starts. There's a lot of different angles, right? I got a text from another team owner that said he particularly starts one of their multi cars. He typically starts because he wants to protect the car early in the race. He gets his driving out of the way early and hands it off to his renters, and so he's kind of taking some burden of risk there for the team to start the race when it's 39 degrees outside and so many cars.
Right. Okay.
And so that makes some sense to me. And then that same team owner said to me that the person that usually starts their other cars is the person who turned the fastest lap in Friday qualifying. Now this is just a theoretical difference I have with this train of thought, but at least it sounds good in concept. So the idea there is whoever was turning the fastest laps in Friday qualifying is perhaps the best person to start the race, who's likely to run that same kind of pace at the same point in the field, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
And so the thought
Especially
being there,
not everybody else is putting their qualifying driver in, then he should be well clear of whoever's ahead of him.
Right. So there might be some cars around him that he's well clear, but if he's a fourth place qualifying car as an example, then he should be capable of running fourth at the start of the race, at least in theory.
Right.
Fourth or better, depending on what the other teams have done with we don't do that on my team, but so it makes some logical sense, certainly, but it just again gives you kind of an idea of what some of the different angles are. But that team in particular that I was talking about with TLM, I just always find it. I find it particularly odd that owner starts every race. The real danger there, and maybe this goes. I guess maybe I should point this out. The real danger is, if the owner of that team hits something early in that race, what happens to the people that have rented the seats?
Right, customers that were supposed to take it over for hours 2 through 8.
And there's varying driver agreements and I'll steer clear of that. But one option on driver agreements is that if the car gets damaged, there's no refund or anything like that. And so I don't know what kind of quagmire that could cost, but that is the reason why I'm always surprised that with that particular team that the owner almost opens hearts, because the other, and he's a very accomplished racer, don't get me wrong.
Right. It's not a high risk thing. It's just a thing.
It's just a thing though that I'm just always surprised. I just happen to, regardless if I'm the fastest guy or not, I just happen to. If I'm driving, I always short my own driving to make sure that people that have paid for seats get their drive time. And
I do want to just point something out real quick, Tim. I'm sorry. The 404 Chill Out Systems car has gone missing.
Still has the 197.
So they were not due for a pit stop. I saw the 404 coming through the S's, and it looked like they were being very, very friendly to a Boxer to a Cayman that was going through, a GT4. I thought, okay, they're just letting the lapped car by. It's no big deal. But now they're not appearing on timing, and I didn't see if they pitted or not. I would imagine they did.
Look under your nose. I think they might be coming into the box. I know you're at the wrong end of the pit lane, but
Right. Okay, they just that thing. But they just pitted 8 laps ago or so, so they're not due for a stop at all. And that
race control log shows a 4 off at turn 1 for them. So that just suggests to me that they had a technical issue early in the lap. So it's not a spin. They mark those differently in race control. It's not a spin and continue. It's a 4 off, drivers left, and continue.
Keep in mind that 4 off was 30 minutes ago.
No. It was at. Oh, you're right. Wow.
Yes.
I can't believe that we've had so few incidents that's 5 that's 5 entries ago, and I was like, oh, that must be recent. It's not. You're right.
No, it's not. But yeah, at the same time that happened, it looks like 197 came in for pit, which seems quite early. Their first stint, they didn't pit until lap 46, and then they come in on lap 73 now. That gives NRG the lead in GP3 for now.
Anyway, just to follow on with this 404 thing, that kind of hands lead of the race over to the 696, at least for now. As long as the 696 can run consistent, I think they're a full lap ahead of the 34. We'll wait for the timing to update here. 34 just comes through. 29 seconds is what it says. So they're 30 seconds up, so they're not out of the woods yet. Moorhead Speedworks, with that issue for the 404, is now back on the podium overall. And they are 56 seconds ahead of the number 421 Thunder Bunny Racing car. So, trouble for the 404 Systems car. Chill Out Systems car, my apologies.
Yeah, it's still going down the order here.
Yeah, absolutely. They've now dropped below PC Racing and GP1. They're getting to the point now where I think they're just going to be out of contention, period, no matter what pace they can run.
And you saw them on pit lane for sure?
No, I saw them going slowly through the S's. I haven't seen them in pit lane at all. If they were in pit lane, I'd imagine
find out what's going on with them.
They'd have tripped the timing already. I bet they're in the paddock.
Just one last point about the thing I was talking about, driver owners driving too. This is another answer on the multiple choice test question. There are plenty of drivers, myself included, who have to pay to drive our own cars in terms of trying to run our program at a break even or better than break even. And so that also, by the way, and so there are plenty of cases where the owner of the team is paying the same amount into their program as the other drivers, and so that's also a good possibility.
Well, I'll add
the Chill Out car is retired, by the way. I just got a text. It's completely retired.
Just straight away.
Wow, retired from the lead.
Trying to find out.
They had just got there. So through the pit cycle, they had lost 30 seconds in the pits to the 696, had come back and got back into the lead, and now the car is retired. That's heartbreaking. Unfortunately, it looks like the number 147 just took a pit stop. They were due, it looks like, so that's going to move them back further down the overall running order, but they're still well clear in GP1, it looks like.
Quite a different story on the Stratus car today, by the way. The Stratus is in 16th overall. They might be on pit lane also. And Moorhead Speedworks was just in 4th or 5th overall there and has fallen to 6th overall. And the 609.
Moorhead's in the pits. They were just running third. That's completely expected. I think they're going to come out of the pits quite close to PC Racing, actually, Ryan. Those two cars have been very close. It's just PC Racing's been pitting slightly earlier. Moorhead's on their way out of the pits now.
Shout out to that Thunder Bunny car in P3 too, Mark Smith and Matt Kehoe. Yesterday was their first time in that car.
Wow, yesterday, so they didn't even do the Friday practice then.
Oh, they did do the Friday practice, yeah, sorry. But
okay. Race was on a hook.
Yeah, race condition.
Coming through, so the 404 was being towed and are now being pulled into the paddock. So that would explain the retirement. To know that the car is retired before it's even made its way to the paddock, I'd say something catastrophic has happened.
Yeah, maybe they lost gears, something like that. Something mechanically obvious.
Right.
That wouldn't be just something. Oh, it's not going. I don't know, because you could always say, well, maybe it's electrical.
I guess a differential here. They've got that the HGT sequential shifting transmission. I'd be quite surprised if that thing failed, but.
And I would also be surprised if it was an engine failure as well, given that they're probably way under stressing that LS3 to run it in this trim.
They had a hub problem, so I just got a response.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty mechanically obvious.
Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, hub problem, and they said that the message I got here said the hubs that they had hoped to be able to run for this weekend's race, they couldn't get a hold of in time.
Okay.
So
they knew they were kind of risking it for the biscuit just a little bit.
Okay.
It's the second day in a row that car's shown a lot of pace, so it's got to be a bummer, but at least it's encouraging for the rest of the year.
Hopefully Charles Klein got his seat time in today then. Otherwise that'd be unfortunate to cart the car all the way out here and then not get to drive it at all.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I think you'll see him hammered by lunchtime here.
So we've still got, what's the gap now from Hitman to the 696? Is it about a lap, we think?
Hitman to the 696.
No, it's
35
seconds.
Okay.
Round 3 racing, running some really fast times right now, 52.2. And Stratus, no sooner did I talk about them falling down the order than they're back to P6 here.
Well, yeah, that's just pit stop. They just overtook Screaming Goat Racing on the last lap. Or 2 laps ago, I think it was. There's actually 4 cars running very close there. Stratus, Screaming Goat, TLM USA, and TLM Monoflow are all within about 10 seconds of each other.
I'm gonna wait for timing to update, but I think the 147. I really want to wait to see if it updates. Because right now it looks like they're a lap ahead, which well, it's weird though because it says
it's the timing. We have to wait for the 44 to cross the line again, and then it will give us the actual relative.
The ticker that's going through should give you a better, because I also put out the time. I don't just give you a lap delta. So
okay.
There you go.
Perfect.
There's a loose bumper on the 195 car.
Minute 6.
Put in there.
Yeah, no action needed, but so they haven't meatballed them yet.
Speeding lane violation warning for the 609.
Fueling infraction for the 58. So they GTU.
Yeah, I really feel like the 609 is likely to be on the worst of the two ends there on that contact that happened with the 27 earlier. But we'll see what happens.
I feel like historically it's never fault of the slower car. It tends to be the GTO that is at least doled the penalty to.
Yeah, and
GP1.
I don't always agree with that,
battle.
by the way that happens a lot. But
sorry, just to put a sort of more context into that GP1 battle. PC Racing's last pit stop was very slow by their standards, and 15 seconds slower than Moorhead's stop. And Moorhead are usually slower than them, so that's why that gap has started expanding a little bit.
Okay.
That's a great catch.
Well, that is going to put, let's see, I think Big Mission's a full lap down, yeah, because they just came through. So if Big Mission can get by the number 147, because they are right there, they're on track probably only 15 or 20 seconds behind. If Big Mission can get through, I think they can get back to the lead lap, and their times support being able to do that. 157, 2 minutes.
I'd say,
unless they have a driver change, I don't think they're going to be able to hunt them down.
Well, PC Racing, I think their pit stop was longer because there was a driver change in there, and since then the car has been a fair bit slower than it was before their last pit stop.
Right.
So we could see that gap really start to expand, especially as Moorhead has now stretched out something like 4 or 5 laps. They are pitting 4 or 5 laps later than PC Racing is at this point, so it's really moving in the direction of them. Obviously a long way to go, but right now they've got the upper hand for sure.
Tim, what's your sense in the paddock of teams that will only run a certain driver, renter or regular, either on the Saturday or the Sunday, or do you tend to run the same lineup both days?
We run the same lineup, but we do change the driver order from day to day.
Okay.
And what's the advantage with that?
Well, I wonder if any of you guys would get this right. One of the things that we take a lot into consideration is on Friday we figure out what is the best order of drivers to follow drivers based on the amount of changes we have to make in the car to change those drivers.
Oh, in terms of inserts and things like that.
Inserts, seat belts.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now we're going to have more options available to us because the pedal box moves in the M4 GT4. So that makes things a lot easier. But in the Audi in particular, it made no sense to have a 5'7" driver follow a 6'6" driver, or vice versa. And that puts you on the right dominoes for that to continue. So shortest guy to the tallest guy to the next tallest guy type thing. But
right.
We used to have to juggle that in the British University Karting Championship when we had 1 hour endurance races. We'd pair our drivers up based, like we'd like to pair them up based on putting the best two drivers together to get the best result from one car. But if those two drivers were 8 inches apart in height, then that wasn't necessarily an option because you'd lose 5 seconds in the pit stop changing the driver ergonomics around. So that was always an interesting optimization problem with that series as well. So it's funny that we kind of go through the same experience.
Yeah, another thing you might not take into consideration, obviously rain would change that a lot too, but another thing you might not take into consideration, I for one appreciate when WRL runs 9+7 instead of 8+8. It's really difficult for people to get flights out on Sunday.
Ooh, the 46 is self-immolating on the straight here. See if you can jump to that camera, Joseph. They're looking down into turn 1. It looks like the traditional E46 I missed a gear problem.
Oh, the money shift.
The money shift, yeah.
Oh boy.
That car running in
Fourth.
Yeah, just ahead of its stablemate. Yeah, and is that oil down that streak?
There's a car off there at the end of the front straight.
No, but that is the 46.
That's what that's what Ryan's talking about.
But I'm
there's
saying,
a ton of smoke coming out of it.
did it
That
leave?
does look like oil.
Yeah, that is oil for sure. Let's see whether some car. This might be just offline enough that this doesn't become problematic. Watching these cars come through there, probably the corners are doing corner workers probably doing a good job too here, but
if there's oil drivers left there, that's the racing line for braking for turn 1.
It looks like people are steering clear of the streak at least, but that makes me anxious.
He got off right at the corner of the grass. It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he pulled off before the braking zone, but whether you get oil on your tyres and then hit the brakes and find you've got grip.
He is between the 2 and the 3 board going into turn 1.
Yeah, probably these teams. This is again where it's really smart that WRL requires teams to listen to race control. I suspect they said, their normal call here is driver off cars left, just past the exit of pit lane. Drivers should stay right, oil down on the racetrack. They do a really good job. And this has gotten, I give them an A+ for this. And 2 years ago, I would give them a C+ maybe. This is something they've gotten particularly good at. Their communication to team is spot on.
This is going to be dicey here because this is going to turn into a yellow flag zone right here at start finish.
Yep.
Everyone's mostly aware. 34 is way up.
Under yellow then. The hitman just passed under yellow then.
But is it green before the line?
Yeah, you have to look.
I also want to know how they're going to count the blend line, because if that is the case, then another pass under yellow was just made.
Yeah, he's talking on the radio. Did you hear him say that? Something about the yellow. He might be telling the team there's no yellow flag until start finish, which looked like that was the case. It was hard for us to catch the yellow, whether there was yellow on.
There shouldn't be a yellow flag before start finish.
It was a standing yellow, so there shouldn't have been one before then. I wouldn't have thought.
There should not have been. Yeah.
And we're positive it's the
green. Oh, go ahead.
The 46, right?
That's what the race control log says.
Yep.
Okay, because 134 went salmon.
134 would do a stop.
Okay, they pitted. Yeah. Gotcha.
I did happen to see them on one of our onboards. That's by pure luck, basically.
And I just saw the 47 go through, so it's definitely the 46.
This car just drove way off the racetrack for some reason.
We're on board with the 134. You see they're deploying a flatbed. That is...
Yeah.
Ryan, can you tell me what's the flag that's being held up there alongside the
Yes,
waving
they're
yellow?
holding the emergency vehicle flag and a waving yellow.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Just to check my buffer here, is the live view here from Big Mission on pit lane?
I
Yes.
just about
Okay.
2 seconds ago switched it to the 609.
Okay,
Live-ish. So go ahead and
Yeah,
hit
there we
go and refresh that. 134 just left the lane.
Is there a green flag here on the right? There is. So
Yep.
it's clear that that's the end of the incident.
Yeah, let me try to find.
Oh, in the green flag because it's right before the incident.
The only other flag post on the straight is down at turn 16. And on the flagger system, it looks like the only yellow flag being displayed is the one at start-finish.
Okay, then Hitman's probably okay for that pass that they made.
I think so too. That has turned into a waving yellow at start finish, so I wonder if they've moved it back a station. Just to try to get people in line before the front straight.
So, here, I'm going to want... Well, there's not like a gaggle coming right now. There is no other yellow flags being waved. Again, that 16 station is really far away.
This actually kind of accidentally segues into a point that Tim made offline, which is a lot of these, start of the year, a lot of the flaggers, etc., might be a little green, so you might see a waving yellow where you'd expect to see a standing yellow.
609 trying really... Oh, okay, they bailed out. So the 982 went for a pass on the 2, made it. The 609 also stuck their nose down and thought about it and then bailed out at the right point. So people are passing on the straight and being relatively logical about trying to get it done before the flag stand.
Another point we should pay attention to during this period is that there's a massive variety in lap times again when we've got intervention vehicles out there, anywhere between 154 to 202, presumably depending on which cars you get stuck behind through that long yellow flag zone.
Yeah.
So there are some cars like Round 3 Racing 609 are making 10 seconds a lap, presumably just because they're on a better part of the track than Hitman, who are doing 203s.
Yeah, I want to be a little bit critical about this too, because this is part of the yellow flag rule in WRL. You have got to be single file when you pass perpendicular to the yellow flag. And the reason I want to be critical about that is there's always really crafty stuff going on with
trying to get like overlap and
and there's been some stuff posted on social media before with some things that happened where the front car pulled way offline and then the next car didn't follow him and then he got passed by somebody and then was upset. And that rule, that's an all-encompassing rule that team owners should talk to their drivers about more often, to read the entire rules to them. So you've got to be single file when you pass perpendicular to the yellow flag, and that's all cars are supposed to be in line, not just some, and not just the ones that are fast, and not just the ones that are slow.
Playing a little bit of devil's advocate there, how do you have the lowest visibility possible? You sit right behind the car in front. So
so to make sure that I'm talking about a car against the wall and another car not against the wall, as an example, quite a bit offline. We tell our drivers under caution, we say pull the left nose of the car on the TCRs, pull the left nose slightly out because then you'll get some cooling. So I don't mean relatively in line, but I mean wildly not in line.
Okay. I'm kind of okay with drivers pulling out a little bit just so they can see. That's
right,
kind of.
I agree with that.
See,
like right here, like right here, these cars are not in line, but they're not at the yellow flag yet, right?
Yeah.
So by the time they get to the yellow flag station here, they're supposed to be directly in line with each other. And so right now, that ACP car he's doing it right. He's falling in line, and the 609's falling in line behind him. But the reason I'm just bringing that up is this causes a lot of confusion. If you're the 609 car, they did this right this lap. But if they're the 609 car, which car should you follow here? The 2 car or the other car in terms of being in a straight line? And the answer is the 2 car. You're supposed to be directly behind the car in front of you.
Behind the car in front. I didn't.
Right.
I mean, I think that was a good example of the yellow flag is so far back from the issue that we had no visibility of the safety vehicles until we were right on top of them because we had to stay in line. So
exactly. Yeah. So they're doing this right, but I'm just making the point that this often is not done right.
And it's these yellow flag zones because we're usually not manning every station, right? You could have a long run from the flag station to the incident, or you could be right on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, when I speak to my drivers, and I go over this every single race, I put 2 cell phones on the ground and I show them this is where you have to be, and I tell them, guys, the one thing that the corner station can call here that they can see plain as day is whether you are directly in line with the car in front of you. So do not play around with that. Do not screw with that. It's very easy for the corner worker to say those 2 cars are not in line. And so
yeah, so here just now, I'm sorry, Tim, it really puts a finer point on this. The 98, which is a slower Miata, was actually more towards the middle of the track, and then there was a GT4 came in behind it that you want to be on driver's right of the track to be away, and I could see the uncomfortableness about, like, I don't want to be on that side of the track. Like, that's where the emergency vehicles are. There's an emergency vehicle flag out. And so he started to drift right, and the 98 waited a lot longer to come over the right-hand side of the track. And so, like, I would say that the Porsche was making a safer decision there, given that they're trying to get all the way to the right-hand side.
Safer decision, but not per the
rules. Right. And I'm guessing that will not get called, is my assumption.
Right.
Which I think it's not a well-worded rule. There's that much ambiguity. But I think we've made our points on this. At this point, based on what I was talking about before with massive disparities in pace, Screaming Goat has managed to close up something like a 6-second gap to Choice Racing, so they're now right behind them of 5th place. In fact, they've just made the pass as they come on this previous lap. Screaming Goat's moved up to 5th, Choice Racing back down to 6th. But that was a much bigger gap a few laps ago. And they managed to put 8 seconds on Stratus as well, which is a car that they just overtook about 3 or 4 laps ago.
Yeah, this is going to help the NPO1s, because this is where they make all their passes and a lot of their time up is here into turn 1.
This is not a pass for position that we're watching here, but this is a really good battle between 3 identical same M4 GT4 cars. So this is kind of fascinating to keep an eye on here.
Any of these cars on the same line?
Very well matched here. And JTR, which is a lead car here, that's your overall leader.
Right, yeah, so the 609's a full lap off the lead then. And then the number 2 car is another lap off the 609.
Yeah, so this is the 609 trying to get back on the lead lap here, but he's got a exact same car between him and the leader here, which is...
All right, so they've hooked up the car, and turn 1 is now clear.
Yeah, they are still... I'm really curious to see if anybody uses that left-hand side of the road for the rest of the race, honestly, if they don't put oil dry down or something, because we definitely did see a streak
on part of that streak goes to, like, sitting here being able to see it. Mm-hmm. The main streak that I think you can see on the camera is the wet part of the track that has always been there, because that's about the trajectory people take to get down into turn 1 anyway. Nobody's really crossing over the blend line right there, because the blend line, if you pull up that camera again, you're not really supposed to cross that, so they start at the blend line and then work their way over, and that's what that super dark line is. There's a little spot where I can see what's probably oil, but it's not that big.
Looks like these guys drove through it too, by the way.
Okay. I think they're a bit to the inside. I think that streak is way off to the left, like Ryan was saying. It's not really a part of the track you would naturally use.
These guys have to be single file again because they're going past the recovery vehicles.
Yep.
Wow. I do think this JTR car looks quite significantly slower than these other 2 BMWs, considering that it's the leader. You see the 2 car just absolutely blew past them there.
Yeah, took it 3 wide into. Oh, this is gonna be tight. Don't hit.
Yeah. Oof. This is a good run. But the 609, good run here on the 609 too.
Yep, stay in this camera.
Well, I just think,
stay on this camera.
I think the 696 is really just not that well up to speed at them, which it's going to close the lead gap.
Ooh, it's coming.
What's the gap, out of curiosity, between the 609 and the 29? Because we do have that on board too, but they look like they're in different parts of the track.
53 seconds.
Okay, so they are.
Watch here.
This is crucial.
They also...
Wow.
Yep, there it is. Oh, nope. Not quite.
They're still side by side.
Oh, this is dicey. Dicier than it needs to be by a ways. Well...
Yeah, it's a slow part of the track. Well...
It's left in the race. This is pretty good.
It's almost like it's a tactical game, like they know, like JTR knows the 609 has enough pace.
Anyone else see that?
I saw it in real time. Yeah.
It
doesn't get any better either. Keep watching.
The sign language was fantastic.
Yeah, the 696 here is pinching this guy.
Yeah.
It's
pretty bad.
interesting. Yeah, he's not. He's being now. To be clear, he's entitled to that. He's a lead car.
He is,
He can
but it
choose his
still
lane.
makes you that kind of driver.
It does, and boy, these are the things that drivers don't forget.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
he
You're
gonna
not
try
making friends.
crosses up. He doesn't have the
There
grip.
will be a race. See, even right here, that 696 is overslowing because he knows the 609 can do nothing on the right here.
What is this
And
doing
so
to their
they-
lap times? Oh, there he's got him. He's got him.
He's got
gonna
the
hack
pick.
it at him.
He's got the pick. Nice.
Yeah, see, there you go. The Miata drifted out there. And watch, we're going to probably see him wave at this guy again now that he's in the front, I suspect.
But look at how far ahead the other BMW got in all that as well. So there was a lot of time lost there.
He's likely to say you're number one here any moment.
By the way, Hitman Racing with a 206 that last lap. I don't know what caused that slower lap time, but that's extremely slow. They haven't been below 2 minutes for a while, although a lot of that's been under the yellow flag.
There was a gaggle that caught the emergency vehicles through the S's, and everybody had to check up, and it
that
looked
may
like
have
it was
been
really
it.
inconvenient.
By the way, not implying that when I say the drivers will remember this, that they're going to like wreck somebody or something, but there'll be a race later in the year where the 696 is trying to get back on its lead lap, and this same driver will probably say, really, let's race like it's the last 10 minutes of the race.
Yeah, or purposely let by the guy that's chasing you.
Right, exactly right. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say, people remember these things.
We do the same thing in sim racing.
Yeah, I actually went to a team last year at Road Atlanta and said, you guys are holding us up clearly. Can you not just let us go? You're 9 laps down. And they told me pound sand. Well, they said that particular driver is a, quote, pro driver. He's not letting anybody go by. And then, I don't know, 4 or 5 laps later, somebody from that team walked over my way and said, hey, we reconsider, we're going to let you guys go. And then oddly enough, on Sunday, they moseyed back down to our box and said, can you let us get one of our laps back? And we let them go.
After 4 or 5 laps of holding you up, of course.
I was going to say, we'll let you go in for 4 or 5 laps, if you don't mind.
So they rethought about that, and then on Sunday they came and asked us to do the same. Hey, can you let us get one of our laps back here while we were leaving the race? And so we let them go, which we would have never done if they wouldn't have reconciled that on Saturday.
Yeah.
I would have gone out of my way to tell the driver, do not let that car go by.
Yeah, I mean, at least they had even if there was a delay, at least they had the nerve to walk up in person and be like, okay, that was we were dumb.
Yeah, there's plenty of deal cutting going on here, and there should be. I mean, a lot of these teams know each other. They race all year with each other, but common sense should prevail here. There's 5 hours left in the race. You shouldn't be racing each other. It's the last lap, but.
Yeah,
it's funny. Coming from sim racing, we do the same thing, but it never requires asking. It's always kind of obvious if you should or shouldn't be holding a certain car up.
That doesn't mean people don't they don't go out of line with that kind of thing, though. It does happen. Maybe not at your level, but it certainly used to.
I think it's rare. I mean, there was an example of it in the Bathurst 12 Hours on iRacing yesterday, but that was something a little bit.
Is it like team games?
I think one of the red line cars was getting in the way of the Coanda cars while being lapped. But that was
JT was trying to get something in there too on that.
I was thinking like how that car just closed the door exiting the carousel. I would not have done that with 5 hours to go.
Yeah, Ryan, you're there at the race. Can you give us an idea now of how much gap this 609 has put on that 696?
It's now closer to the 2 than it is to the 696. That's been that way for about a while.
Yeah, the other thing too, just another word to the wise, right? The 696 car, pretty gutsy to race that hard there for a couple of laps too, because this 609 could just decide to punch you. You're the overall leader of the race.
Right. And that puts and Hitman would be more than happy to see it.
Right.
I would
now that doesn't happen
wouldn't.
often. It doesn't happen often, to be very fair.
No, that's on the margins of
voluntarily,
possibilities.
Right.
You're voluntarily giving yourself a 1 lap penalty. Or a 2 lap
but
penalty.
we saw this real time, right? The 609 was taking chances that he otherwise did not need to be taking because the 609 was the 696 was racing him so hard, and so that leaves more margin for error to happen there too. So
I just kind of did a head count on that, and it's 10 seconds or so, the gap between the 696 and the 609 now. It's pretty comprehensively checked out.
What is this green car? I meant to ask earlier. What is this green car here? This is a good-looking car too, in front of the 609.
Boxster.
Is that the 197?
No, the 197 is a red car.
The 196 maybe?
Or the 195? Is it one of the 9,000 overnight motorsports cars?
It's one of the half the field of Porsche Boxsters.
Yeah, I don't think it's an overnight car. I don't think. Could be wrong.
So speaking of overnight, I want to crowbar this in, if possible. The 197 is currently experiencing mechanical issues and down on power. They said they think it's a misfire, but that car is still in second place in class, holding off the 9.4 Lexus.
Yeah, I'm going to predict the 609 is going to be a player here before the end, by the way. It's not a huge prediction to make, but they certainly were good yesterday. They seem like they're back on their game again today. Impressed by that 421 Thunder Bunny car, too.
Which has just come in the pits, I think.
Oh, by the way, we should be explicit about this. If you've got a piece of information that you just want to give us on background without putting it on air, do tell us, because I was on the fence about that particular message. I wasn't sure if they wanted that public or not. But that's always something that's nice to know.
Fair enough, yeah.
I do think the vast majority of teams, though, are not listening to the broadcast real time. Some do, but they certainly have friends that text them, too, to say, hey, they just said.
Yeah, right.
But a lot of teams don't have the audio.
They just said something that was completely inaccurate. By the way, I want to come back to a piece of information. I think we already covered it, but 982 has a new driver in it. It's Mike Bond now taking over from John Crosby, and they're putting in some pretty fast laps in that 982 now, dipping into the 153s for the first time.
By the way, my comment about the 609 could get back in the race here and be a factor before it's over. Their contact with the 27, still no decision has been made on that, and that's more than an hour old. So that could really hurt them here if that doesn't go their way. Which, to your point, most often the faster class car gets to be the guilty party.
Right. Who are we waiting for that's unaccounted for? The 84 for 9 for Motorsports, that'll be third in GTU. I think is in for a regular pit stop. They were just overtaken by the 58. So the 9-4 is actually, I get the feeling they've picked up a decent amount of pace since yesterday. I could be wrong about that. But another one of those teams that is relatively fresh to the NPO1. So, working out teething problems, learning how to set that car up.
Fastest GTO car on the track by miles right now is Screaming Goat Racing in 5th. They're 3 seconds faster than the leaders, 6 seconds faster than Hitman in 2nd.
I am really curious to see.
That car's pretty good.
Yeah, I want to show that the outside exists for a little bit though.
PC Racing quite a bit faster than Moorhead at the moment too for the last few laps. Minute and 11 back. They're carving into that here.
The new driver is getting comfortable.
Yeah, I called that PC Racing's new driver seemed to be getting up to speed pretty slowly, but they appear to have completed that process.
Yeah, definitely total win. Northloop too. They did have a 2-lap lead here over Craftsman, which looks like it's nearly 2 laps, but at least at the moment it's shown as a 1-lap lead. Probably still closer to 2.
Hitman, on the other hand, whichever driver has taken over that car is nowhere near the pace of the previous driver.
No.
So that car they had a nice lead over that sort of middle to back of the top 10 pack, but I think that's eroding pretty quickly, and they may start.
Same with JTR. Same with JTR. They're the overall leader. That driver doesn't have the same pace as the one he replaced either.
Yeah, well, we were seeing that from the onboards we were watching as that car was getting engulfed by cars a lap behind it.
Yeah, I'm looking back like a dozen laps. He's about 2 seconds off the pace of the driver he replaced.
It's nice how thoughtful WRL teams are with making sure that as soon as the race starts spreading out, we put in the correct drivers to bring it all back together again.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to tell the overnight number 200 team to borrow fuel jugs from somebody else because they just got docked on another lap for them.
Boy, jeez.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Are they going to change those jugs?
How do they have a 4-car team and only this car has been penalized? Now it's possible they have a dry brake on the other 3 cars and not a dry brake on this car, or vice versa.
The number 200 is their only GTO car.
Okay, then it's probably a dry brake car, which might explain why they're different. Wow, that's pretty shocking. You'd get penalized a lap for that. Did they issue a warning on that first? I can't remember. They did?
Did they?
They issued a warning.
I think they went straight to a penalty. No, that's straight to a penalty, Ryan, for both of those.
Are you sure?
That's what it says.
Yeah, I think this is. I think this is one of those things. This is one of those things that just goes straight to a penalty. It's not the same. Visor not being up is a safety issue. Your fuel jug's not compliant is a you can fuel too fast problem. You're influencing the outcome of the race.
Gotcha.
Very, very slow lap from the 34 that time, which means that they're probably going to lose the place on this lap to the 421 Thunder Bunny car.
The black and green sharp Boxster there that I was asking about is the NFC 123 car. Somebody posted on YouTube there.
Yeah, they're
good looking car.
Yeah, they're in the back of the runners in GP1, but it's a newish name to me anyway. So I'm sure working through their own tuning issues and all sorts of things.
That same person on YouTube, if you're listening, give us a little update here on that car. New team. I don't think we've seen that car before. But
there was the pass, Scott. It's the 421 went right underneath the 34 for Hitman after Hitman ran a little bit wide in the 567 complex.
Oh, okay, you're a little way ahead of me.
The tables have turned.
Well, no, the onboard I have, the direct onboard I have is way ahead of you, but then I'm watching our caster feed, which somehow is 5 or 6 seconds behind you. It's very confusing.
That feed you can refresh.
I do constantly, and it doesn't help.
Oh, okay.
This car, Hitman, is going to lose another place to Round 3 Racing pretty soon. By the way, JTR Motorsports Engineering were definitely listening to Tim because they immediately threw in a 154, which is basically up to pace.
Well, good, Peter. Get your guys on the whip, Peter.
Yeah, 2.8 seconds between Hitman and Round 3 Racing at the end of this lap.
The 609 is probably going to get to the 34 this lap as well. So if you want to go on board that.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, you already mentioned this, but just to highlight again, Screaming Goat here is really on the whip here. They're slightly off of these other cars in terms of where they are on the order here. Recovering from a 1-lap penalty, but
right.
Mike Bond is the driver of the 982 W2W car, and he too is throwing down some pretty fast laps here, P14. And they're on Hankook RS4s today. So anybody who thinks the Hankook RS4s are not a fast tire, I talked about this yesterday. They're not the fastest tire in terms of lap time, but look at this, really stiff line they have on laps here, really tight run laps here in groups, which is what the RS4 is pretty famous for. So they can run a good, consistent time, not slightly, not a qualifying time, but they're notorious for giving you hours and hours of really consistent, 155s or whatever time you're running, which tends to make a difference over a lot of hours, particularly across drivers too. That RS4 is a really forgiving tire across multiple drivers.
All right, we're about to get that pass on the 34 here. This car is struggling. When they made a driver change, it's definitely a change in pace as well. 609's pretty hesitant to make that move.
Oh, it's done, and they're gone.
Yeah. The 34's doing a good job of giving him racing room there. I like that.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that tends to be 2 driver coaches and the coachees in that car. So I'm going to go on a limb and say that's probably someone who's getting some coaching this weekend. In the 34.
The gap is big. You might say.
Look at that. Yeah, look at that. 6.5 seconds at the line. So not only did he get around him here, he stretched him in a hurry.
Yeah, the Hitman car got stuck behind a Mazda through a lot of the S's, which and wasn't willing to go around the outside.
Screaming Goat 51.9. 51.9 for the Goats here, so that's only 0.4 off the fastest lap of the race. So they are them and Stratus, grouped right there together, P5, P6.
Yeah, they got quite a long way
fast laps.
Quite a long way to go to catch the second and third place battle, but if we check back in 20 or 30 laps, all things being equal, that should have closed up quite a lot.
Yeah, I think we'll see Stratus back near the top here too before this is over. They had one driver there slightly off the pace, but they're going to be able to run really long. It's to do more fueling, but they're going to run really long stretches of really fast laps here for probably the next 2 to 3 hours, would be my guess.
Yeah, they are due in the pits next, I think, of this group of cars. Not by much, but obviously they're running shorter, having a smaller fuel tank. But yeah, considering that they've come from a lap back, they are actually still a lap back on the leader.
Yeah, what is the, I don't know if this is what you guys are talking about, or what's the delta between the 29 and the 34 at this point? Do we have that?
Yeah, it's 39 seconds.
Okay, and what's the sort of lap time difference?
6-7 seconds.
Okay,
Yeah, short order here.
Yeah, I'm actually not even looking at that because the Hitman car is submarining so quickly. I'm looking more at whether Screaming Goat can catch Thunder Bunny and Round 3 Racing, which they have been 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster, maybe more like 1 to 2 seconds on average, faster than both of those cars, but there's a good 45-50 seconds, so that's why it's kind of where I was getting that 25-30 lap. We need to sort of look forward to that amount of time, so that's about an hour from now if things stay the same, which they don't tend to in WRL, so...
No, if the track conditions don't change, the cars tend to.
It was pretty critical on Horseman's pit stops yesterday, and looks like they might have been out drinking late again or something. There's 5 minute, 15-second pit stop last time. Not a lot of overnight improvement there. They did have a 4 minute stop, 4:05 on their first one, but that still is considerably off of what we see these other teams cranking out.
Yeah, definitely feels a little more casual.
Yeah, and it might be. It could be, right? It very well.
Interesting that car hasn't troubled the top half of the top 10 today, whereas yesterday, obviously, it was just because of the way attrition worked. Yeah, it was third, fourth, fifth most of the day.
So yeah, the Goats took another 7.5 seconds out, so they're going to be around Hitman here in just a couple of laps, a few laps. The 609, just to keep this on the radar, still no decision rendered on the penalty between the 609 and 27 contact.
Right.
So we may see the 609 drop here if that doesn't go their way. Really impressed by this Thunder Bunny car too. Not quite the same type of pace than a lot of these other cars, but steady Eddie here, running laps. It was very indicative of what those drivers did when they raced with us at COTA. They did a terrific job with us.
Yeah, this that 34 is on the struggle bus for sure. That's the 696 has just gone around it to put it a lap down on the back part of the circuit. So, and like I said, I'm sure it's kind of two very different driver paces, I guess. That's one of those cars we look at their lap time distribution, and it's pretty bimodal. There's two pretty distinct peaks most of the time. So I think it's just kind of a game where you hope that you don't lose too much time when you've got your B lineup in, basically. Come back in and see how much you can bring back.
We're on board with the Screaming Goat car right now. We're probably going to see Stratus, despite how fast this car's going, we're probably going to see Stratus overtake them in a second. It's obviously the GTU leader, moving into the top 5 overall. Doesn't obviously necessarily matter for Screaming Goat, but that is an overall position change. Looking a little bit further down to the GP1 battle, we had identified that there was that gap between Moorhead and PC Racing that established itself, but that on this stint it seemed like PC Racing had the faster driver in the car. That's continued. They're running sort of 55s and 56s, while Moorhead are running consistent 57s. In fact, that last lap was a 59. So that gap is closing, but there's a minute and 3 seconds there at the moment. Worth tracking, but yeah, that's going to take a little while to develop as Big Mission explores the outer limits of the track through the last couple of corners.
Yeah, I promise that wasn't on purpose. I switched over to them because they were the only GP1 camera that we had, and they
well, we had Moorhead.
Oh, that's true. All right, disregard. There was one that we hadn't looked at in a while.
I suspect nice adjustments out of NRG there in GP3 too to be leading here. And yesterday they weren't near as competitive, so probably made some overnight adjustments on that car too.
Yeah, I've always been kind of surprised. We've seen a few of them over the years, but I'm surprised that platform never really took off in GP3.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. That car's difficult. The modifications on that car are difficult.
Okay.
The bolt-ons don't yield much in terms of power, and the engines are wound so tight you can't really do a lot of engine work. Now GP3, that's not maybe as necessary, but
they talk about even for track days, those need a lot of work with getting an oil cooler and a diff cooler, and out of the box, they're not as good of a track car as they would seem. Especially if you're running in kind of conditions like this where you're going to have the car on for 8 hours. So you need to put a bunch of work into them. Then, yeah, like Tim's saying, those are not engines that can be messed with. I am interested to see if the new one, which has a little bit bigger motor, I think might be a better solution, but it'll be some time before those get to be cheap enough to where people are comfortable cacking them up, I reckon. They're still pretty new. They just came out the last few months or so.
Expecting the leader in GP3 to be coming in relatively soon. It's the 66 NRG Scion FRS. Looks like they're currently 45 laps in on their stint right now.
Tim, had you looked into one of those, or do you just know the team, or
looked into them for CCA to run in the T4 class? The cars have a ton of success in the T4 and the TCA.
Okay.
It's a great car for that class.
Do they run the supercharger in TT4 or no?
It also got, when I was on the SCCA Club Racing Board, I was in charge of BOP for the touring class.
Uh-oh, Tim cut out there.
Tim's gone.
Yeah,
We just lost Tim there.
He'll be back in a moment, guys.
Yeah, I switched back over to the 609 because they have not really given up the fight with the 421, and I want to keep an eye on that for a second. That gap is actually drawn back in. And this is a battle for obviously a GTO podium spot.
Quite a recovery by the goats here for getting a penalty early in the race too.
Yeah. And that's already been decided, as we've established. This car that we're on board with has a penalty that's pending that we're expecting to have come in on their next pit stop.
I just got a independent report too that there's a car struggling to get around that overall leader again, who's racing them awful hard to get up one of their laps back.
Oh, did we see that the 99 GTR and the 77 TLM cars both got assessed penalties?
I did not see that, but I have not seen the 99 circulating recently.
Did the 99 ever receive a penalty for the contact on the 407?
Yeah, that looks like it was ruled recently as avoidable contact, so it got a 2-lap penalty, as did the 77 for the contact with the 14.
So that's a big hit on the 99 was kind of already out of it, but the 77, that's a pretty big hit. The car not long ago was circulating near the top.
Yeah.
I wonder if that hurt the Horseman car a bit, and it's maybe that's a little explanation for their pit stop being more than a minute slower than they had been running, that they had to take a look at that car.
This is Screaming Goat has finally caught up to the 34. So that's going to be, should be a swiftest change. 34 is actually going to come in. So even swifter than we thought. That's a good question.
Early for the 34? It seems early.
It is early. It's early by about 7 laps. So maybe they've got maybe it's a mechanical issue and not a driver issue.
It could be. They could be cutting the driver slightly short too, which sometimes happens with the driver or the team. Sometimes the drivers just say, "Hey, I'm just not up to good enough pace here. I'm ready to get out." But
yeah.
This is worth noting too, since you're on the Screaming Goat live stream here, their in-car stream here. The oil temp down here and water temp and all that, that's a new feature of the Sentinel camera system. They have AIM integration, which is something that I worked with James on as well. So you can take basically AIM output and plug it straight into your Sentinel camera system, and then you can choose which values you'd like to see displayed. So it's a good way to keep, if you're in your pit box, to keep a good eye without having telemetry, be able to keep a good eye on some of these fields that you care about on your car. So kind of back to what we were talking about before, if this car had gone off in the grass here, the team could see real time that these oil temps and water temps were starting to climb. They could call the car to pit lane. So it's another little helpful piece of integration that James did on the Sentinel system.
I'm not looking at a driver swap on the 34.
Interesting.
So I mean, they might still be double stinting, but cutting those double stints short. That's a possibility, I guess. I'm seeing. I'll just switch over to it. Seeing one tire been brought around to the right front. You can hear the air wrenches going. Remember, 5 tires over the wall at one time.
So look at this, changing a tire 3.5 hours into the race, right front.
Yeah, a right side tire too. You wouldn't expect a.
Now we can't see whether they're changing both right sides, right? But you can only change one tire at a time. So if they're changing this one, and boy, this tire changer's having trouble getting this tire off. This is gonna be a really long stop.
I almost wonder if
long.
I almost wonder if they knocked something's out of alignment.
He just picked. Did he pick that tire up from the right front that he took to the wall?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Yeah, it looked like it. So let's see if this guy with the helmet.
Was that Stratus pulling going down the pit lane next to them?
It was.
Boy, he might be changing this left front too. Let's see here. Doesn't seem like he's torquing wheels. Seems like he's changing the tire. Yeah, he is. So both front tires on the 34 here. Wow, that's interesting. 3.5 hours into the race.
And then do you just do rears on the next pit stop?
Yeah.
Like, is that a strategy?
Likely. Yeah, likely they'll do rears on the next stop. But it's really interesting. The fronts, 3.5 hours in.
Pit
So
lane.
I drove down the inside of the 2 into the braking zone in turn 1.
I don't see this car going down off of air jacks. So this may be a 4-tire change we're seeing here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, 3.5 hours, considering their next pit stop would be in about an hour, 3.5 hours is essentially halfway. So that kind of makes sense.
The 34 Hitman car just goes off.
Once.
Yeah, it's rolling after changing those. We think 2 tires.
Yeah, so maybe that explains their fall. We'll have to watch their pace here, right? This may explain their fall off on pace.
It's true.
That we saw here at the tail end of that, which may hurt them at the end of the race if they do a single tire change here.
Seems pretty extreme.
He's got side by side through turn 1 here. It's really tight in there. Gives him racing room, which I can appreciate from Cole there. Still giving him room. He's checking his gear a lot. It's good driving here by Cole Oscar. Still side by side. Look at this. Ooh. Still gave him racing room there. It's a hard race in here. This is the 2 car that's a couple laps down, isn't it?
I think it's only the 1.
It's 5th place.
And
5th place. Okay.
and this may be for position if the 609 is docked a lap. Remember that.
That's a great point. Yeah, terrific point actually. By the way,
the 2 is a lap ahead of the 609.
Yeah, the 609 has been docked a lap just now.
Yeah, so that's what that is.
They've been dropped to a P11 there. And that has been issued. That's actually a 2-lap penalty on car 609.
Oh, interesting.
It's a big hit on 609.
That's where the confusion there came from. They would have been a lap ahead of this car on real time, but they've been given the 2-lap penalty, so they're a lap behind.
Right. So disregard that. That wonderful point is no longer valid. But
he's going to try him again into 1.
Yeah, so it's a really good point. This is important for him to not
421,
necessarily
I
get
think, is off, but
to really get back here.
See, if you can't get it done on the inside of one, then you're on the outside for the next 2 turns.
very different strategies there in using that runoff. You see 609 was actively avoiding it. The number 2 was perfectly fine using it. Pulls up in the slipstream, is going to try to outbrake him again into turn 1. It's going to be close.
You should have him here, but again, exact same cars, right? So the only difference between these cars would be slight horsepower differences, slight weight differences, depending on which tune they decided to run. Still gives them room there. This is pretty hairy racing right here.
Yeah, you can see, remember to look up in the top right there. You see that insight. You can see where the number 2 is.
See, it's weird to me. It's like a unique situation where this turn 1 move, if you can't get it done, you're hosed.
You're hosed.
And you have to wait all the way until turn 5 to try again.
Yeah, this 2 car passed him back at the exact same place, or pulled clear of him in the exact same place he did the lap before.
Big mission slow. Back part of the circuit.
This is a shot in the rear on the 609 here on the 2-lap penalty. It's going to basically take them out of the race, I think. Actually, I'm sure.
421 in the pits.
So the big mission car did look like it was sliding around a bit earlier. When we briefly jumped on board their camera, we saw them.
I think it's worse than that. I think it's worse than that, JT.
Oh.
Okay, so that'll be a yellow flag. 609 into the pits.
They're yellow turn 6 and turn 8.
Oh wow, so 609 lost 2 laps and they're now going to have to pit, so this is going to drop them well outside the top 10.
Yeah, this took them out of it, basically. So what could have been here for the second voyage on that car?
And it's going again. The 134 is backfired, so I don't know what happened with that.
Geez, our overhaul leader just ran a 2-minute lap, so maybe he got caught up in this flag situation here.
Right.
And Goat's 52.5. So this is only a 26-second gap now. This Goat's car is going straight to the front here.
And the 134 is not pitting. They're going to stay out.
Wait, what was that, Ryan?
The 134 did not pit. They got going again, and then they blew right past the pit lane.
I got my wires crossed mentally. I thought you were talking about the 609. I was like, wait, the 609 just passed through? Okay.
See, this in car here. This is where it gets a little hairy with the Stratus on the racetrack. They can pass you anywhere on the racetrack.
Right.
You know how light the way that they're really light. And,
anywhere that's not a straight line.
Yeah, and it's kind of tough. I mentioned that they made passes on the outside of turn 1 at Mid-Ohio. I had a driver who'd been racing there for 25 years and said, I've never even checked my right side mirror at the exit of turn 1.
No, go back.
Wait for it.
Oh, okay, you can see it. Okay, got it. Yeah, that NPO1 checks way up, and when I saw it live, I thought the 134 was going to hit him in the back.
Big mission waves him through.
That's one of the Stratus cars.
It's the 58.
It's the 58. Okay. Well, that's a very conservative driver, or a car that's got a problem.
The 58's been off and on the pace. It seems to be. It's almost like there's a limp mode on these cars that they kind of fall back to, because we've seen that with the 59s. Like at VIR, it was the same kind of deal where it just was randomly 10% off the pace.
Yeah, look how point and shoot this car
came out of the pits.
Yeah, well, that'll do.
This is really funny though. You see how point and shoot this Stratus car is? Well, maybe he's getting up to speed now, but it's almost like he goes and falls into slow motion mid-corner there, and then boom, he takes off. It's kind of strange there for a second.
Do you mean the Stratus car, or are you talking about the white car?
The white car here in front.
That's 9.4 Motorsports.
No.
No, that one's no.
That's factor
9.4 is the. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That's what I meant. Sorry. Just not Stratus.
I'm sorry. I'm using the term Stratus to mean a car, not a team.
An MPO. Yeah, an MPO one.
Yeah, it's a Becco, whatever you call it.
Right, it's not on a lawn anymore. It's
The Chateau Sebeco, as it were.
yeah, the 134 seems right back up to pace. I'm not sure what the issue was, but it seems to have been fixed by a reset. 609 coming out of the pits.
Yeah, the 134 sounded fine when he took off again. He revved it pretty high and didn't look like he had an issue.
So the number 2 is right behind Thunder Bunny now, after Thunder Bunny's made their pit stop. Or at least they were on the previous lap. I'm waiting for timing to update now. Maybe number 2's pulled in the pits?
Looks like it.
Yeah, they were literally 1/10 of a second behind on the previous lap.
And
So
yeah, and you see them pulling
now,
in.
yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Choices in the pit lane too from P5, by the way. They've had a good solid day here. Good pit stop there too, 339 on Choice Racing.
Choice have actually just left the pits.
Yeah, that's a solid opening weekend for them with a brand new car too, I would say.
Yeah, it
PT
seemed
Racing.
consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of these teams will tell you the first weekend out. Oh, sorry about that. I stepped all over you there.
That's alright. PC Racing's pitted from second to GP1 as well as updating on.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, some of these teams with a brand new car will tell you the first race out is more like a test date. That's how we treated Coda slightly.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, and same with the WCW, they're treating, you know, these are brand new cars for them. You know, I think they're trying some things too. So, a pretty good weekend for Choice, you know, given it's their first weekend out. They'd probably be the first ones to tell you they didn't think they could win this weekend, I would guess. But they probably would say that they've been running a really solid weekend thus far, no problems, and kept the cars clean, and probably going to be pretty happy with their weekend here, I would guess.
Who's going to come out just ahead of the Choice Racing car?
Horseman and TLM just went, Monoflow just went. Sam and Horseman just cleared, but so they were in the pits. So maybe that 777 car may have been in the pits also.
Relevant here is going to be a warning to the 44 crew for a visor up during fueling. So you get one strike at those, and on the second one it will be a lap penalty. So we'll have to be careful about that for the second half of the race.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, because we learned this the hard way too, one time. The visor up penalty, the warning for that's the penalty is actually visor up, not crew visor up versus driver visor up.
Yep.
And so your driver could, you have to remind your team owners, you have to remind your drivers that you've already received a visor up warning also, not just your crew. So I did this one time where I got my crew in a circle and said, all right, we received a warning for visor up. That can't happen again during this race. And then I mentioned to you guys, our driver in the car, when he came to the pit box, lifted his visor to scratch his cheek and very swiftly closed it, and boom, 1 lap penalty. So team owners, make sure you warn your drivers that you've already used your free pass on go there too, not just your crew.
It's the 8th warning today related to visor up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a common one.
Joseph, just to expand on this point too, Joseph, you made earlier, beginning of the season, so there's probably some new workers even on the racetrack, and then WRL probably has some new personnel also. I'd imagine this has been quite a weekend for RJ on a lot of fronts.
Right.
That included. He's probably doing a lot of coaching with new people and new places, and they probably have moved some people around too. So somebody that maybe worked pit lane last year might be in race control this year, as an example. And so he's probably had his hands full this weekend too, I believe. Again, beginning of the season.
And you're back to 5 classes. You've got to pay attention to the regs on.
Yeah. And you want to have a good event here, right, to start the season. You want to have a good event, and which, again, has been caution-free now through 1.5 days of racing, which is terrific.
I thought for sure we were going to have one with the engine let go in turn 1, but
I did too.
I mean, that's the fastest part of the track, and now kudos to whoever was in the 46 for taking it off to a relatively safe location, but
Yeah, quick recognition ain't a problem going on there. And even, one of you guys touched on this earlier too, the fact that we had rain, all this grass, if you get in this stuff, is going to cause a stuck car or a spin car or a car into a wall. And so even again, today, really clean racing across the board.
Race control
Yeah, I
log.
do want
Yeah, we're going to make the same point, Scott.
No, Race Hero is showing 609 in the pits again 2 laps later. I don't know if that's a glitch or if they actually are back in the pits.
That's a fast lap time if it is a pit stop. I think that maybe be that. Maybe B. That might be the that pit loop being overgained.
Yeah, they're on board.
Yeah, their onboard is showing them working lap 110, so I think that was just a glitch that we saw.
Right.
Good. I mean, it's a good looking out because now I have to change that in my timing.
I do want to say real quick while you're doing that, and before we get to the log, that spot where the Hitman racing car went off, like right in front of our camera yesterday, there is a huge tire mark from when he did that the car had probably sunk down 3 or 4 inches, and somehow he kept it going. If he had done that today, he would not have been as lucky. I was lucky to escape with both of my shoes on this morning in that part of the track.
Wow.
So you really, really can't be doing that, especially in that part of the track today.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of, if we're not in a marsh, we're right on one, so.
Yeah, our overall lead here is down to about a 6-lap margin if they keep picking up 3 to 4 seconds a lap here. So 19 seconds on the last lap. Waiting for them to cross the spec.
And we've got a relevant note in race control. They are watching the 696 JTR Motorsports. They're watching them for blocking. They've gotten enough reports of that at this point that they're basically on notice for that. Yeah.
Yeah, good for them.
I love that will be the race leader blocking cars unlapping themselves.
Right. Yeah, it's a wild situation, but it's
very
accurate.
Strange. Yeah.
By the way, again, for people watching the race, that call could be called in by the corners, but also can be self-reported by teams. So if you find yourself on the racetrack, getting held up a lot by these cars, WRL will let you report that, show them some video.
The other things, based on what we've seen from onboard cameras, I'm not very happy with that call because I think that car was just running the racing line. I didn't see them move across on the straights to block. If you're running the racing line, I don't call that blocking. It's on the car making the overtake to make it cleanly. But unless there's something more egregious going on, I'm hoping that they won't get any kind of sanction for that.
Well, the only reason I might disagree with you is 2 things. One, we had another team report that they were being held up by that 696. It reported to me. And 2, when we were watching that in-car video, I think we would probably agree that there was, for WRL being a no-contact series, that, someone was dangling the wrist stick there. That could have easily caused contact.
Yeah,
I think it's on the overtaking car to make it clean.
Yeah, I agree. Well, that's not exactly right. The WRL rule does not read anything about overtaking car.
Yeah, this isn't quite like IMSA rules where it's, it's you have to kind of leave, every time you have to leave a little more space.
The car we were on board with never had more than a 5% overlap. I don't see that as... I don't know. Yeah, I know that I'm sure that's not the WRL written rule, but generally that's racing driver code, is it not?
Yeah, but these aren't all racing drivers. They're drivers that are racing, but they're not racing drivers all the time.
Scott, I should have you come to the tower with me when I've tried to make that argument before about overtaking car and overlap and so forth. It is a different type of rule. Not one I love, by the way.
Okay.
But they are very consistent about it. Incredibly consistent about it.
he says with sadness in his voice.
I guess I should watch my tone there. I mean that in a good way, though. I mean, I argued that point on a particular incident, in February and argued that point again in August, and I got basically the same response. And so it's actually much to their credit that they look at it the same way every time. But I don't love that. I don't love that rule the way that it is. But I do give them credit for that's the rule, and that's the rule. I mean,
no, and to be clear, I don't think they've even been warned for it. It's just in the log that someone's called it in. So I let's not jump to any sort of real
To
conclusion.
back to the live racing, that car, sort of segueing to the live racing, that car is still going low enough that Screaming Goat have completely shrunk, almost completely shrunk, that 45-odd second lead they had. It's now 9.8 seconds, so we're going to see that position change in the next 3 laps or so, based on current
We should be able to pick them up pretty soon here on their in-car. If the 29 in-car is still up, we might be able to pick that up fairly soon here. 1 or 2 laps.
Yeah, it is still up.
Be interesting to see how hard the fight is here by the 696, given they've been given that warning.
Sorry, guys. The 59 is about to unlap itself. They're about to go by the 696. That'll happen this lap.
Yep, because they are 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker, just as Screaming Goat are.
Yep.
Did we see a driver change on the Hitman Racing tire stop?
No.
I didn't notice one.
That's interesting, because that car is now roughly 4 seconds faster than it was before the pit stop.
Maybe they just destroyed the fronts. Maybe that's all that it was.
Could well be.
Because was that one of the cars that did switch tire compounds?
Which
or
car?
manufacturers? The Hitman 34.
Hitman. Yeah, they're on Falcons today. They were on
Okay.
Yokohama's yesterday.
Yeah, so I wonder if that's an experiment that hasn't really worked out for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Falcon is supposed to be just slightly more durable than that Yokohama, and I think that probably was not a good experiment. Although, we don't know why they did it, right? Maybe that was the plan. Maybe that was the plan to figure out what tires they want to run the rest of the season. Maybe that was the plan because this racetrack is notoriously hard on tires that would help them make a decision for the rest of the season. Mm-hmm. Or maybe they ran out of Yokohamas yesterday and had Falcons on the trailer.
Right, yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
That reminds me of Flying Lizard, famously. It's been long enough now that I don't feel bad talking about this publicly. They used to run their 997 GT2 car, would be GTE now, and they would do their installation laps on the Thursday and Friday on a set of Michelins, and then the car is wrapped in a Toyo wrap, and then would switch to Toyos on for qualifying and then for Saturday and Sunday's race, obviously. Just the idea of changing tires mid-weekend, I think, is always funny. Fortunately, I don't think Thunder Bunny has a wrap that specifies which tire they use, but I always thought that the idea of getting a baseline on one set of tires and then trying to figure out the difference between the two and what changes you might have to make between the two, I always thought that was an interesting thing to do on one weekend.
Yeah, I mean...
Gap for the lead is down to 3 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say, we should probably pick up that 29 in-car. By the way, Hammer Motorsports, we have been known to scrub tires in on Friday at the very end of the day to start the race with on Saturday. Like literally 3 laps and park it. And change the tires and 3 laps and park it again.
Presumably that improves longevity of the tire?
Yeah, and it knocks the mold off for the start of the race, particularly if it's cold outside. Those Hankook RS4s that we ran last year, which we will not be on this year, I don't think. Really heavy mold on those tires, so it was good to knock it off. It was particularly when it's going to be cold. The Hankooks don't respond well to cold weather starts here.
The Screaming Goat car is now about 5 car lengths behind the race leader, going through turns 5, 6, 7.
You see it.
Are we able to pick up their in-car here, Joseph?
We've got them on the external cameras, I think is what Joseph was getting at.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to do it right now. No. They're going to go into the carousel here. No pass has been made yet. I think it might, well, that car's going to have the legs, I reckon, on the straight, so...
yeah, that car's pretty good.
Real close, and there he goes, down the inside. No, can't make it stick. They're going to come back to the straight here.
Side by side, coming out of turn 16.
They are side by side up the straight. The 29 just doesn't quite have the legs. They're side by side going down into turn 1.
See if this car in the front here plays a part in what happens here.
And it does. It goes through on the brakes into turn 1. Fortunately, the car in front didn't end up being an issue. But yeah, that's the change right there. The Screaming Goat car has now gone through into the lead.
Yeah, that made a lot of sense. It looks like it feels like maybe a driver or a tire issue. Definitely it's a lateral grip issue with the 696. So I'm not surprised that the move was made in a braking zone.
We should probably note here, because, with this whirlwind of excitement, that JTR, we're working lap 119. JTR last pitted on lap 108, and Screamin' Goats last pitted on lap 80. And so Screamin' Goat is 38 laps in on their stint here.
So they're due a stop. That's a good call.
When are they due a stop? How long have they been running?
2 more laps.
Go. I'm just kidding.
All right. So they may get 1 lap in the lead then.
Yeah. So we'll see this change hands again, but clearly they're emerging as the horse here.
It's going to depend on driver rotation, I think. That JTR car has been running much quicker. It was running much quicker yesterday, and it was running much quicker earlier today.
Yeah, but
so I'm sure that'll swing the other way later.
Really good pace out of the ACP2 car too, by the way.
To that point, Scott, 696 just stopped about 10 laps ago, so the driver that's in there is going to be in there for at least 26 laps.
Sure. We've got 4 hours to go, though.
Yeah.
So the other thing I want to point out is the 59 a couple laps ago, it seemed like it was breathing right down the 696's neck. They were only probably less than 10 seconds away from being able to get their lap back, and they've now dropped back substantially. I'm just going to count here real quick.
Are you sure? I thought I just saw them come across the line.
They ran a 52.8.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the 58. My apologies. I'm thinking of the wrong car. Them having 2 cars is no good.
Yeah, they and the Goats are the 2 fastest cars on the track right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I still think we're going to see Stratus at the top here before this race is over.
Well, they're catching Thunder Bunny number 41. That would be for 3rd overall. I think Stratus have pitted fairly recently, as have Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, I can't say enough. I'm so impressed by this 421 Thunder Bunny car. That's a sister car. That's 2 drivers only. It's 2 rental drivers. Not driven that car until this weekend. Only one of them had driven with this team before, and arguably the other car out of that stable, the 111, which has fallen all the way to 40th place. It's had some kind of problem. The 111 is more of a threat, so to speak. I think, an inbound threat than the sister 421 that we see here in P3 overall.
Well, one real positive about having a 2-driver lineup when you get to Sunday afternoon is that those guys have had plenty of track time, so they're definitely dialed in.
Well, and the bigger advantage here is fuel only, right? You have 2 drivers; they're not changing every hour here.
Yeah.
And so that's going to help keep their pit stops down, which is probably indicative of their stops. 336 stop, 359. So the 359 was probably a driver change. 343. So that's pretty good pit stops out of that team too. So they're able to do fuel only, which is a big advantage. Same thing in the 2 car, the ACP car, 2-driver team. Although they had problems in the 9, they may have moved drivers over to the 2. But their pit stops 328, 559 for some reason, which hurt them. They would be further up the order. 427.
Yeah, I
so they had two bad pit stops and 1 good pit stop. So.
I do kind of wonder if we were talking about the. Sorry,
pits, I think, by the way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But
What
which
did
car
you
were
say?
we talking about? Was
From-
the rental with the 2 new drivers?
421. P3 overall.
Oh yeah. So I do wonder, if that car is out of it. I wonder if they've made any sort of rearrangements with driver scheduling.
Possible. Yeah, actually, very possible. The Screamin' Goats car. So did they really just do 40 laps on fuel?
I would say Screaming Goats are known, or certainly were known last year for being the longest running car on fuel.
That's kind of why I'm pointing that out. But is this really 40 laps? If it's 40 laps, this is the most by a good bit, actually.
If it's not 40, it's definitely 39. So yeah, they're sipping.
So what's interesting about that is, I'm going to use the word interesting in quotes here, is that the pace that they're carrying, and they're running 40 laps. We saw some cars yesterday that were carrying a really fast pace that were not able to match their 35, 36, 37 laps when they were running under pace.
Yeah. No, it's efficient driving. It's really formidable for a race like this. It's maybe interesting to note that they are pitting just shy of halfway in this race. So we'll have to keep an eye on that to see if they have to short fill at some point. Maybe a
I think
splash
this
and go
is
at the
going
end.
to go. You say just shy. I think this is literally going to go over halfway while they're in the pits, right?
I don't think we're gonna end up running it like 7 hours and 58 minutes, because we didn't
Well,
take
right
the
now
grade.
we're 4:01:30 into the race, are we not?
It's a
No,
good
we're
efficient
not.
stop for them. You can tell that was a good pit stop too, by the way.
Because we started
3:41, yeah.
we started the race at like 3 minutes past the hour, and the race stops at the top of the hour.
After
you had the
3
extra-
formation laps.
Yeah, you had the extra pit speed lap there.
It's 1 o'clock Eastern right now, which makes it halfway. I know what you mean, that we started slightly late, but we also started the pace lap slightly early, so...
I'm just saying it's something to watch for. I'm not saying it's a problem.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, yeah.
Can we stay on this?
halfway.
Yeah, can we stay on this for just a minute? I'd like to see, we're talking about fuel here and the efficiency in this car. I'd like to see the RPMs in this car, what this car is revving to. Whether it's a low revving car or high revving car. So I'd say anything 7,000 and above is pretty high, pretty twisted tight. Now this is his out lap too, but 7,500. Yeah. Well, it's interesting.
That's Tim Myers of Hammer Motorsport doing his research live on DriversEye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any insight as to why this car can go longer? Presumably, it's got the same fuel tank regulations.
No, just some guesses. The car's probably running really lean. It's probably been tuned to run lean. Is probably the most likely culprit. My first guess would have been, well, they're running slightly slower pace, but that's not the case. I mean, they're running arguably the fastest pace in the race for quite some time now.
Yeah, and we just saw them make a pass on a very similar BMW.
Right.
They were lacking absolutely no straight line speed. So if they're running lean, that kind of shows how efficient that engine is.
Yeah. The thing that's is interesting about it though is there's a lot of these E46s in this series, and they don't get the same mileage. So Goats is on to something here, for sure. There's been so many of these E46s that have raced. None of them get mileage like this car gets.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well on the potentially the lean tune is that this car won Daytona, which is the most power sensitive circuit that we go to in WRL. So they've got incredible mileage out of it with no loss of power.
Well, no loss of power, except just like you said, though, we saw the side-by-side battle. They didn't seem as if they had the same power as the M4 did. So maybe this car is slightly underpowered to help their fuel.
I thought they made the pass on the straight, did they not?
They did, but yeah.
I think all the info I got from people who have run both is that the E46 is way better in the turns and in clear conditions can keep up with the M4, but that they really don't have the torque on the straights, which would make sense because they're lacking the turbos that the M4 would have, but that the cars are lighter and a little bit more nimble on their feet.
This is no mystery, by the way. A lot of the team owners talk about the mileage that we see out of this car.
Of course, yeah. Well, we noticed it all the way through last year, and if we're noticing it, everyone's noticing it.
Yeah, yeah, for certain. But anyway, this, basically 5 laps, going 5 laps longer. We've seen this happen in a few races. This is not a track either that has a lot of wide open. Maybe this is, while it looks like 5 laps, it's actually maybe more than that if you consider this track doesn't have a lot of wide open throttle. You can see its throttle application here. Long straightaways like Daytona would have, or VIR or somewhere. So that maybe even compounds this mileage is even better, I think, probably at a racetrack like this. But people are on the gas less. You can see his green meter there. It's rare that he's full wide open throttle here. So that's probably helping too, some, I would guess too.
Moorhead 147 into the pits from the lead in GP1.
By the way, just to highlight this point too, and I know this matters to a lot of people. This is, our overall leader here. Well, now it's cycled back out, but this Screaming Goats car, this is a home-built car. You got all these factory race cars in this series. This is a car that's been, garage builder, home builder, bought from somebody that was already prepared. So it just goes to show you that these cars can still be uber competitive in this series. This team is always in the hunt when they stay clear of trouble, like everybody else. But
and that's what made it so cool to see them, not to play favorites, I don't think we do, but it's what made it so cool to see them beat the automatic Aston to the win at Daytona. You know, I think it's a Michelin Pilot Challenge spec car, right? So
yeah, absolutely. Yep. And same with the team. That's a professional level team with a bunch of paid salary people. You know, real engineer, real strategist, real salary crew. That GOAT's put it on at Daytona of all racetracks to put it on too.
Right. A team that Automatic is raced at in professional competition. You know, it's not just some random track.
That's exactly right. And I was on the box for that race, and you know, hats off to GOAT's, a perfectly executed race by them at Daytona. I mean, you see this occasionally. I notice this about other teams, and I say, you know, that team just did everything right, and GOAT's did everything right that weekend at Daytona.
Still a little bit of a gap here. The 147 just came out from their pit stop. It's the Moorhead Speedworks GP1 car. And then the 44 PC Racing car, they're about 29 seconds behind. The two of them are currently on a split strategy, so PC Racing just pit 12 laps ago, and Moorhead just came out of the pit lane. Like we were saying earlier, it looks like Moorhead can go a little bit longer on between pit stops than the PC Racing car can. And it looks like
yes,
they kept their lead there.
That was a relatively fast pit stop from Moorhead, below 4 minutes. PC Racing's pit stops are always below 4 minutes. Having said that, other than when they changed tyres, which appears to be what they did two stops ago, or maybe that was changing drivers. Anyway, the point I was trying to come around to was that gap was a minute at the beginning of the last run. So we've got a full cycle, and now that gap is down to, as you say, 29 seconds or so, so it's been cut in half. I think that's largely because PC Racing have had more pace during that period.
GOAT's car, too, you know, we've been watching this in-car here for a minute. They're still turning really fast laps, even though they're dealing with traffic here, too. So 54.6 in the last lap, and clearly being held up here. You know, I'd say probably 2 seconds a lap working through this traffic. So that's still really aggressive lap time here, even working through traffic. So this car's pretty well hooked up for today, I think. Oil temp and water temp look terrific, too, by the way.
It is interesting that we've dropped 3 or 4 seconds, maybe even more, 4 or 5 seconds from the peak speed we had earlier in the day when the track was a little bit damp. I don't really have anything to expand on, but I'm finding that interesting where the pace has gone through the day. This track surface seems, we know from yesterday that it's super abrasive, but to me that seems like particularly sensitive to temperature as well.
Yeah, great job by this team. You know, good program, good car, and executing really well this weekend. They were a player yesterday until they had some issues, so. You know, and arguably, just back to the point, you can build one of these cars or buy one. You know, a lot of these cars are running NASA GTS classes. So for anybody watching who thinks you have to have a $200,000 GT4 car or something, this is clear on the other side of the rainbow, and this car's, you know, putting the sting on those cars that are really expensive.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the chill out systems MX-5. You know, it's not a one you can just go and purchase somewhere. So we see a car slow off to the left here. But it's one that, you know, a team has put a lot of effort into making it competitive, and we see that pay out.
Yeah, this racetrack is definitely advantageous for mileage here too on this car. I mean, again, you can see how little you're at full wide open throttle here. That bodes really well for this car if it's leaned out a bit to help its mileage situation. It's definitely helping it at this racetrack.
Yeah, and just watching the throttle input, the driver is taking quite a bit of care in some of the corners.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree.
It's just very heads-up driving.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. Maybe part of their strategy too, right? Very well could be.
I mean, at the risk of bringing up sim racing again, it's something that I see often in endurance racing with other teammates, drivers approaching braking points and, using throttle to the very last second, where if they just lifted a little bit early, they wouldn't even lose a tenth in the corner, but they would save a little bit of gas, and that adds up over the course of a stint, and that adds up over several stints. And
Yeah,
it's just saving here and there.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
You can bring it back to the real world too, like the way professionals talk about. Scott Dixon, renowned for that kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Hinch talking about it on the Daytona 24 broadcast, talking about how, if you've got a fuel map in a car, the good drivers don't even use the fuel map. They lift and coast because it's faster. You're already slowing down, and if you've got an obstacle in front of you, there's no reason to throw it into the corner.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, just to play devil's advocate on that, you say, you lose a tenth of the corner by lifting and coasting early. Well, if there's 10 corners on your track, that's a second a lap, and if you're doing 300 laps a race, that's 300 seconds, which is longer than a pit stop. So there's always an optimization procedure to be done before and during races to decide whether that's worth it or not.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that if you're lifting a little bit going into the corner, you might be able to have an easier time nailing that braking mark, just because you're not pitching the nose as much. You're not overloading the front tires, so maybe you're able to carry just a little bit more apex speed. So I was just using a tenth as just very basic, like, you're lifting and coasting and that sort of thing. But there's other ways to manage.
Oh yeah, no. I absolutely wasn't saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you can use, because we could change those variables and say, well, if we're at the Spa endurance pits and you're losing half a tenth a corner, then that completely changes the optimization, the point of inflection on that graph. So then it probably is worth doing so it's one of those things where it's going to be race by race, track by track, car by car, maybe even driver by driver, whether it's worth doing that. I see, going back again to sim racing, I see a lot of teams who make the assumption that saving a pit stop is a huge deal without doing the maths and working out that, well, the amount you're losing to save that pit stop is actually more than if you just made the pit stop.
There's a great example from some video game stuff that Brennan and I used to do. And we used to have this dude all the time who'd say, well, there is a boost strategy at this. Actually, it turns out there's not a boost strategy at this track. You're just bad at this. And if you just lift off the corners a little bit, you'll save all the fuel that you need. But you have to lift off, I think what you're getting at, you have to lift off the right corners. You can't, just get off the gas at every opportunity, because then that's not optimized. You haven't thought it through. You've got to be smart about how you run these races.
Yeah, I'm actually staying silent because I don't want to give any teams any ideas on how you save fuel.
Alright, so it looks like...
So can I just make one last point too? Because I just was looking through this. It was maybe an unfair comparison, right? The Screaming Goats number of laps they were doing on fuel here, because I was comparing it to the M4 GT4, which actually drinks more fuel than, say, the Cayman GT4. And so some of these Porsches have been running pretty long also. 37 laps on several of them, 38 laps. So it's not quite as much as we thought here. But anyway, that's worth noting. We did see some people stretch some stuff yesterday too. So maybe it was the other thing too, because this is very true too. I got 2 texts today from teams that said that they pitted too early on their fuel stop, meaning went to put, let's just call it 20 gallons. They went to put 20 gallons of gas in the car. They only put 19 gallons in.
Yeah.
And so 2 teams admitted to me today that they, one that was having a fuel gauge problem, but then one other team too. And so this could be a case too where they just really have this car set up well, where they're drinking every drop of gas. They know exactly how much fuel they have in their car too, which that is not an exact science, and that's one that takes a lot of work to figure out. A ton of work to figure out. Admittedly, we missed that on our own Audis for several races when we made fuel cell changes. We were having problems getting the same amount of fuel back in the car we expected to get back in it. And so it's a good combination of all those things. Your fuel cell being right, your venting being right, your gas cans being right, and then having a really good handle on exactly how much fuel you really have in your car. And I think a lot of team owners would tell you that they don't have this exactly right. But I think a ton of them would tell you.
Yeah, and if you don't, you generally want to err on the side of caution, because you don't want to run out of 100%, fuel.
100%. That's exactly right.
Yeah, so it's hard to tell.
just
So I don't know that it's
something-
unusual they ran that long. Maybe it's just unusual they ran that long in the middle of the race, more so than trying to stretch it for the win or something like that. But that may be that they have it that precise. So again,
Just to identify something we've seen on the timing screen, Team ACP Tangerine Associates were less than a second behind Choice Racing last lap, and they're now 6 seconds ahead. So they made the pass and pulled an enormous gap out on that lap. So that is for 5th place overall. 4th place in GTO, because the Stratus Racing car is in 3rd overall. I don't know what happened to Choice Racing actually on that lap. That was particularly slow. I'll check back on the number 2's.
I was going to say, are we sure it's
just
on an
in
end lap?
case there was. Well, as I said, number 2 was less than a second behind, but
Actually,
starting the lap. I'm just going to make sure it wasn't contact. It's kind of what I was getting at.
I see.
we haven't seen a green block here in a long time. And W2W, the 9th place car here in GTO, 8th place in GTO, rather 9th overall, just ran a 53.3, which is their fastest lap of the race. So.
Oh, it actually was Choice Racing running off the road on their own through the S6.
Oh, sure was.
Got it completely wrong through one of the left-handers, just massively offline, out onto the marbles. Well, obviously they got it back on the track and finished the lap. But yeah, that was a big mistake under pressure, because they actually had 2 or 3 car lengths at that point on the number 2 car. So yeah, just a big mistake under pressure from that driver.
Should mention too the top 2 overall here, the JTR 696 and the 421 Thunder Bunny. They both pitted on the same lap, 108. So these guys are on basically identical pit stops, at least on this last run. So it'll be interesting to see how that. And they're basically running the same pace, so we'll see how that kind of plays out here going to the end. They're likely to make the same number of stops to the end, perhaps. 343 left in the race.
I want to make a point about the GTU class, 58 for Stratus, and the 9-4 Motorsports number 84 have been in a little bit of a battle for second in class. The 84 was just docked a lap for having 6 people over the wall on their last pit stop. That's going to make that fight a little tougher for them unless the 58 runs into trouble.
Yeah, we saw a penalty for that yesterday too that I noticed. That's a good catch by the WRL pit people too. I need to look at that rule too. It used to be a limit of 5 people over the wall when you were fueling, and that may have changed for this year. That you can only have 5 over period. It's worth me looking at here at some point. There were times when we weren't fueling the car that we would put more than 5 people over the wall, which I always thought was kind of peculiar, but
it is
they may have changed that this year.
It is listed as a fueling infraction in race control, so I would take it at least as that.
Yeah, I would agree with you then. I was going to say if this was a rule change, this could be yesterday and today could just be people get caught up by the rule change, but I can't recall whether they changed that or not. I thought that they did, but I shouldn't say that unless I go check. But
so this 609 car we're on board with now is 2 seconds behind PC Racing, which is actually them. It's them behind the GP1 battle, which, by the way, the gap there is down to 15 seconds between Moorhead and PC Racing, so that's halved again since we last checked in. The 609 car is probably going to run through both of them. That's because 609 had a 2-lap penalty not too long ago, so they're kind of recovering from that. Another close race on track at the moment is Stratus Racing in 3rd, catching Thunder Bunny. Again, that's 2 different classes, that's GTU versus GTO. But at the start of the last lap, they were 1 second apart, and Stratus Racing was significantly quicker, so that should change pretty soon. After that, Screaming Goat is also significantly quicker than Thunder Bunny, and about 15 seconds behind. So that will be for 3rd in GTO, that would be for 3rd overall, and 2nd in GTO. So that will be interesting to watch. Thunder Bunny and Stratus are 0.6 apart now that they've crossed the line again. So Stratus is essentially. They're essentially nose to tail. That position should change relatively soon, probably on this lap. Screaming Goat, as I try to filibuster for about 10 seconds for them to come across the line. There they are. They actually had a bad lap there, so the gap's extended out to 17 seconds between Thunder Bunny and Screaming Goat Racing. But yeah, that race is probably going to happen within the next 5 or 6 laps based on the average deltas we've been seeing.
I want to make a quick point about the overall, because we do have 2 classes that are basically race spec prep. Looks like we've got a Miata off to driver's left at turn 7. I don't know if you can see that, Ryan. That's probably well beyond that at this point. But the number 59 for Stratus, our GTU leader, is starting to make inroads in the overall standings conversation. Ran projections a little bit ago, and they've got about a 1 in 10 shot of taking overall honors over the GTO class. If you're curious,
only 1 in 10.
Only 1 in 10. In terms of just the GTO field, it's we're looking at favoring JTR still, but 29 is there. They're in the conversation, so we'll have to keep an eye on how their pace progresses. Both cars, how their pace progresses over the course of the next 3.5 hours.
I was about to call out your model there because Stratus are ahead of Screaming Goat at the moment. So if Stratus only have a 1 in 10 chance of beating JTR, then Screaming Goat have even less.
They're about
obviously
level.
Screaming Goat are going way longer on fuel. So maybe that's what's causing that. There's probably 1, maybe even 2 fewer pit stops in there for Screaming Goat.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Stratus
GP1
also haven't shown the crazy pace we saw yesterday, so I'm wondering if possibly an appearance from Dakota Dickerson might be coming that might completely throw those
as the closer,
time numbers off. Yeah.
GP1 is looking to be. I know we haven't really been paying a ton of attention to it, but GP1 is shaping up to be a real ding-dong battle too. That's basically a neck and neck split between PC Racing and Moorhead. So even though Moorhead's been at the point for quite a while, don't sleep on that battle.
No, PC just did 4 seconds this lap, so now it's down to an 8-second gap.
GP3 is looking competitive, not quite neck and neck. We're basically looking at sort of GTO levels of performance comparison so far. So Overnight is in with a shout, but you would favor the 66 NRG, the Toyo Baru.
Just to hit on this point, this is a rule change for this year. So no more than 5 team members may be over the wall at any time during a pit stop. So it's not just during fueling.
Just seen the Hitman 34 car take to the grass. I think it was avoiding, I don't have a replay on this on board, but I think it was avoiding a spun car in the final complex.
That rule change is significant in that what's different from last year this year is if you were coming in to do a tire change and a driver change, you could have had more than 6 people, more than 5 people over the wall when you weren't fueling anymore. So that's different for this year. That is something we took advantage of before. When we were done with fueling, we would have more than 5 people over the wall occasionally. So that's a change for this year we have to be careful about. And you have to forget not to count the drivers. So if you're changing drivers, that's the driver coming out of the car and the driver going in if you've sent them over the wall and you're not holding the driver going in.
That seems like that would be easier for race control to manage. To be honest, there's no ambiguity about were they fueling or were they not when they had.
Yeah, I agree with it. I think it's a good rule. I always scratched my head and thought that's a little strange that you have 5 limit when you're fueling but not when you're not. It does help with brake pad changes, tire changes, those kinds of things, because it was easier to have somebody on the other side of the wall reaching over to grab tools and things. Yeah, that spin was nasty there.
That was the 84.
I wonder if that's the car that I just saw a brief flash of as the Hitman car went off the road, because that was exactly the same corner and exactly the position that car would have been. So that MPO1 might have been there a little while at this point.
What has happened to Hitman here? How come they're not a player here anymore?
The
they were
driver
just
that
very
they put
slow.
in. Well, that was okay. Wait,
They're
wait a second.
fine-ish now, but
They had a 5.5 minute pit stop.
that as well.
Yeah,
That was when they changed tires, and we were identifying at the time that they were changing tires very slowly.
so that's more than a lap and a half they lost compared to say a 4-minute lap.
That MPO1 has cleared itself from that corner now, by the way, so that probably was a separate incident from what I saw last lap.
But geez, Hitman's falling back. A couple of laps here.
Yeah, they just got blown past as well by the number 2 ACP car, so I think they're still not really up to the pace.
They're running a 2-minute lap there. I'd be really curious if they were on Falcons to start the race. Are they still on Falcons? Maybe not. would be interesting to chase down.
We identified earlier in the race that they have quite a bipolar driver lineup. So I think that is basically most of it. Although we believe they were in tyre trouble yesterday, don't we?
Screaming Goat's still consistently here the fastest car on the racetrack. Pretty consistent.
Do we know what tyres they're running out of interest?
Don't know.
Hitman trying to make a dive on a Mondrian coloured BMW from one of the general production classes. A bit late in the day for that. Got away with it. Stratus Racing, surprisingly, haven't been able to complete this pass. I think this is indicative of how difficult it is to overtake when you're driving an MPO1, which is significantly slower on the straight than GTO class cars. But yeah, they've been stuck behind Thunder Bunny for a few laps now, despite running 4 or 5 seconds off their ultimate pace.
This got pointed out to me, and this is true too. I did notice this before, and I think this was in effect at COTA, if I'm not mistaken. But there's also a new rule on fueling that the fueling, quote, fueling begins when the first jug crosses the plane of the pit wall. And so it used to read that it's when you broke the seal, of a dry brake, when you plunged it into the car, or when you removed the cap.
Sorry to interrupt him. There's another MPO1 in backwards in the last complex. I think it's the 58 car. I'm 90% sure it's the 58 car. So weird that we're seeing lots of MPO1s spin in that one corner. Strange coincidence, but hopefully they'll get back going again. It is right on the apex of the carousel, I think is what we call it, what that corner's called.
Yeah, I think we've caught it picking back up to speed. So it might be the 58. I think I see blue.
It was definitely. Yeah, it was definitely the 58.
Okay.
Caught it on the Hitman on board. And they haven't pitted. They're just carrying on, assuming that's them going onto the front straight there.
Oh boy, couple pit road infractions. The 196 overnight motorsports for visor up will be losing a lap. And the 200 for another fuel jug issue.
Which is another overnight
I guess they've just decided it's not worth replacing our jugs, we're just going to take the penalty every time. Because that's the third one for them, for the 200.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the Screaming Goat on board. Oh, I think actually that's the 58 Stratus car, isn't it? I was thinking maybe they'd caught the 59 who was stuck behind Thunder Bunny, but that wouldn't make sense because there is a 15-second gap. So yeah, that was the 58 that's getting back up to speed after its spin in the final complex. That Screaming Goat just passed. And the 59 is in the pits, which is another clue.
That I don't see anything that says that's unexpected, which tells me that was expected. Yeah, that's right on the money for them.
That's some really good process of elimination there, Joseph.
Yeah.
It's what we pay you for.
Well, you're getting your money's worth.
Yeah. Choice Racing have managed to get back up behind Team ACP. If you remember, about 10 laps ago, I detailed that ACP had made that pass and pulled 6 seconds in one lap because Choice Racing drove off the track at the S's. They've managed to catch all of that time back up, which is interesting. Number 2 does have an onboard. I don't think it's particularly reliable, but might be able to catch that. That's the race for 4th overall and 4th in GTO, because now Stratus have dropped away with their pit stop. But they were 1/10 of a second apart across the line last time.
Yeah, I'm gonna expect that to be changed next time. I wonder if we could pick that up.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. I think ACP, I'm trying to load their onboard, I think it may have died recently. I thought ACP caught Choice and then Choice made the mistake. Maybe, oh no, it is back. They're on board.
No, that's right. Yeah, so how did it swap back around?
But Choice has obviously driven off the track and then decided, alright, well now it's time to drive faster. They're stuck behind Hitman actually right now, both of those cars.
Alright, I can work with that.
I've got them going towards the final complex, but I don't know how much of a delay. I think the number 2 is relatively up to speed, as in the onboard lack of latency.
I'll try to pull it back in.
Let's see if... Well, they should both be coming past Hitman relatively soon. Yeah, the number 2's onboard seems to be dropping in and out quite badly now.
I think it... yeah, I think it might just be cooked for now. Hopefully we'll come back during a pit stop.
Sort of like Choice Racing, the last... looking at their last 5 or 6 laps, they've been in the 54s, 55s, 56s, whereas ACP... about the same, but they did a couple of 58. They did a 58 and a 59 a few laps ago, so that's probably where they lost most of the time. I think these are actually 2 very evenly matched cars. Across the line that time they were in the same order, 0.2 seconds apart, both queued up behind Hitman Racing, I think. Hitman Racing presumably are 1 lap further back. Try to find them. Oh, they're actually the next position. So this is these are the 4th, 5th, and 6th running cars, but they're in order 6, 4, 5 on the track.
The 34 is about to lose a lap to both of these cars.
Exactly, yeah.
Not that that's really, if we never get a yellow flag, that's not really of consequence.
Well, it's not anyway when you're talking about the 4th place car being the front running.
I suppose that's true. Yeah, because we don't do wave rounds. If people pit, then you're just there.
Yeah, it would only matter if they got the leaders in between them, which is highly unlikely.
At this point,
it does matter that Horseman Racing is only 7.6 seconds behind and about 2 seconds a lap. I think, 2 seconds a lap quicker than Hitman. So Horseman's going to end up coming up behind these 3 cars before too long, which could be interesting. Especially as we're a full lap further on, and Hitman is still out ahead of the number 2 and the number 5.
I wasn't going to make that point, but it is the correct one, I think.
And we unfortunately we don't have any kind of way of seeing backwards from this camera.
No, it's the one that we don't have an inset for.
Yeah, they've come across the line now, and the gap is 0.1 seconds between Team ACP and Choice Racing, so they are definitely queued up behind this car.
Oh, I got one for you.
0.1, I like that.
Although, the pace wasn't so bad that lap. Actually, I'm very confused. I don't see how Hitman's doing 158s and they're doing 155s. There's something weird there.
Well, they're not behind the Hitman. I can reveal to you.
Oh, are they not? Okay. I must have identified that car.
No, I think we've... Oh, you know what? It might have been the 21. It might have been the North... Because I think from our beautiful trackside cameras, I think the 21 and the 34 have similar-ish looking paint schemes.
Well, the number 2 car has frozen. Its onboard is frozen. And I swear I can read 34 on the back of that car. The second number is definitely 4.
Huh. Yeah, I see that.
That must just not be their car number? Is there a 24?
Not in this race.
No 24.
You can see that, right? Just where there's a number on the bumper, and it looks very much like the Hitman Racing number 34 number. And I'm pretty sure this is quite a recent freeze, so I'm very confused.
No, it's not that recent because you can actually see the timestamp on it. It's a few minutes old.
Okay.
I think it's just been it was so choppy as it was kind of losing juice or losing connection that it was probably coming back in fits and starts and just felt more recent.
Yeah.
All right, mystery solved.
In which case we need to find them with the external cameras, I suppose, or because we've lost the number 2's on board.
Yeah, I'm hunting while I auto rotate. Don't worry.
They've come across the line again, and they're 0.2 seconds apart now. Also, Hitman Racing, speaking of them, we might as well go back on board with them, because they're only 0.2 ahead of Horseman in the battle for 6th.
Alright,
Horseman are pretty quick right now. They're more or less the fastest car on the track. Oh, Horsemen have now made that pass into turn 1. If
There
we
it
can
is.
get onto... Yeah, we're about to see it, I think. Horsemen are probably the second fastest car on the track at the moment, with the 609 in the 53s.
Strong move by Horseman there into 1. Jeez.
Yeah, Hitman's not fast at the moment.
Yeah, look how fast that Horseman car got away from him.
Yeah, they're about 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker than Hitman, so that's not a huge surprise.
Yeah, I'd like a little
should clarify that's the second fastest GTO car on the track, because Stratus Racing are in the 51s.
Well, round 3 racing, that 609 is running 53s and 52s lately too.
Which is why I said Horsemen are the second fastest GTO car on the track,
okay.
because the 609 is the fastest.
That was my attempt to keep you honest. That failed. Moorhead has fallen out of the top 10 too. They've been in the top 10 here all day long, basically. They're just outside the top 10 and 12th.
And they've lost the lead in GP1. So we've been... In fact, that must have happened quite recently on track. We've been following...
3.6 second delta here.
I think over the last 2.5 hours, that gap's gone from a minute in the favour of Moorhead. It's now 3.6 seconds in the favour of PC Racing. So that's been a really great... a great run for over the last 2.5 hours, I guess, from PC Racing to swap that around.
Yeah, TLM also all the way down to 13th there. A couple of really slow pit stops. Their last 2 stops, more than 5 minutes. They were kind of an early contender here too in GTO that have fallen lately here.
Voice Racing have made that pass, and they've pulled 1.8 seconds on Team ACP, and just demonstrating how much they were being held up, that lap was a 53.4, which is as quick as any other GTO car on the track right now, so they are really on it. It's, I guess, a bit of a shame it took them so long to get past ACP, but they've pulled it off now and will be... they will be chasing down Screaming Goat, because that's about as fast as Screaming Goat is capable of going, so that's going to be a good chase, but I don't know what the gap is like at the moment. We need to wait.
Lots of 54s that Horseman is running here, if you look at this latest stretch. A few 56, 55s, but lots of 54s here, pretty strong.
Yeah, right now Thunder Bunny and Screaming Goat are up ahead of them, are also in the 54s, and then Choice is in the 53s, so other than catching the number 2 car, they're not going to make a huge amount of headway at that pace.
Yeah, Choice starting to get pretty light on fuel here too.
Yeah,
last stop on 109. So they're on the same stretch as the leader too.
Yeah, sorry, slowest car in the top 6 is actually that leader, the JTR car, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that JTR car, because I've got them coming into stop in about 4 laps, and I'm just let's watch them for a little bit of A/B testing on pace here. See if that car gets any faster when they stop. It could be any combination of driver or tire, either of which could change here.
Yeah, I think they're due for a driver change if I've been charting them right, but.
Choice Racing has a 1 minute and 23 second gap to Screaming Goat to close up, so that's not likely to happen on pure pace.
Our leader here too has been doing 3.5 minute pit stops, so to your point about maybe tires here and a driver change, let's see whether this stop still is at 3.5 minutes or slightly elongated.
The gap from JTR in the lead to Thunder Bunny in second is 1 minute 15, so that will change with a pit stop.
We've just had the 55.
Everybody should be doing about the same time. Do you have that charted, Joseph? They both pitted on lap 108.
No, I don't track that stuff. I only track pit stops.
No, I'm saying they both pitted on lap 108. So they both do about... Yeah, JTR doing 4 laps. Does that mean Thunder Bunny's doing 4 laps also?
No, Thunder Bunny had the wrong one open.
Yeah, 421.
Yeah, I have them in 4 laps also.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are.
So presumably your Screaming Goats will take the lead over here in 4 laps, then likely.
Yeah, and they've got 21
Choice was on
laps
109. Yeah, Choice was in on 109, and so they'll be due here pretty soon as well. Likely 5 laps out, or if they're somewhere to JTR.
Yeah, so the 55 for MLT Motorsports just came out of the pits after a long repair. So they were working on that thing for about 3 hours 46 minutes by my count, and immediately set a PB by about 8 seconds. So they seem to have fixed that car up. and now we have everybody running in the GTU class, which is kind of exciting. It's the only class that we actually have every starter still running, as far as I can tell.
And PC Racing is really pulling ahead after taking the lead in GP1. Now a 12-second gap.
Just kidding. The Stratus 58 has now gone missing. So.
Oh.
Yeah, it's interesting about GP1. Obviously, that pace delta has been very consistent over the last few hours, so I'm expecting some driver changes, maybe mix that up in the next pit stop or two. But also, Moorhead have been going significantly longer, so whether they can stretch it to one fewer pit stop than PC Racing and put themselves back in the effective lead that way, something we'll have to track. Looks like there's really nobody else in GP1. 7 laps back to P3, which is big mission.
Yeah, who's under threat from Ginger Racing? We're looking at a 24-second gap, roughly. Looks like Big Mission is pulling away. That could be because Big Mission had pit recently, whereas Ginger will be due quite soon. But we did see Big Mission have a couple issues earlier.
We've had a change for position. It looks like on track in the GP2 podium spots. Stands Racing 198, overtaking the Craftsman Auto Care 407, and like I said, I think that's on track. Stratus 58 back out on track, so an early pit stop definitely for the 58, but doesn't appear to have been a very long service at least.
Stratus Racing back into the 49s for the first time in quite a while. About half a second off their fastest lap of the race. They're now half a second behind Horseman for 6th overall. Screaming Goat's got the gap between themselves in 3rd and Thunder Bunny in 2nd down to below 10 seconds. But we're expecting Thunder Bunny and the race leaders JTR in the pits very shortly.
Right, yeah, so that'll dissolve kind of on its own. We won't see that overtake on track, I don't think.
Same with Choice and ACP too should be in maybe 1 to 2 laps after our 2 leaders there.
Yeah,
I think that Screaming Goat Thunder Bunny race is kind of not a real race. It's another one just like the GP1 lead where we kind of expect Screaming Goat to probably do 1 fewer pit stop to the end of the race than the cars ahead of it. That's potato maths. I'm sure Joseph's model can give us a much better idea of whether that's correct or not.
Yeah, I'll run it again at the top of the hour. I try not to do it too frequently until things are, because if it catches somebody in the middle of a pit stop anyway, then it kind of throws things off.
There's a message from Ryan in there, by the way.
Yeah, I see that. If Ryan would be so kind as to key his mic up and cue that.
Moorhead have actually just moved back into the lead in PC1.
Yeah, I see that.
PC1. Is PC Racing due?
There?
I think PC Racing might be due a pit stop.
No, they're really...
No,
yeah.
They're 7 laps away. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, not really. They're a bit short there. So this could be a tire problem from PC here, maybe. Unexpected stop early. Although they were just running on pace, too, so... Interesting.
But they still haven't come across the line.
Yeah.
It looks like it's expected for PC, judging by the previous stint links.
I don't agree with that. No, that's only a 31 lap stint. If they last pitted on 108, so to come in here at 31 laps, they've been doing 40. high 30s or better. Yeah, I mean it's close, but they must have an issue if they're going to pit now.
Well, it's weird. They've done a 40 lap stint, a 36 lap stint, a 2 lap stint, and then they're coming in now.
So their last one was 32 laps, and this one's 31 laps.
Yeah, so it's similar.
So their stint lengths are trending shorter and shorter, which it might be indicative of a problem.
Like a pickup issue, maybe.
Could we send Ryan?
What would you like me to do?
We're curious as to why PC Racing's stint lengths are trending shorter and shorter. It seems to be, if it continues, it's going to cost them the win in GP1.
Ah, I see. There's potential for that. I also have an interview coming in here shortly, so it'll have to be after that.
Is there any way that we could smoothly transition from one thing that we need to do to another thing we need to do?
We could, Joseph. We could. As smooth as some other things in life, like the ride on my 4Runner, now that I've switched to Cooper tires. Joseph, there's a relative of ours who could tell us more. Do you think we could get in touch with him?
You know what? I think I can pull a few strings. Let me see what I can do.
Excellent.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. They're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Bienvenue à Motorsport Park NOLA. Je suis DriversEye Live. Je m'appelle Ryan, A. Joseph, A. JT, A. Scott, A. Tim. Ça va?
I've never been madder than I am right now.
I'd really been thinking about that for a while. EC. So
Yeah.
I really wanted to get it done. Scott didn't think I could do it, and I've had that in my head for about the last 48 hours, so I had to get it out. So, but we are here at the NOLA WRL event. 3 hours, 11 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Joseph, what's been going on? I've been eating some jambalaya and fried catfish.
Is that true?
It is true.
Okay. I don't know if I believe you, but congrats.
I mean, I can send you a picture of the empty plate.
That's okay. Well, I don't think that's really proof of anything.
Probably not.
We've got a couple of the pit stops that we expected. One slightly early. Choice Racing 511 is in, which I don't think we were expecting them for a couple laps. Thunder Bunny 421 is in. That's on schedule. We're still waiting on the 696, who is still our overall leader.
96 stretching it too. 37 laps here.
Yeah. So
little warning sign for for low fuel light there.
yeah. So I've got pit expected last lap. So yeah, you're right. That's a stretch. I wonder.
PC Racing have come out of the pits, by the way. It was quite a long pit stop for 5:19, so I suspect there was more than regular service there. But they are back running again.
Yeah, that's almost half a lap. gone. I have that as a 3 minute 14 time loss compared to what I would expect to be, 2 minutes thereabouts.
It's in the margin of they may have changed tires because we're at half. Well, we're just.
Oh, and we know that we know from our
halfway.
interviews yesterday that they're probably running a softer compound, so that wouldn't be shocking.
Yeah, it's just odd that they did it. They short ran this stint to pit change tires beyond halfway. It all doesn't quite add up. But.
It's maybe the track is hottest.
Sorry, the 2-car pitted also, and they pitted a couple laps early, and they had a 5 minute 12-second pit stop. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's tires too.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah, maybe indicative of them coming slightly early. Although they had good pace, so usually you see these teams that are having trouble with tires have poor pace for a couple laps before they pit. But
well, they didn't have great pace. They got completely mugged by the 511.
Yeah.
Okay, I think our leader's in because we've got a new leader in the overall.
Yep.
They had
in and out. 696 has already left.
They've had really fast pit stops for doing driver changes too on those stops. That's impressive by JTR this weekend.
Do we think they did a drive change in 333?
Well, if you look at their last several, I mean, either they've had the same driver in for 4 stints, or they've made driver changes in there right around the 3.5 minute mark. They had a 328,
right? They haven't
326, 328.
To clarify,
they haven't had any long stops.
To clarify for the viewer, what you guys are talking about is pit stop time. That's really that's the pit lap time. So that's not the time loss. We're working out what the delta is between that lap time and a normal lap time.
Right. That's a big deal if they can cut. I mean, a lot of teams are losing 40 seconds or so on their driving.
Yeah, see Thunder Bunny 5:13. So look at that. That's a 2 minute swing between what was first place overall and second place car. That's a 2 minute swing.
How long does it take to fill a tank of fuel in this series, Tim? Approximately.
Okay, it's one of those deals.
Give me. You can give me a plus or minus 15 seconds if you want.
I would say plus or minus 15 seconds a can. So if you're taking 20 gallons of fuel, then you can count on just over a minute of can in the plugged into the car dumping fuel. So there's a lot of things that come into play there, right? We talked about this yesterday. If you're fueling on the passenger side, you're losing 4 seconds each trip. But anyway, the actual amount of time dumping a can should be somewhere 15 seconds or better. Is probably a good number to be using.
So if it takes about a minute to fill the tank, can we really not do driver changes in a minute?
Not most of the time. It's close. Usually the fueling is done before the driver change, almost always.
Yeah, the majority of my experience watching motor racing is, as with most people, from watching professional, top level professional endurance racing, and we see driver changes done in 15 seconds. I'm curious as to. I'm not surprised that it takes longer in this series, but 4 or 5 times longer, or 6 or 7 times longer, seems like a lot. It seems like there's room for optimization there, which JTR appear to have.
I think probably some of that.
It does.
Some of that's probably down to the fact that you don't have the same guys every race.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So if it were Joseph and JT at every single race, if JT followed Joseph, he knows exactly the seat pad, exactly the belt position. They mark them. They use bungee cords or magnets to get them out of the way. There's a lot of things that help. They're not using a chill-out system and plugging in shorter IMSA races, as an example. There's a few extra things that come into play there.
Is this not something worth doing 20, 30 reps on a Friday afternoon before a race?
I think it is. Yeah, I mentioned yesterday, we on Friday we start to decide who's going to follow who to try to cut that time as best we can. But yeah, most of the time the driver change is just slightly behind the fueling. Not always, but sometimes. Most of the time, I would say.
Well, it seems like JTR may have got it to the point where it's not. So that's going to play significantly into their favour the more we go. And I think this is, again, we were trying to work out yesterday how they managed to overcome their lap. I think they had 2 one-lap penalties yesterday, and they managed to overcome them fairly seamlessly. This sort of thing is definitely what's contributing to that.
Yeah, for sure. Now, again, a 2-driver car, that simplifies things too, right? That's either a 2 or a 3-driver car on that JTR car too, and so probably doing some fuel-only stops there, and certainly going to be easier to be on driver changes. I believe that I believe all the drivers in that JTR car are the same drivers this weekend that have been driving that car at the last 4 events. So they probably have a pretty good handle on making adjustments driver to driver there too.
Fastest lap of the race from Stratus Racing 2 laps ago, a 1:48.9. They followed that up with a 49.6. So, and they've just followed it up with a 51.3. So obviously traffic affected, but that car is miles quicker than anyone else on the track right now.
Yeah, JTR 2:05 in 2 minutes. So. You see JTR 2:05 and then a 2-minute lap on their 2 out laps from the pits.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's not coming up very quickly.
They're only 40 seconds behind Screaming Goat, which is obviously way less than a pit stop. But yeah, that's going to expand out if they can't get within 7 seconds a lap of Screaming Goat.
Right.
I'm not seeing a driver change on the 34, so I think we're looking at a triple stint for whoever's in that. At least.
JTR's pit stop slightly faster than Screaming Goat, about 15 seconds on average. So they'll get a little bit of this back on the next pit stop. That's like
they've kind of already lost that. Going 2 laps where they're 7 or 8 seconds a lap slower. They've kind of lost that immediately.
Yeah, I agree with you actually.
Horseman is about to overtake the 982 for 5th in GTO by the looks of things.
Yeah, this might be the highest we've seen W2W run. Yesterday, I think they got to 6 maybe in GTO, but they're doing a good job hanging around today too. Really consistent, good laps here today. They're on the Hankook tire today versus a Cooper yesterday, and it would appear as if they're having more success today on the Hankook. The Hankook is what they typically ran too, so that team knows a lot more about the Hankooks on these cars versus running a different tire like they did yesterday. But
of course, as soon as Joseph calls a potential overtake, the car that was going to do the overtaking appears to have come to the pits.
Okay.
If only Joseph had access to data to show that was going to happen.
You know, this pretty clearly now is a 2-car race. I mean, you're looking at more than a 1-lap delta, 2-lap delta here on a lot of these cars. You know, the race for 3rd here is a lot more interesting than the race for 1st at the moment. But
well, it's only just become a 2-car race because Thunder Bunny was right in it, but they just had lost a minute and a half. Yep. And then straight away to a 52.9, which is about as quick as any other GTO car has gone through a race.
Yeah, the 609 never really recovered from that lap penalty, or at least they haven't yet, and they're running out of time to do that.
Well, 609 had a 2-lap penalty.
Yeah, that's true. That's
harder to overcome. Although they are still behind the GP1 leaders, which is about where they were straight after the 2-lap penalty.
I think, to be fair, well, maybe the reason that they've dropped is, we've got a Sabiko that's spun in turn 3.
Just a point about the Thunder Bunny car. You know, if they run 2 seconds faster than their leader here, they've got to run an hour and a half at 2 seconds faster laps to get back what they lost on that pit stop. If you want to consider they lost a minute and a half. But
sorry, I distracted myself from my own point, which is it looks like the 609 might be back in the pits, unless that's an aberration with the data that I have.
609's pitted quite recently.
That's why I'm concerned.
That's why they're behind Moorhead again.
Yeah, I actually see the 609 on the racetrack with James Candelaria driving.
Okay.
I'm not seeing
lap 47 he's working.
Okay, then disregard that.
That's from their in-car.
I think we might have had this from them before, right? The guy called them in the pits once when they weren't.
Yeah, that's the issue with the pit timing was being too powerful. The gain's too high.
It's that's not the loop. To be fair, that's an issue on my end.
Oh,
it's just a graphical thing. It's not a timing thing. Don't worry about it.
But you're right. They do appear to not be in a position to overcome that 2-lap penalty.
Horseman's pit troubles continue. 5-minute and 24-second pit stop the last time they were in. So this car would be way more competitive if they'd had a better pit game this weekend. They've shown pace both days. Good.
Yesterday they were competitive, but more so because the attrition rate was much higher.
I agree.
I think they were basically in the same position.
Yeah, you can see Screaming Goats here, having trouble clearing that car. The car's well hooked up, but man, they sure can't win it on pit lane this weekend.
On board with the 407 for Craftsman Auto Care. sitting fourth in class.
Yeah, a little shocking on Horseman also, just given the caliber of drivers that are in the car, that they don't have a better pit game.
Well, it's early days in the season. Maybe at Barber they'll have everything all squared away.
Yeah, it could be. Horseman too. You guys would know better than me. They have not been a full season player. They were kind of one off here and there. They were at Coda.
Under a different name though, right? I think they had
confusing to me.
Yeah, they had some. I think it was a title sponsor, basically, at Coda. So we've seen that car before, and it ran really well up until it ran into troubles in the maybe second or third hour.
Did it used to be wrapped in purple? Was it like not Primal Racing, but it started with a P or something? I can't remember that car, but I wonder if it's that same team.
I remember the purple wrap. See if I can pull up the Coda entry list.
Yeah, and I noticed that Bonsai Racing, another car that we saw quite a few races last year, they weren't at Coda, and they're not here this weekend either.
So Horseman did run Coda.
Oh, they did. Yeah, at Coda. I saw them at Coda, and they ran as Horsemen. But
oh, okay.
Yeah, they got fourth on Saturday.
Okay, then I'm confusing them with a different entry, I think.
what did their pit stops look like at Coda? Were they competitive pit stops at Coda?
I don't know that we were really following them very much, because I don't remember that as a car that we were really eyeballing for top honors.
No, because that's with the Chevy Camaro.
Oh, that's true. I think we kind of neglected GTO because we knew who was going to win that unless there was a catastrophic issue. That's a tale for another day.
Keep an eye on W2W here. P6. They made some moves here in the last hour and a half, hour. Running really good times too. I've called them out a couple of times here, but I'm keeping a close eye on them because they've kind of worked themselves into this pack of 4 or 5 cars and this kind of racing for third.
I think you're making the critical error of calling this out about 1 lap before they're coming in the pits.
That could be.
They last stopped.
That's exactly
on lap
right, actually.
113.
Yeah, you're actually right. So now they're going to fall in the next tier down.
So, for comparison, automatic, their pit laps were a 4:16, 4:31, 4:25, 4:20, and 4:34. And then Horstman at Coda was 3:42. Oh, that's weird how the timing worked. 5 minutes, 5:14, 4:23, 4:56, and 4:10.
Yeah, and so looking at the other day there, 5:39 on Horseman, 5:10 on Horseman, 5:58. So yeah, that Horseman, there's a little pit work needs to be done there. I'm gonna find that team that I was talking about at Road. I remember them being at Road Atlanta.
New fastest lap of the race in the meantime by Stratus Racing again.
So
do we make the assumption that they've put their fastest driver in the car?
Well, they're deep into the 48s at this point, so.
Yes, but fastest lap yesterday, if I remember correctly, was at 46. But it was much earlier in the day because they put their fastest driver in at the start.
Some other notable cars that are not here. Just looking at this list from Road Atlanta, Split Decision Racing, M2. They'll be back at Barber. I did see them on the entry list. Automatic that you guys noted. Star Spangled Racing. They ran quite a few races last year. Platinum is the team that I was thinking about. I wonder if that Horseman team is the same as that Platinum team.
Oh, Brendan has Kingpin in the chat.
So I want to divert slightly because we're under 3 hours now, and so I've run some more predictions, and the balance seems to have shifted with the slower stints from the JTR 696. That balance has kind of shifted over to the 29, and I now have the 29 as favorites, which is how they run now.
How heavily?
There's still a fight on. It's about 3-1. So it's I would consider that to still be, I wouldn't call anything decided by any means yet. I don't think anyone's looking for a mechanical for this to turn into an interesting race.
Let me crystal ball this for a minute, though. JT or Scott made this point earlier, not long ago, that they think that the GOATs need to make one less stop than these other teams, too.
I think that's probably right.
Now that JTR has just made a stop, I think as we see it right now, everyone probably, well, at least those two cars probably have to make the same number of stops, which means that Screaming Goat has a 48-second lead with no extra stops to make, and they're running faster at the moment. So all of that makes sense that they would be the favourites. I'll be interested to see if Stratus continues this pace, as they've just done another 49-1. Whether I assume your model is for the overall win, it's not for the GTO win.
It's both. I do overall and class.
I do think the GOATs are going to make one less stop here, if my potato math is right.
From right now, considering the JTR just made a stop.
Yeah, from right now.
Oh wow.
They last stopped on lap 120, so they're 34 laps in on a stint here.
Yeah, so they should be about to stop.
We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious whether Stratus at this pace would be able to catch up. Obviously, they're definitely gonna have more stops to make. 49.3 that lap, so another very quick. And I think they just unlapped themselves with JTR on that lap.
I'm gonna hold my prediction. I think Stratus may win overall here, but we'll see.
I've
done no math on that. I just have been watching it really close.
I thought your prediction was the 99.
It was,
Tim.
But probably 3 hours ago, I said I believe when Stratus was in like 16th. I said I think they're gonna end up at the top here.
I think the thing that's gonna hurt them is the number of pit stops that they're gonna have to do, because I have them as very outside.
Yes, but your model's not going to take into account their current pace, because that driver has only just got in the car and has started going 4 seconds a lap quicker than the previous driver.
Is that driver going to be in for 3 hours, though?
If they want to win, then yes.
Well, that also implies that they only have one fast driver.
Well, it's probably safe to say this driver will double stint, so they're at least going to get 2 hours out of this guy or gal that's fast, for sure.
Right.
So it would be interesting to see how that unfolds too, but I still just think here the real race is for third here. That's pretty evident to me in terms of GTO.
Third in GTO.
Yeah, third in GTO. Yeah, fourth overall. I think that's where the real race is.
I can absolutely get behind that.
Gap choice. Yeah, 27-second gap choice from the Thunder Bunny.
I have Thunder Bunny with the edge over choice there, but it's not by much. I think you'd call that a coin flip.
Yeah, I wouldn't count ACP out here just yet either.
Yeah, ACP was significantly quicker than the two cars ahead of them on that lap, at least.
Yeah, I mean, as much as tires have caused a problem here too. I mean, we're making an assumption here that all these cars just stop for a normal, 3.5 minute, 4 minute driver change too, and fuel. We've seen really strange things happen, and this is about the time that we got the New Orleans Voodoo put on the whole event yesterday. We had a lot on this mark yesterday.
I've got the 982 clawing back some positions too.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on them too. They just had a 437 stop, which is a little bit off, but poke fun at Mark Martin maybe because he's not running a chill out. He's running the old ice and water. Have to back out the water system. He's resisted the force. He's resisted the force on putting chill out systems in his cars. Mark, say you should be in good enough shape to run no system. It's just fun. It's always fun to poke him about that.
GP3. Oh, Scott, you got a nice note in the comments. GP3 is still a little bit of a fight. We haven't really been paying a ton of attention to it, but it's worth looking at. Your current leader, NRG number 66, is due a stop very soon. Actually, I think they're in the pits now. They would be our model's favorite for the GP3 win, but 197 for Overnight Motorsports is definitely still there. So keep an eye on GP3 as well. GP1, since that's one that we've been following, I still have the 147 for Moorhead as the favorite there, despite the pace advantage of the 44. So keep an eye on that to shift as the 44 keeps putting in fast laps, but advantage to your leader in GP1, who we're on board with.
Joseph, what does the prediction software say about to coin a Brendan phrase, or to take a phrase Brendan coined, the pride of Maple Plain, Minnesota, number 21?
That'd be in GP2. Yeah, there's strong favorites to win GP2. The race there is more for second place between the two Craftsman cars, with a little bit of interest thrown in by the 198. So you kind of, honestly, everybody other than the 21 has a little bit of a fight on their hands, and then you're kind of looking back at who's going to take the podium spots. Those are very much, I think, in the mix.
Excellent. And then just to round that out, GP3?
GP3 is, as I noted, is you would favor the Toyobaru in that, and then it would be between them and the 197 as things stand, barring any externalities, and then give the advantage for the final podium spot to the number 15 for AOA over the 9494.
Thunder Bunny, the 421, despite having a slow pit stop there, this driver that's in now is right on fast pace here. So trying to separate himself, 36-second gap back to Choice. Trying to separate himself from Choice here to emerge as the favorite there for the third step on the podium, I think. We'll keep an eye on how that goes.
Impressive consistency from the Stratus car. 49s and 50s consistently.
49 flat, look at that.
Yeah, previous lap was a 49.2.
Yeah, again, these are times that are on par with the overall pole time that we saw in qualifying. And they're running them 6 hours, 5 hours and 12 minutes into the race. It's impressive.
Yeah, in the heat of the hottest part of the day as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's to say that it's not hot outside at all. It's cold. Everybody on pit lane is bundled up with gloves and everything. It's pretty cold out there.
So you see that? Jeez. The Porsche barely slid in front of this Miata here on that pass.
Granted, I have not been outside as much as everybody else. It doesn't feel like it's gotten warmer since this morning.
Interesting. Because, the GTO cars, I guess they're only about a second off what they were doing earlier on, but then, I don't know, I felt like it was going to get faster because the track still seemed wet when those fastest laps were coming in. But yeah, I kind of, I don't know, I had the feeling the track had slowed down a bit. There's also the fact that, I mentioned this a little while ago, but the Stratus car yesterday on lap 2, I'm pretty sure set a 46. So it's a fair way off that pace. I don't know why that would be the case.
What car is this in front of the big mission car here? Is this the Horseman car?
No, I think you can see the 14 on the Horseman car, I think.
I also think Horseman is grey.
This is a GT4 Cayman, an older one.
Isn't this one of the Will to Win cars?
Maybe it is, actually.
It'll come through here in a second. I'll grab the number. There it is. It's the... it is a GT4 car, though.
It's not the 702, is it? The one that's technically unclassified?
No. The 702 has a pink star on the back of it.
Ah, okay.
Just coming through the last turn here. I'll be able to see here in a second.
Maybe it's the Overnight Motorsports car?
Yeah, that could be.
The 200.
This big mission car is credit.
That's a 982.
982. Wow.
So it is Will to Win.
It's a different wrap than I'm used to.
10th place car.
Yeah, that's the one that Tim was just calling out as being...
I'm not going to call him out anymore.
I was going to say, doesn't...
Yeah, Big Mission's doing quite a job staying with that car there for a while.
Yeah, and we're on board with the 609 now, we were, which is...
To be fair, that car just came out of the pits 4 laps ago, but...
Maybe a driver change, getting used to the car.
By the way, what we're watching right now is a change for position. That's Big Mission. That is the 609 passing Will to Win. So R3R passing W2W.
Makes the
Car's
corner pretty easy.
Evenly matched down the straightaway there. You see that? The Cayman's fighting back here a little bit at the tail end. This is not going to be as easy as we think.
That was a move for 9th place overall and 8th in GTO.
Yeah, good job by the 982 here, leaving Cole room there. He could have made that a lot more difficult on him.
I think it's a driver change in the 609. I'm not sure it's Cole and it's a black helmet. Would you recognize the face?
Yeah, James Candelaria.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, that will to win car before the pit stops, while it moved its way up into 6th, was doing 54s, and since the pit stop it hasn't got lower than a 59. So and it was a relatively slow pit stop as well. So I think we can put 2 and 2 together and get driver change out of that. And unfortunately, that's probably going to, unless that driver can get up to speed, that's going to drop it away from being in contention for the top 5, I think. Look at how far away the 609 has got already in 1 lap.
Oates is working lap 40 on their fuel here, so we should expect them any minute, I would think, the overall leader.
Yeah, it's like that 982's got an issue.
I think the issue's behind the wheel.
It might be.
There was a lot of odd lines on the way into that corner and through that corner.
Yeah, I don't mean that ugly, but I mean the guy that got out of that car was running much faster lap times. It looks like to me, but
that's the whole thing with this series, right? Is there's variability in who's in the car, and then there it goes.
Yeah, this goes to show you this 134 is being driven really well too, though.
Oh wow, yeah! Look at how much quicker the car is on the straight.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of these times too. I'm sure the GP1 crowd would love me saying that, but here's a car that arguably is faster on the straightaways. Now he's going to get in front. Now he's going to hold the 134 up again. And he's almost better off to let this 134 get to turn 1 here and just go. But this is the 10th place overall car too. So the 982. So that kind of takes bets off the table too. But
this is going to be a pass for position here. 77 on 982.
Follow him through.
Yeah, this 134 is being driven really well.
I think this is a good indication of how quickly this 982 is submarining through the field here, seeing cars racing it for position, coming up, passing it, and driving away.
Yeah, that's worth this 77. It's a good time to note that's a TLM car, and TLM's been running BMWs and WRL for a couple of years, and this is the Cayman GT4 that they unveiled here.
I'm sorry, that's a lie. It's actually just going to put itself back on, maybe on the lead lap, maybe 1 lap down. I thought they were way closer to each other.
I think this is the Pippa Man car. She's got a program together behind with some sponsorship money and so forth. This monoflow car.
Right. That's the defending from the 982 is. Do you think that's defending, or do you think that's an awareness thing?
He drove that line into that corner last lap as well.
Yeah, I think he knows the car's there. He ran a 159 last lap and 2 minutes this lap, but it's not great. Well, I don't know. That's a pretty defensive line there. Yeah, that was pretty defensive. He very deliberate, pulled to the right of the track there. That's not the normal entry. So I don't know. It's a good question, actually.
Meanwhile, new PB for Stratus Racing. So we're not letting go of that overall sort of battle that might be brewing. 148.6.
This exit onto the front straight here was much better by the 77 car. Whether he can do something with it because of traffic here, he's getting squeezed there a little bit. Yeah, I don't love that driving going on there.
This is of course Tandor in the 134, who we've had up in the booth twice.
Oh, it'd be the same guy, of course.
How about that?
So yeah, in the 77, I believe it's both Pippa Man and Chloe Chambers.
Yeah, they've got a couple other guys, right? Evan Hinkle and Tillman Schmid. So it's a four driver lineup this weekend.
Pit stop for Screaming Goat, by the way.
Yeah, I got around that 982 now. What did you say about the goats? Are they on pit lane now?
They are on pit, and they're doing a driver change.
New driver in,
so
looks like.
Let's note that and see what their driver change pit stop lap time is like.
be interesting.
Yeah, let's also note that the driver getting out there was running lots of 53s and 54s. A lot of them.
Stratus in a few laps early. In
To
front
be
of us.
fair, I think in current track conditions, I think there are GTO cars that are capable of 52s. We've seen 52s, so I'm not going to say that Screaming Goat driver was right on the bleeding edge of pace, but I think the consistency was definitely going to be useful. JTR already back in the lead. I think. Did you just say that, Joseph?
I didn't mention that. No, I was talking about the Stratus that was in front of us.
A good pit from
335 with driver change.
Yeah,
So they are.
It's a good.
That's
good
matching what JTR are able to do. So that's kind of showing. It's pretty indicative of how important that is. The fact that you cannot lose 30 or 40 seconds every driver change. JTR and Screaming Goat are two of the very few teams we've seen who can pull that off, and they are in the lead by miles.
Well, and in Goat's case, I predicted a while back they would probably lose as much as 15 seconds on their stop. They've been doing 345s, 350s on stops, and so that did not happen this time. So they've puckered up here when it counts here, running to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, their first pit stop was a 356, so I don't know.
I'm interested to see. The reason I mentioned they were running lots of 53s and 54s, I'm interested to see if this driver can keep that same pace or whether he's going to be a 55, 56 driver.
Stratus has just done a pit stop as well, by the way.
I think the 982 got awfully close to making contact with this 421. That's Thunder Bunny, and that's third overall. This doesn't need to be happening. Now, Big Mission's going to sweep under. If there wasn't contact, it was awfully close.
Is that the 421? Oh, okay. I didn't realize. I had it in my head that Thunder Bunny car was BMW.
It is BMW.
Well,
highlight again. This 134. This 134 really well driven. Really well driven by this 134.
Yeah, we're talking about the car in front of us, Ryan, on screen. The 421, the Cayman for Thunder Bunny.
Here comes the Cayman again, though. He's going to stretch him here on the... Well, maybe not. We'll see what happens on the front straight, but...
Yeah, this Big Mission car may have made the pass early enough that he is going to get away through the twist.
He's gapping him here. You see that? He's gapped him a lot right here.
Made a big move on that Mazda around the outside. Did not want to get held up through the final complex.
This goes to show you too how much this 421, the red Porsche here, how much that car was being held up. Look how much he's already gapped this car that he fought with there. You know, he's gapped him 40 car lengths probably already.
Well, yeah, Thunder Bunny's last lap was a 58, and they've previously been doing 53s and 54s. So
right. You know, WTW 2018 last lap.
So they've lost 10 seconds getting stuck behind that car.
Yeah. Not helpful late in the race. Easy to get frustrating.
Yeah, this 134. Oh, go ahead.
Do you have the ability to tell me if this is the fastest the track has been, or if that was earlier?
I do. It's a different chart than what you're asking for offline, but I do actually.
Okay, cool.
Earlier is the answer. I'll bet you a Hammer Sport breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
All right, but by how much?
There's no clear answer. I'll give you the spoiler alert. Because most cars are slower. There's one in particular that's a little faster than they've been all race. I don't think I need to tell you who it is.
Yeah, I mean, Screaming Goat's fastest lap of the race is a 51.4, which was set on lap 26, and they've recently been doing 53s and 54s. Most cars set their fastest lap around lap 30, which I think is when the track was dry but also cold.
Okay. So if anything, this is the slowest the track has been. Is that fair to say, Joseph?
I think it was slightly slower about half an hour ago.
Right. Okay.
So I think we might be running into the situation where we're finally starting to see track times either plateau or start to come down. And you can see, obviously, you the viewer cannot see this plot, but there was a big improvement in lap times as the track dried up, which we knew about, which we talked about, but we we're able to see that graphically. And when the track initially dried up, when it had the least amount of energy in it that it had all race, that's when it was the fastest. And since then, it's only gotten slower and slower. We're finally maybe bringing a little bit of pace back into it. Some of that might be because teams are making tire changes at this point, so the average pace of the field is faster. The track certainly is, and there's the 14 by the way, as a visual reference.
Let me ask you a question about that. So you can see down here on the bottom right, last lap time 1:59.058. And I'm, over complimenting this driver that this car is being really well driven. Probably worth noting that the 2 leaders, and this is a third place car, the 2 leaders in GP1 are turning 54s right now.
That's GTO pace from yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's 5 seconds faster than this car we're watching. Almost 6 seconds now. You ran a 2-minute flat.
All right.
That is why they're the best part of 10 laps ahead of them.
Yes. But solidly baked in the lap times right in the middle of the GTO leaders. The top 6, 7, 8 cars in GTO.
This is one position up in the running in GP1.
Yeah, look at these guys. 53.4 best lap, 54.4 on the last lap. So yeah, your theory here that while we just got done saying the track, I think the laps are slower right now, perhaps the slowest they've been. That's maybe not holding true on these GP1 guys. It's pretty stout laps they're turning.
Right.
With only 2.5 hours left in the race. And they've been turning these times. I've been watching it here for a minute.
Stratus Racing are about to take 3rd place overall, I think, in the next 3 or 4 laps. They've got to within 10 seconds of Thunder Bunny.
This driver driving the Moorhead Speedworks car outlap a 2:04.8, and then he's run 54, 54, 54 3 laps in a row. So this is some talent behind the wheel here in this Moorhead car at the moment. And PC Racing just outside the top 10 in P11 and GP1 as the leader. Moorhead P13 overall. So this is a really solid effort by these 2 cars yesterday and today, but maybe more so today. We've not had near the same attrition today that we had yesterday out of some of our quote GTO,
the heavy hitters.
Yeah, some of the heavy hitters. Other than the 99 GTR fell out really early due to penalties and some contact, but we haven't had the same.
Chill out as well, of course.
Yeah, chill out as well. Yeah, that's fair to mention. Thunder Bunny, the 111 fell out also, and the ACP.
The Aston Martin.
Yeah, the Aston Martin 143. We have had some, but it hasn't been nearly as dramatic as yesterday, where we had a car running in P2 or P3 that all of a sudden just boom gone.
Yeah, I mean, Screaming Goat just randomly disappeared yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah. So Pro Sport did too. They were hanging around at the top yesterday, but we haven't quite had the same. We haven't been watching this, and all of a sudden somebody just went salmon and dropped off the face of the earth that looked like they were clearly battling for a podium position. So
not recently, not since Chill Out, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a very sudden one. I mean, they sent you a text and said, "We're done." The car hadn't even come back on the record yet, so.
I don't think they'd even dropped out in the top 5 when we got that text.
Yeah, and they retired at lap 78, so we're on lap 165. They retired, quite some time ago too.
Right.
So
that car is sitting rather forlornly in the paddock.
The gap between Thunder Bunny and Stratus is down to less than 5 seconds. For 3rd overall.
JTR, whoever got in the JTR car there has been putting down some pretty fast laps here too. 54s, 53 this last lap. A couple of 57s wickered in there.
Yeah, I think Screaming Goat is right where they need to be to take the lead on fewer pit stops before the end of the race.
Also, I called into question here, the last driver with Goats is running 53, 54s. Let's see whether the driver getting in can run, the same times or whether he slides a couple of seconds. It looks like he's right on the mark here. 52 54s in the last 3 laps out of 4 coming out of the pit lane. So
yeah, on full fuel. I think that's pretty good.
Good pace out of this driver. We may see even faster times here as the stint goes on. So much like yesterday, we have a race here for overall. At least in GTO. Yesterday with GTU, the Stratus car was pretty clear of the field, but that changed slightly yesterday during the race. The Stratus went from like a 3 or 4 lap lead to a 1 lap lead. But
speaking of Stratus, they are now 0.1 of a second behind Thunder Bunny for third overall.
Yeah, look at that. ACP keeps running fast laps here in P6. So keep an eye on them too. 53s, 54s, 52s, 53. Whoever's in this car right now is getting it done too, the ACP2.
Can you get us the turn 4 camera, please, Joseph?
Well,
Hitman,
I already picked him up, Ryan.
Hitman has never recovered from the laps they were running early in the race. We were talking about them a lot. They've just not recovered to the same kind of pace that they had.
And it's done.
Yep.
Is that the move for third overall?
Yeah, it looks like it was done probably into turn 3. That would be our blind spot.
Yep.
Yep, there they are.
Ryan, this is probably should have asked this yesterday. What's your personal line of sight? How far can you see out of your beautiful window?
I can see all the way down turn 2. I can see basically to turn 6.
Okay.
And then kind of turn 7, it's like kind of far, and then I see them as they come through the S's. And then if I lean forward, like I can see 90% of the track. It's just, it's far enough away, like at turn 6 and 7, that it's hard to tell what something is.
Losing
unless
like
I was
resolution.
already tracking it. What was that?
You're losing resolution, basically.
Right.
You just, yeah. We need to invest in some DriverSeye Live binoculars.
Yep, I was just thinking that earlier today, too.
Had them at Daytona, but I did bring them from home.
It's been Sebring DriverSeye Live thermal gun, which Harbor Freight has done a poor job of making sure that this was going to last.
Oh no.
Hello. Immediately, Stratus has pulled 5 seconds on Thunder Bunny. So, just when you're looking just at lap times on a lap chart, on a timing screen, it's kind of difficult to put into context sometimes, or you forget to put into context how big of a difference a 150 is to a 156. But yeah, 5 seconds is an enormous amount of time to pull in one lap. The same lap that you made a pass on. But obviously, these are 2 different classed cars. I think it's... yeah, we're going to see Stratus at this rate scream up behind the 2 leaders fairly quickly.
I've got a great little plot for you. I think you guys are going to enjoy this. Sorry, viewer.
Fantastic! I'm excited.
I thought you meant plot as in storyline.
Oh no.
I was getting ready for story time with Joseph.
Yeah, us too.
Because I'm so concise.
So, while Joseph does that, I figure I'll take this opportunity. Tim, what's going on with Hammer next year? I know that I was able to get the scoop at Sebring on getting the M4. I was wondering if I could get any other scoops from you as far as your plans for this year, sponsors. I know you're running 2 cars. I know they're M4s. But what's your plan here? I know we've talked a lot about tires. I know we've talked a lot about, you've made reference to some alcohol. What do you got going on?
I'm glad you asked me. Yeah, we Hammer Motorsports. We plan to run 2 M4 GT4s for the rest of the season after this race. So we'll be at Barber, and we will run a 3rd car, our Audi TCR, the Lucas Oil car that you're used to seeing last year, the 02. The 2 M4s will be car number 1, car number 01, and we do have some new sponsors for this year. So the 01 car, I'm really happy to mention that we have signed Liquid Molly to be a partner of ours for this year. And so the 01 car will be wrapped in a Liquid Molly wrap, and so they'll be a partner of us for this year. That's a good deal with them. They did some homework and wanted to work with the WRL team, and so we had some discussions with them at the Petit Le Mans race, and that panned out for us. And then the number 1 car will be wrapped by AutoParkit.com, which is an autonomous parking garage company that Lawless Allen, his father's involved in. So that the 1 car will be wrapped in an AutoParkit wrap. I think the Audi's going to likely be in a chill out wrap if we can get that thing ironed out. And so, and then on the booze front, we still will have
the important part.
Yeah, we'll still have G-Lock Brake sponsor in Tory Racing, obviously. But Garage Oil Spirits is an Austin-based whiskey company in Austin, Texas. They're known as Garage Oil American Badass Whiskey. It's worth finding them on the website and reading about Hot Rod Rick, which is pretty cool. So Garage Oil will be on board with us as a sponsor for this year also. And then MCM, a mortgage company out of Miami, Florida. Michael Camus, a driver with us. He's involved with them as well. And then Michael Quattlebaum, a driver that's been with us for a couple of years. You've seen that name. R&R Valve, they've been a sponsor of ours as well. So you'll see new liveries on our cars and some new partners that we're really excited about for this year. And I think you'll see we'll have some product available both on the American Badass Whiskey Garage Oil front and also on the Liquid Molly front. So I think we'll have some guests from Liquid Molly at a couple of races this year that'll have some stuff set up. And they hope to talk to some other teams about using their product. So, again, to RJ and Kurt's credit, and we had Lucas Oil on board last year, but here's a primetime company that does a lot of stuff in the WEC overseas in Europe and the DTM series and VLM series overseas, and then also UCM and SRO and IMSA. They sponsor the Turner Motorsports cars, which is a comparable, good comparison to mention, but they have looked at how important this WRL series has become and the popularity of the series, and so it's quite impressive. They sat around saying, who do we want to work with this year, and where do we want to put some of our marketing and so forth, and they were interested in helping a team that's in WRL, so that's pretty exciting for this year actually. And so good things I think in store for us this year. And we do have our same crew back. We have a lot of our drivers back. Lawless Allen has been a full NASCAR truck season, so we won't have him as much as we had hoped. But we do have some new drivers that we signed for the full season, so you'll see them with us at Barber Motorsports Park. And we even have a familiar face that our cars were bought from Bimmer World, and we have a driver coming to drive with us at Barber that drove one of those cars last year in the full season in one of the Pro Series. So he's going to come and drive with us at Barber. He wants to get back in the old girl, he said, for one more fling at it. So again, says a lot about this series. You've got pro drivers that want to come and drive in WRL that could be doing other things, and they've taken an interest in the Endurance Series, and then, getting sponsorship help, and significant sponsorship help at that. It just tells you how much the series has grown and how it's getting put on people's map. That it's been put on racers' map for a long time, and drivers and team owners, and crew members. But now you're starting to see it get put even more on the map with people that invest in teams and do some sponsorship things, and that's good for everybody. That leads to other teams uncovering things and working out deals and so forth. And so that's pretty exciting, I think.
Definitely.
Appreciate you asking. We'll have a good season. I told you guys off the air yesterday, I think this season in particular, it's going to be incredibly hard to win one of these races. More of an achievement than any year past. And so we'll see how that goes. You have to do everything perfectly, even more so now. But we'll see. We've had a lot of success in this series, and I expect that we'll continue to have a lot of success. So we'll see how it goes. Thanks for asking.
Of course, not a problem, Tim. Joseph, what's the deal with this chart? I know you wanted to get to that.
Yeah, it's a lap time distribution chart, which I know is everybody's favorite thing to stare at. But I wanted to demonstrate just the range of lap times that we're seeing out of the 59, and to Scott's point about, there's a huge difference in ultimate pace between the 29 and the 59, between Screaming Goat and Stratus. And then there's a little bit more of an ultimate pace difference back to the 696, which we've been kind of, aware of, but we didn't really have data to put to it. So where we've seen the Stratus car, especially in the early hours of this race, kind of struggle with the track conditions, now it's blisteringly fast, right? And I think this is the point that you guys are alluding to, where, yeah, they're back in third overall. They're a little bit behind in terms of track position compared to our GTO leaders, but give it a little bit of time, this could swing the other direction.
Yeah, they're going to start packing out the left-hand side of that graph. I know this is great to talk about when the viewer doesn't see this graph, but I think I'm much more interested in JTR versus Screaming Goat, and the graph that we're seeing shows something that is also coming up on the timing screen right now, and that's that over this last stint, Screaming Goat has been very, very consistently in averaging around 54, and they've only really been straying from that quite rarely. Whereas JTR has done a couple of 53s throughout this last run, but also a lot of 55s, 56s, 57s. So what we see on Joseph's graph is that there is really one big peak for the Screaming Goat car, which is around the 154 lap time, which they do most of their laps in that region. Whereas JTR has kind of a two-peak distribution, where one of the peaks is around that 154 time, but there's also one around the 156, 157 time. So it seems like they just are not getting through traffic as well. And they have a very distinct bipolar lap time distribution, where when they've got clear track, they're in the 54s. When they don't have clear track, they're in the 56s. And Screaming Goat just doesn't seem to be affected so much by traffic, which is really interesting. Like I don't see any reason specifically. Those are quite similar cars. I don't see any specific reason why the Screaming Goat car would be able to deal with traffic any better. So I guess it just has to come down to the experience and ability of the drivers in that car, the confidence they have working through traffic, and that's coming through fairly clearly there in their lap time distribution.
Just for the viewers too, this is a broad enough sample that this has nothing to do with Goats is just in clearer traffic than JTR either. That has almost nothing to do
race.
with it. Yeah, it's the whole race.
Yeah, we're 172 laps in, so that's a pretty big sample size.
Yeah, it's as good as it gets. This is really clear when you look at this, actually.
Alrighty, guys, and then I've also got Matt from Flagger here.
Yeah.
Good. Oh, there you go. One more time. There you go.
How you doing?
Good. Not too bad. So, hey, you guys brought your flag system here. Tell me more about it.
Well, WRL had us out to Oklahoma last year to Hallett.
Okay.
And they just snuck it into about 10 or 15 cars, wanted to try it out, and response was great. So they said, let's go ahead and do the whole field, bring it out to NOLA. So we've got it in all 55 cars.
Perfect.
I'll explain the way the system works a little bit. I mean, every corner worker has a handheld device what's actually mounted, and they can press a waving yellow or standing yellow, a debris, a white, and they can clear it. One thing that's really neat is that our debris flag, you can press it once and you get debris, but the corner workers can actually tell them, they press it a second time, they get fluids.
Right.
So you can actually let the drivers know, hey, you're coming into something slick here.
It's oil. This is a problem.
Don't race. I'm a racer. I have a Spec E46.
Okay.
And so, if I see debris, I'm like, it could be some rocks, it could be some grass, or it's something, I'm not going to split out.
Not a huge deal.
Yeah. But if I see it's fluids, that's another story.
That's a problem, right?
Yeah.
I gotcha.
You can hit it another time and it says wildlife, so they can let you know if there's an armadillo crossing the track up here.
Well, we had joked earlier, and I had been told that we need to watch out for alligators, so I was hoping we get to test that one and get the trackside alligator working. Fortunately, we haven't had that problem today. How long have you been with Flagger? How long have you been doing this? You're the CEO of the company, right?
I'm the CEO.
Yeah.
I was passing cars, missing flags in sprint races. Back in 2015, I was a late bloomer. 2011 was the first time I was ever on track. I'll give my age away. I was 41 years old.
Okay.
I just really, I did it one weekend at VIR, and I loved it. I borrowed a car. I borrowed an M3 to go to VIR.
Okay.
And they let me borrow it. And I bought the car on Thursday. Came home on Sunday, and I bought the car on Thursday, and I signed up to go to Road Atlanta that December. And so I got the bug immediately. And then I worked my whole way through. This is sprint stuff, and I did a little endurance. But, I found myself, I was like, I can specifically remember, I've got Patrick here, and I put a move on Patrick, and I was like, I'm going to get Jeff, too. These guys, why are they going so slow? And I pop around Jeff, and there's this corner worker waving the flag.
Right.
And I've already been DQ'd.
Yeah.
It's not because I wasn't looking, but I just couldn't see through two cars.
Right.
And so here I've been DQ'd. I had a podium position going on, and So yeah, in 2015, I just
Wow, we just had an AOA car run up on, it looked like it was the 14. It looked like it tried to drive up onto the side of it, bounced off, and then is now stationary at turn 10.
Yeah,
that was a pretty big hit. I don't know if you saw that. That was
yeah, you were looking at different. I saw the slide at the end there. He's getting going again.
Yep, he's going to spin that bad boy around and hopefully not rejoin right here. There's 2 cars coming. And
Car number was it, Ryan?
Was that the 15?
It was the 15, yeah.
So they've been battling the 9-4 Motorsports Lexus for quite a while now. Very close fight for P3 in class in a GP3. So that's a bummer to see traffic playing an issue to separate that fight.
It's listed as a spin and continue. I'm sure that'll be updated.
There was some contact there as well. I'm guessing the penalty is coming through. This will be a good example, I think, of the lower class car isn't always innocent. But we'll wait and see what they say on the log. So Matt, I've got a question. Go ahead.
I was trying to explain it, and I realized I had myself muted. Yeah, it's really obvious from the Screaming Goat replay. It was right in front of them. It was the 14 car trying to go around the outside of one corner of the S's and had their car 80% of the way alongside, but the Mazda had no idea they were there, turned into the left apex, and they just came together. I imagine incident responsibility will be with Horseman on that one.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where it's a lack of awareness for the Mazda, but at the same time, through that section of racetrack, you do have to be focused on the track. So I don't have as much experience with WRL judging driving standards as maybe I should to make that kind of claim. But it looked to me like I think it was a bit optimistic from Horseman to assume that they'd seen them at that point.
Team ACP on pit lane too at the 32 lap mark, which is early. That's interesting to see.
Had an incident that'll obviously trigger that flagger system.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, then turned it right back off right away at that point.
Yeah, the corner workers are doing fantastic. We were, I was watching on the screen up there, and you can see the corner turn on, and then we could see actually if you saw the corner 6 backed it up, backed it up with standing. So corner workers have done great.
They're doing it great, and it's been a huge advantage here. I'm in the race control this weekend, and having the flagger system displayed, I can see exactly. I've referenced it in passing a couple times, which corner stations have the yellow going, what they're doing. We had a situation earlier where when that BMW pulled over here right before turn 1, where people were making passes up here, and I was able to look and go, hey, well, they do have the yellow waving at 1, but not down at 16. Right. So any passes before there are probably fair game. We were able to double check on that. And just as a broadcast crew, I think that's a really cool thing to have access to. One thing I do want to ask you about real quick, is this something that the series covers the cost on, or is this going to, obviously, I'm sure there's no permanent deal that's been made yet, but teams are always concerned about cost. We come back to in WRL that WRL is great value. Is this something that you buy the unit and then the series covers the subscription? Is it you buy the unit and then you, the car driver, have to pay for it every week? How does that work?
No, I really don't know how it's going to work for WRL.
Okay, I gotcha.
The idea really though, it's the drivers of the cars are going to want to just put it in their car, get it mounted permanently.
Right.
I don't think that WRL is going to want to have to deal with passing out 55, 65. I mean, they have huge fields.
Exactly.
I mean, who wants to deal with handing out 75 devices and then getting them back on Sunday evening? So I think the better approach is just let each team buy one. I mean, it's $399 to get everything you need.
Which in the realm of racing isn't a whole ton, and then that's a good system that's going to last.
Yeah,
not forever, obviously, but you don't need to buy another one anytime soon.
Correct. I mean, some teams that have already hit me up and said, "Is there any reason I can't buy 2 of them and have one in my pits to see what messages are being sent to me?" Yeah,
let's go for it. Yeah,
get 2. Would you like 5? Yeah,
maybe one for your road car too. Let's check it out.
Now, Brady Behrman's come in. Behrman, is that correct? Berman, yeah. So Brady and I have kind of known each other, but we met in person finally. Now, you got to use it this weekend, right?
Oh, hold on. I'm not hearing you. You're not coming through the mix for some reason. Let's see. Or is that the one with the bum mic? I'm sure it is. Here, if you guys want to swap real quick, that would be fantastic.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Hey guys. Hey. So yeah, you got Brady Berman here.
And which car are you with? Oh, there you go. No, that's better.
TLM 172 BMW M2.
Okay, perfect. And so, yeah, Brady, okay, continue, please.
Yeah, no, it's so I know this gentleman here from Flagger from VIR days, and we run in NASA Mid-Atlantic. I've been running in Mustangs up until last week here, and
we figured we've actually raced each other and some sprints at NASA Mid-Atlantic
and very clean racing too. We don't have any paint or anything because it can get a little rowdy out there sometimes.
So we finally really got to meet each other this weekend. But I just wanted to bring you in. You finally got to experience it in your car.
Yeah, it's something amazing. I think the technology is ripe. I think with the sport continuing to grow, I think the awareness and safety obviously is at the forefront for all of us that are out here competing and those that are working the event. I'm not a paid spokesperson yet, but no, it's an amazing piece of technology. I think back, in DE days, and they talked a lot about widening your view, being able to widen your view as you start to get more comfortable in the car. I don't know why, DE guys should be running this technology and have it in their vehicles starting out. Obviously, you got to know where the flag stations are, but to your point earlier, you get stacked up with cars and you're bumper to bumper, and it's a little hard to see what's going on everywhere, right?
Yeah. I ran into Andy Lally in the VIR pits one time, and I said, do you mind taking a look at something? And he's checking it out, and I said to him, I know you don't miss flags. And he said, time out. Time out. He goes, even the pros miss flags.
Yeah.
And, I guess we all know, we all watched the 24 Hours of Daytona recently. We watched that incredible GTTD Pro race between Lawrence Vanthor, yeah. And Jaminet. Yep. We watched that. Lawrence in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring missed a yellow flag, and he got a 5-minute penalty, and it cost the Porsche team the race. Yeah. Lewis Hamilton missed a flag, and it cost him the pole.
Right.
I think it was
or it was pit closure or something.
Yeah. And so, even these top-level drivers are missing flags, but Andy Lally was so nice to me. He was just a really nice guy, and he was just he looked at the system. He said, "I love it." He said, this is years ago. He's like, "Keep going."
Yeah. No, again, technology, right? It's all around us, and it continues to grow. I don't know when ABS was invented, but it was, and everybody out here is probably running ABS, right? So for the most part, right? So I think that it's a great piece of equipment. And it's safety first in these types of events.
Yeah. So I want to go back to you real quick. You had brought up at one point doing driving events, right? How hard is it to install this in a race car or in a road car? Because I imagine a race car, if you need power, you can with your engineers find a way to get a power cable coming out somewhere. But with a road car, you can't just find cords. You got your cigarette lighter or your USB. Is it just a USB plug-in, or how does it?
Oh, it's powered. No, it's battery powered.
Oh, it's battery powered. Okay.
Yeah, you can absolutely run it battery powered, but it's not going to make it for a 14-hour race or 24-hour race.
Okay, and then how is it charged? Is it just charged with the USB cable?
It's just a USB Type C.
Excellent.
So yeah, this works great for race cars, right? But we have always had in our mind somebody who just bought themselves a used Miata or a used Mustang and is going to do their first DEs, right? And so we didn't want something that they had to screw to it. No one's going to screw this to the dash of their car, or somebody that just got themselves a brand new Porsche 911. Right?
Yeah, you don't want to start drilling into a brand new Porsche with the leather and everything. Yeah, you don't want to mess with that.
So we've always had not only endurance racing in mind and race cars, but also your average person. And like to Brady's point about the vision, your vision is so narrow when you go out there for your first event. I don't know if you remember your first time on track, but you're just looking at the pavement in front of you and trying not to die. And so we want to get something in the vision of these newbie drivers so that when they find themselves in a situation that's, waving yellow, they don't come around a corner and collect somebody.
Right, and it was something that we were talking about earlier too, with that same incident with the BMW that was parked down before turn 1 on the straight. That if you're in single file line, you can't see anything. You can't see the flag. You can't see if there's a surface flag down after that. You can't see if there's an emergency vehicle flag.
Nope.
You're not be able to see any of that. Nope. So I can see how it makes sense. And it's really a good system to have there. Now, if I take that to any other track, it's going to work. Is there infrastructure that the track has to have? How does that work?
I mean,
because I imagine you have to have the clicky.
Yeah, the clicky
wherever
thing
it's
out of the
right.
cleaner, right?
Yeah.
They have to have that. You need to have the computer up here in the tower.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's about 15 minutes to set up the tower,
right?
And it's about 5 minutes at each flag station to set it up, and that's it.
So Glenn down at Big Mission, he owns High Plains Raceway.
Yeah.
So if he wanted that system installed, he could call you, and then you'd just ship him the box full of the stuff and
Absolutely.
be like, "You're good to go."
Yeah, it's that simple.
Awesome.
And we've concentrated since day one on making it easy to operate, and I think I could take you right over there and say, set a double yellow, and you can do.
And just sit here. Yeah, just sitting here. It looks super simple. I got a very quick introduction to it on Friday. I think Brenda did too. It looks very easy. It looks very user friendly.
We, as experiments, what we would do is grab race controllers and give them no instruction. We would sit them down in front of it, and we would say, just leaving it up and running, we would say, make this track go double yellow.
Right.
And they see the double yellow flag over on the left, and they just click on it, and it says, "Are you sure?" And they say yes. And so we've been working on making it easy.
Perfect. No, it looks fantastic. Thanks for bringing that out, and it's a lovely system. I hope to see it again in the future.
Thank you. Yeah.
Tim, you're a car owner. It's Tim from Hammer Motorsports is with us. Tim, do you have any questions about this? Obviously, as a team owner, is there anything you want to know about it?
No, you asked everything that I wanted to know there. I think it's a good move for safety, certainly, and I think it's much like we've been talking about new crews and so forth, right? The corner workers, it'll take a little while for the corner workers to be Johnny on the spot using this system, but I think that's already improved, certainly. So.
Oh, we've seen improvement over the 3 days.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, from Friday, it was like, okay, they were not great, and so they're much better, and.
The other thing that really, Matt, are you able to hear me okay? I want to make sure you can hear me okay. So the other thing too that I really like here is, when you have these passes under yellow, it helps your case if you've got in-car video here to say, now the flags prevail, right? But it still would help your case to be able to say, the flagger system was off and I don't see a flag in this picture that I'm looking at. So there's some upside to this system I think that can be helpful. And then I know you guys, I've seen some stuff you guys might plan on some other maybe driver and messaging integration. There's some other things maybe that are on your horizon.
We can already. We had a team out here tonight, yesterday, whose radio went bad, and they wanted their driver in. But they came up to the tower and they said, "Could you black flag our car?"
Yeah, we saw that, the 407 or the Craftsman
the 141 or whatever. Yeah,
so
141.
We black flagged them, and the first time by, I think they didn't believe it. I think the driver was like, "I didn't do anything bad. This must be." So then we can send a message. So
say it's you, home slice.
So yes, exactly. So we just said come in, and so the next lap around, he came in. So, but no, he can
bring the milk home.
Yeah, right. So the last thing I want to tell you, and then I'll get out of here, is I don't want to hold up your time, but
you're totally fine.
Next weekend, we keep rolling out features. Next weekend, we will have the cars popping up on the screen whenever they're in trouble. So just a little bit of data here, but in 1 minute at NOLA, every car is updated 5,400 times. Flag updates.
Right.
Okay. 5,400 times in 1 minute the flag updates. But when a car gets in trouble and say spins and has an impact, what we do is we have the in-car piece start transmitting what car it is, the car number, its location, what it was, a spin and an impact, and that data gets thrown in with the flags and gets relayed up here to the tower.
Perfect. So then there's no more guessing. As we've still had to do. I don't know if you've been in here, but I've had to poke my head out a few times, like, which car is that? We're trying to play guess the car, especially if you're trying to look down at turn 6, turn 7 from here. Like you can't tell what car it is in the sand.
And we broadcast that on a private Wi-Fi. And we want EMS to have tablets sitting out there. Now, they won't be able to set any flags.
Right.
Okay, but we can already do this. There's computers all out throughout here. We can have EMS sitting out there in the tow trucks with just viewing capabilities where they can say, okay, I know right what car number it is, I know right where it is, and I know it was a 1G impact, it's not going to be bad. You know what I'm saying? Or there was no impact, they're probably not going to have to go. Or if they see 3.3 G impact, they'll be like, okay, go ahead and crank this thing up and get ready to roll.
We're going to send everybody right away.
We're just trying to get all that information quicker to the EMS, to everybody, to the tower, to you, broadcasting, to the EMS.
Perfect. Well, it sounds like a great system. I hope to see you again here in the future, 100%. I'm all about safety stuff that makes it easy, and it sounds like you guys have made it easy. So that's more than great for us.
Thank you. It's something we've been concentrating on in the beginning is make it easy. From installing to the car, to putting it at the corner, to using it in the tower, make it easy.
Perfect. Well, thank you for coming in, Matt. I really, really appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ryan.
Of course, not a problem.
It's amazing stuff. I'm glad I got to pop in and join you guys.
Absolutely. No, here, have a seat. I want to ask you about TLM real quick.
Yeah.
Before you bounce.
Yep.
So TLM, we got a message earlier that you were with Monoflow in the Porsche.
No, that wasn't me.
Or right, but somebody had sent us a message about that, right?
Yep.
And they're still running under your truck. Is that accurate or no?
Well, I'm just a driver.
Oh, you're just a driver. Okay, gotcha.
Just a gentleman driver.
Perfect. Okay.
Now, this is my first WRL event.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, how's it been?
It's amazing. It's going to be hard to go back to sprint racing.
I bet.
This is my best friend in life. He does a lot of endurance racing, and he's been telling me I need to try it, and honestly, it's really great, the caliber of drivers, the wide array of the caliber of drivers as well, but how kind of consistent they are in terms of working with other drivers around them and so forth. So it's been a great experience. We're still shiny side up, and we're doing well down there in the new TLM team. I'd called David about 4 weeks ago. We put it together pretty quick and hopped in the car down in Miami last week to test it out. I live in Virginia.
Oh wow! Okay, so that's quite a test to go to. You got to fly and
it was awesome. But no, it's good to live out my youthful dreams. I recently sold a tech company, and
fantastic. Congratulations!
Thank you so much, and excited to get out here and play around. But I started doing DE stuff over 5 years ago.
Okay.
Starting a little baby Shelby GT350. That was
nice.
Not too smart. But then I graduated and ended up just buying a purpose-built kind of race car already built.
Excellent.
I got my NASA comp license and did a couple years of that and did well, and had some good achievements, and I'm looking to do cool things like WRL.
Perfect. So real quick, I got a question for you. So yesterday, the temperature was quite high, and then with the abrasive nature of this track, we started to see some tire issues. Is that something that was, super new to you, having come from sprint racing over to the WRL side?
Yeah, well, we run a heavy car with a little baby 275 tire, and it's always a tire problem in that series. But no, I actually had a tire problem.
Okay.
It was towards the end of my stint, and I had a massive high-speed vibration, and there wasn't much of that tire left when I came back in. But this is a rough track.
Absolutely.
And it puts it hurting on these tires. But it's amazing that the tires can hold up the way they are.
Absolutely. Anything else you have to say or anything?
No, just thanks so much for what you guys are doing. My family at home and Virginia and friends are watching and tuning in, and they're getting to appreciate all the fine work that you're doing, and the WRL folks for putting on such a great event. Appreciate it so much. I'm looking forward to hopefully getting in at Barber. I'm not sure if it'll be with TLM, hopefully, but they may be all out, maybe with Mark Martin down there.
I'll got you down, Will Ben. Fantastic. Yeah. Well, hey, I hope to see you again next season, or this season, for the rest of the season, either way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you do, come up and say hi.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Of course, not a problem. Thank you. Alrighty. So I know that was a little bit on the longer side because we had the two people, we had the double up here. But what do we have update-wise as far as the race, gentlemen?
We've got a handful of things. Stratus has just unlapped themselves, and they are cranking out fast laps. They've just done their fastest lap of the race at a 1:58.5. So that not only are they fast, they're consistently fast. And if you're following the overall battle, that's going to make things pretty interesting. Even though they they run that GTU-sized fuel tank, and so they're going to have to maybe make one more stop. That's TBD.
They just did it again too, Joseph. 48.3.
You're absolutely, a full quarter of a second. So Yeah, keep an eye on that car. Obvious strong favorites to win their class. Now the question's going to be, is it going to be a GTO or is it going to be a GTU for both races in the overall?
Well, with an hour and 55, this seems like not too early of a time and not too late of a time to potentially hear from our sponsors. One could say that this was the Goldilocks zone, if you will, of getting the sponsor mentions in. What do you say, Joseph?
I'd say that's a great idea. I don't know which one of these is a Goldilocks ad, so that'll either be very apt or very embarrassing.
Okay, that's all right. We'll go ahead and send it over, and we'll be right back.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Welcome back to WRL live from NOLA. This is DriversEye Live. We're going to be on board the 609 here. Right as we went to break, they started to have some issues. They're going around now. Guys, what did you see right as we were going to break?
Well, it's more what you hear. I don't know if you guys are hearing this, but that sounds like really bad shifts going through that 6-7 complex. I think there's something going on mechanically with this car.
Yeah, real shame, because this car was in the chase for third place in GTO. 511 had kind of dropped away from that. They were chasing the 421, but the 609 was coming on really strong before. I believe this is their outlap. Is that right?
And I believe so, and they did not pit that time around. I just saw them come through the straight again, so whatever issue it is, they think it'll fix itself, apparently. Tim, you have an M4 in your stable. What's going on here?
Yeah, I saw something happen here. The car went off the racetrack down there near turn 1 into the grass, but it looked to me like they had a problem before it went off. I happened to be watching this near real time when it happened, and it looked to me like he had some problem just prior to when he went off the racetrack, and he actually came to a complete stop and thought about whether to continue, but now it looks like he's got everything done. So maybe a Control-Delete reboot, possible. It's a little hard to tell, but I'm surprised he didn't pit. It looked to me like he had some kind of real mechanical problem, but maybe it's ironed itself out here. He did run a 3-minute 4-second lap last lap, which is pretty indicative of his off there and coming to a stop, but he looks semi up to speed here to me, so maybe everything's okay. I'm with Joseph though too. Something doesn't look right in this camera view either, like he's got some kind of bad vibration going on even. Their camera's not been real stable today, but still, it looks to me like, well, the steering wheel looks good, but anyway, it looked to me like something happened before he went off the racetrack, and definitely went off and then considered whether to come back on or not, came to a stop and maybe cycled the car or something, but it looks like he's back up to speed, and this certainly took them out of contention.
It almost feels, it almost feels like the downshifts are maybe a little early. I wonder if that maybe locked the rears on him at some point, and that's what's caught him out.
Yeah, it's possible. I'll be interested to ask him what happened here, since we run the same cars, to see whether we run into a similar problem at some point. But and it doesn't look like he's coming to pit lane again, so yeah, something doesn't seem right. You hearing that too?
It feels like it's off. You know, it feels like he's in neutral for way longer, or at least dropping a gear earlier than I would have expected. I don't know.
Of course, this could be latency on the camera too. I mean, we might not be hearing things matched up here, but
yeah,
it looks like it's coming to the pits now. So whatever this is real, maybe. No, that's not the pits. I thought that was.
Meanwhile, we've had Stratus Racing in the pits, and we've got our overall leader in the pits right now. Stratus, because we think they can run about, was it 48 minutes, Joseph? 48 minutes on fuel.
That's what I'm ballparking.
That means that they will have to make 2 more stops from right now. One of them will probably be a short stop, a splash. So yeah, Joseph's telling us off air that the prediction says that they probably can't fight for the overall win because of that, despite their ridiculous speed right now. JTR on the other hand have been leading, but their pace hasn't been great. Screaming Goat have definitely been closing that gap down.
I think this is the overall. Is this the overall right now?
JTR's on pit lane right now, it looks like.
It's just Screaming Goat following Stratus, and they're going to blow past them on the straight here, spoiler alert.
Yeah, but Stratus just overtook them.
There's traffic everywhere. Yeah, but oh no, Stratus. Okay, that's surprising straight line speed from Stratus.
I think he's backed out of it. I think he's letting him go.
Every other MPO1 I've seen from an onboard has had nothing but any GTO car on the straight, so that was kind of surprising.
I'd like to get some more info on this post-race, but I'm confident that Stratus is running basically 2 completely different spec cars right now. This feels a little bit to me like the 58 is running, bone stock almost. I think the 59's had some upgrades done to it, because they're not even close to each other in terms of how they look on track.
Well, my understanding is they can't run anything close to bone stock and hit the GTU spec. They have to. It's not a trivial matter for them to hit the power to weight ratio required.
Even at GTU, I knew that was true of GTO.
Well, no, it's harder because the car is way too fast for GTU. Is my understanding. Way too powerful, way too light. But I might have that slightly misinterpreted. My wires could well be crossed from what they had to do for GTO last year. But
I'm
most
trying to
all of the other MPO ones. Yeah, I'll have to catch up with Billy and get him to debrief me on what he thinks of the Stratus performance between now and the next round. But look at how far that Stratus car has gone away in a couple of corners there. That's incredible. They're completely out of camera shot now from the Screaming Goat car.
Yeah, that is truly a car that should be in a different class than the car that we're in.
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah, so 51.6 that last lap compared to Screaming Goat doing 58, but traffic affected. JTR, wow, a 4:53? That's a really slow pit stop for them, isn't it? They've been doing every other pit stop they've done so far has been a 3:30-ish.
That breaks the tires right there.
That alone, assuming Screaming Goat don't have to make a similarly long pit stop, that alone has lost them the race.
Yeah,
that's actually kind of ruined our overall race there.
That's really a shame because I just ran a prediction that had JTR as basically 70-30 favorites over Screaming Goat. So if that does end up...
We'll have to run another one because I don't think it's going to be the case anymore.
Yeah, they've lost basically a minute compared to what they should be.
Is putting the new tires on the JTR car, though.
Sorry again, Brian?
Yeah. Is putting the new tires on going to help the JTR? I know they didn't have the pace for the last little while. Do we think that putting the tires on might get them to a pace where it's going to make up for the fact that they had that little bit longer stock?
The problem is how much pace the 29s had all race.
Yeah, pulling it back a minute in an hour and 50 is optimistic.
Right.
It's not that many laps, is it? It's gonna need to be more than a second a lap, I think. Potato maths in my head, which is definitely not my specialty. But
if you guys look at Thunder Bunny, the 421 here, is this a pit stop that's on lap 178 that didn't mark as a pit stop, perhaps? Because if so, when you rerun this model, we may find this 421 catches the JTR car, maybe.
Yeah. So I'm running. So the script that I've got running in the background, I have a flag that I can set because back when we started this at Thunderhill, we didn't always have a pit loop. That's actually It was a recent-ish add to Race Hero. So I've got a mode where I can lean on the pit loop, or I can kind of infer based off of long laps. And I'm marking that as a long lap, and I still don't have... I have the 421 basically with an advantage over the 511, which I think is what you were driving towards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're basically JTR has a slight pit stop advantage because
I'm actually wondering if the 421 could catch JTR when you run this model.
Well, we don't need. I don't think we need the model for
JTR
that.
is an interesting one.
I don't think we need the model for that because we can see that the cars are 50 seconds apart. They're almost even on pit stops. So unless Thunderbirdy can go a second a lap quicker, then the answer is no. But if Thunderbirdy can average a second lap quicker, then yes. I think it's the simple answer to that one. And I don't think they've shown that pace so far this race.
The one wild card here, the Thunder Bunny on their last stop here is going to be able to take a timed fuel stop, so it should be a really short stop for them.
I disagree. JTR's pitted more recently, so they're not sure to stop.
Well, you're saying JTR pitted more recently?
Yes.
Thunder Bunny pitted on 178?
Yeah, and JTR pitted on 186.
Okay.
Yeah, that just happened under our noses, and so let's see. Let's work this out.
They can run the same.
Can run
37 laps. Yeah, so 37 laps. Okay, I looked at something wrong here.
I'm not convinced Thunder Bunny can make it on one more stop unless they're running longer than an hour.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Maybe.
If they can, then they still need to make up that 57-second gap we're seeing on timing right now, which seems optimistic.
We have a note from Sebico in our YouTube comments. NPO1 GTU cars do still have to run restrictions to bring the power down from stock to meet the powered away requirements. So yeah, you're right, Scott. They do still need to. You gotta play with stuff to get it to fit in the class.
Yeah, my understanding from conversations with Billy of Racer Motors is that it's not trivial. It's not a small restrictor. So particularly with the new GTO rules.
Well, they have to run to 10-1. So GTO cars run at 9-1, but a lot of these GTO cars are taking penalties, so it's more like 9.2-1.
In terms of what they would be,
and that is
unrestricted.
And that is weight to power, isn't it? So 10-1 is harder to, as in you have to add more weight or reduce more power.
Right, that's exactly right.
Yeah. So it's even harder than I think last year they had to restrict quite a lot, and this year they're having to restrict even more.
Yeah, we really should stop calling it a power to weight class.
Yeah,
weight to power class.
Yeah, weight to power. But last year they tested at 10.5-1, but then they landed on 10-1 being the formula for this year. I was going to look at something too. It might be tire restricted in GT also. I need to look. I can't recall.
What would the restriction be?
Narrower tire.
Oh, narrower. Okay.
Yeah.
I honestly just don't know. I'm going to look here to see, but.
Do we have an estimate on how many laps are remaining, Joseph? Is that
no? I used to do that. I should put it out.
So it's 100 minutes, is it? Am I right? Do we have left to go?
102.
Which means that on a roughly 2-minute laps, we have about 50 laps. The gap is about 94 seconds, I think I saw. So we can see that very, very rough potato maths. Stratas need 2 seconds a lap, but that would be assuming they can make the same number of stops, and we think they're going to need a splash, so this is all irrelevant.
Yeah, and
although then again, Screaming Goat do have a pit stop pretty soon.
Let's double check that.
They're not tire limited, by the way. There is a rule around the height, 42 inches. Any cars with a windshield height less than 42 must have a front-facing light beacon.
Right. Yeah, we discussed that one yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah. We're 42 inches on that.
We're generally quite impressed with their strobe light solution. I think it's the conclusion we came to yesterday.
And their cars weighing less than 2,400 pounds, so there is a possibility we could see the Frankenstein Miata as an example running this GTU class this year under 2,400 pounds under these same rules.
I've got the 29s being about 3/4 away through their tank, so give them about 10 more laps, and we should expect them in. Call it an hour 25 to go.
And then they can run to the end, can they?
I think so.
We think they can do 40 laps, which is just under 80 minutes, which is an hour and 20. So they've probably got. Well, no, not that close. So they're going to be 6 or 7 minutes short, I think.
Yeah.
It's still, which, yeah, I mean that sounds kind of close, but I don't think they're already stretching fuel, getting 40 laps. I don't think we can ask them to stretch to 43 or whatever that would take.
Right.
So they probably have one stop and a splash as well, and Stratus probably have one stop and a bigger splash. So yeah, 90 seconds is the gap now, by the way, just as timing refreshed. Strat's also setting another fastest lap of the race, 48.2.
Because why not?
Yeah, well, I mean they kind of need to if they want to win overall. So they need to gain 90 seconds in, we reckon, about 50 laps.
And more notes from Sebico in the comments, which you're saying if you're watching on YouTube. The MPO1 runs a 60mm throttle body, and to get the power down, we have to run a 38mm restrictor.
Wow.
For, give or take for weight variations. You know, as people outfit the car with different specs, that restrictor will change.
That's good to know. So it sounds like they're not doing. So obviously it's a weight to power class, which means you can meet that by either reducing power or adding weight. And it sounds like they're not going the adding weight route. They're going entirely down the reducing power route, which kind of makes sense because if you add weight, that hurts tire life, hurts fuel mileage. And if you reduce power, you also help fuel mileage. So that all kind of makes sense. It's interesting to know that's where the optimal is in keeping the weight as low as possible by the sounds of things and what the information we're getting through YouTube chat.
Now, Tim, you run in the series and have a little bit stronger grasp on how the technical rules work. If I were to buy an NPO1, could I change what mix of I'm adding weight versus I'm taking away power
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to do based on the track week to week?
Yeah, absolutely. Same with any car in GTO as well. You can make a choice between weight or power.
Yeah,
and then do you have to recheck the whole car, or is that accounted for and it's a quick process?
I missed the front of that. What were you saying? Is it a quick process?
You have to retech the whole car at that point?
Yeah,
or
you
is
have to
there a
retech
quick
the
process
car.
of...
Yeah, no, you have to retech the car.
You'd have to dyno it again, I'd assume.
Yeah, you'd have to dyno it.
You have to dyno again, but then do they have to come check the gauge and do everything else?
Yeah, and then you'd have a different fuel limit. That's one of these things when they tech these cars post race. If your dyno is off, it's a little bit of a case that if you're supposed to make 300 horsepower and you only make 280, then you're carrying too much fuel because your fuel is based on the 300 horsepower number.
So that's kind of where I'm working towards is the 59 in the spec that's good at NOLA, and is the 58 in the spec that's going to be the least compromised at, like, say, Daytona?
Very possible. Very possible. Again, because it's the first race, they may be trying to collect data to see. And when they tested last year, they were pretty, they were pretty outward with people that they were testing different configurations in those cars. I think they even at one time had 2 different motors in 2 cars that they were doing some testing on. So
if memory serves, I think they compromised their. I think I have this right. I don't think they went the other way. I think they compromised their spec basically as fact finding for the league, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they did do that. They ran at 10.5 to 1 at one of the races. Maybe VIR, I think maybe.
VIR sounds right.
Yeah, and so they did that as a test, and they did it on their own. WRL didn't ask them to do that. They were very transparent about this. WRL didn't ask them to do that. They did that to be able to give WRL the data voluntarily. To try to make some decisions about this season. I think it's probably safe to say, but they've been very transparent about what they've been doing. Part of the appeal of the Sebeco car, they've taken much like we did with the TCRs. They took an MPO1 Elon, and they have changed a massive amount of things on that car. And so that's not quite the same MPO1 that ran in NASA. They've changed a lot of things in that car, and they've done a lot of development on it. They quite frequently post that they've got new parts that are coming. I just saw them the other day. Somebody posted something about a shim that they came out with for the drive shaft. Because if the car was on air jacks, it could create an odd angle on the drive shaft. Don't run the car on air jacks without the shim. So they're doing a lot of development on that car, to Sebeco's credit, and certainly making it a stronger endurance car. That car's not been shy of having problematic races and some mechanical things along the way. But Sebeco's constantly got their nose at the grindstone, improving that.
Well, I remember when the Elon first came out, they were running it at Thunder Hill while we were there as like a show-off thing. And I don't think that car ran very many laps while it was there. And it was hand-waved away as like, oh, well, it's a sprint race car. So, it's like, yeah, but there's 30 Miatas over there being run out of one house, and it's ostensibly the same car, you told everybody, as far as the engine and stuff like that. So it shouldn't be unreliable. So I think it's really cool that they've been able to take that, what was originally a sprint car, that it sounded like NASA and Elon didn't have a whole handle on, and made it into the reliable car. I didn't know about the shim thing. I think that's pretty cool too.
Yeah, they just constantly are trying to improve that platform for the type of racing that's being done. And I agree with you. The car that Sabeco inherited as the MPO1 when they made that purchase is not even close to the same car running now. And so they really, I mean, that was a sprint car for NASA, long and short of it. It did run in some endurance races. I'm not trying to say that in a poor way, but much to their credit, they've just constantly been improving that car, and that's a I think a much better car now. If someone purchases a Sabeco, that's a much better car than you could have bought when it was an MPO1 Elon running in just the NASA series, basically. That's a much better car nowadays. Very affordable car too.
The Stratus has got that gap under 80 seconds now. Joseph, I wanted to make sure we don't forget to update on the GP1 race, which we discussed offline during the last advert break. It's really interesting. So let's make sure we get to that at some point. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you though.
Oh, I was just going to say, like the first time we came and covered USAC at COTA, we had a couple NPO1s in the field, and we're like, well, how's this going to go?
I remember.
The answer for that first year when they were still Alons, is really not great. And so, like, to see how that car has changed and improved over what I guess it's a 5-year span now. It's kind of cool to see. You've kind of gotten to watch a car evolve in real time, which you don't often do in the. You see classes evolve and things like that, but you don't really get to see a platform evolve in this way.
Being cynical, there are 5 of them in this race, and we're only seeing one of them anywhere near the front. So,
well, I think that's the discussion, though. Is this is the first race for 3 of those cars are people who haven't run them before, and I do think that there's going to be a setup compromise, especially like we talked about before, going to Daytona, going to Road America, stuff like that. Stratus has the playbook on that, probably, as far as what's the most effective.
That's the factory car here, right? I mean, that's the equivalent of BMW Motorsports bringing a car here, and everybody else is running M4s, or Porsche bringing their own car. That's the factory car.
The Sabeco factory car? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Also take into account it's a bit of a different driving style than you're going to see with most of your Porsches or BMWs. It's quite lightweight. It's quite nimble.
Weight is lower to the ground.
Oh yeah. So it's much more of a momentum car. So you're going to have to be planning different how you attack traffic, how you deal with tire wear, all sorts of different things. So I'm sure there's quite a good learning curve to it, and that's probably what these new teams are dealing with. So Stratus has had it under their belt for quite a while. We saw the potential with the 58. It's had some teething issues today. So it has the potential. It's going to take that learning curve to get going well.
Sabeco, it behooves them to get this car right? They're trying to sell cars,
right?
And so they're going to work really hard to get this car right. I imagine they're giving direct support. Sure, it seems that way. I don't want to speak for them, but sure seems like they're giving a lot of support to people that are interested in these cars. So there's no shortage of them trying to help people. Funny enough, I just flipped over to the YouTube channel, and Sabeco actually made a post and said, "Thanks for talking about our little car. We have a lot of developments in the pipeline." So that just tells you they certainly they're working on this car nonstop.
Scott, I know you have a connection with a NPO1 team owner. Can you shed some light as to, does this car drive similarly to like a Formula car, or is it different from that? And my follow-up on that is, if it does drive similarly, do you think we could see people who run the junior Formula potentially come get some experience in one of these at some point?
I haven't really touched on that subject with Billy or Grayson Motors, because he tends they're still very much in a almost a shakedown process with their car. He is, as Tim was talking about with Stratus and Sabeco themselves, he's doing his own development. his specific car. He keeps sending me photos of new pieces that he's getting for it that is different from what Stratus are putting on their car. So it's kind of a development project for him at the moment. I've talked to him about like the race he did at Hallett, where his main priority during that race while driving was what kind of fuel mileage he could get out of it. So there was a lot of lift and coast going on. So he's definitely not driving the car like a Formula car. And that's what you have to do in endurance racing. And he's always talking about going a second or two a lap slower. If you can use that technique to make a set of tyres last for the whole race, that's much better than going flat out. So the type of racing means that you don't drive that car like a Formula car. But yeah, I imagine, and then also trying to deal with traffic, JT touched on this, trying to deal with traffic that has much more powerful engines than you is a challenge you don't have in Formula racing. So I think just putting that car, maybe if you went out and did a time trial in that car, it would be a similar style to a Formula car, a junior Formula car. But putting it on track with 60 other high-powered GT cars just completely changes the game, from what I can gather.
Gotcha. Okay, and then you wanted to touch on the GP1 stuff. Is that right, Scott?
I did, yeah. We were talking about it in the last commercial break because it looked like it was really finely balanced. PC Racing made a pit stop with basically exactly 2 hours to go, and we think that car can go about an hour, maybe a little bit more than an hour field. Whereas the Moorhead car looks like it's set up to pit with around an hour and 25 minutes to go. I think it's due quite soon. And that is about how long that car can go on fuel, because it's going a few more laps. Which means that at this point, both cars have roughly one pit stop left to make, and they are 11th and 12th overall. I haven't quite got the gap between them right now, but I think it's in the region of about half a minute. We're at this annoying point where timing hasn't quite updated.
It was a full minute.
It was a full minute, was it? Okay, so
yeah.
If they both have one pit stop left to make, then PC Racing has some time to make up. If Moorhead can't make it on one more stop and has to do a splash at the end, then it's going to be really, really tight who wins that race. So that's definitely something worth tracking. It could swing on lap times, although right now both cars appear to be very evenly matched on lap times. Or it could swing on whether Moorhead has to make a splash right at the end of the race. So yeah, definitely a really good race for us to be watching. Yeah, it's 1 minute 1.5 seconds right now, and they both set 56s on the last lap. So yes, as we've had all weekend, really, really great race between those two cars. Joseph, do you have an insight on when the Moorhead car is due in the pits next?
I can provide that. 2 laps.
2 laps. So that's going to mean that they'll be exiting the pits with just
a hair over an hour and
25 minutes. Yeah, which I guess those cars are close to 2 minutes on lap time, so 41, 42 laps. Can they do 41, 42 laps on fuel?
Can they do 42 laps on fuel is the question. They can do 40. So their last stop was a little short, which makes me think that if they're not back timing it, they've kind of made a mistake. So this might come back to what we were talking about yesterday, where a team might decide to take a little more time on their penultimate stop so that they know exactly how much fuel's in the car, and so they can properly time.
Their opening stint was 42 laps.
Yeah, so you'd have to do it on the last 2 stints basically, which is interesting. Basically, you'd want to make sure it was packed full of fuel on these last 2 stints, and then you'd be good to go. But you're also then making an implicit assumption that you're not going to get a yellow flag for the rest of the race.
Well, I think that's a fair assumption.
I'm not saying it's a bad one. I'm not saying it's a bad one, but I'm saying it is baked in there. That's why I'm always surprised when people back time it, because there are variables that make me uncomfortable.
I would be comfortable back timing this race, considering we're 15 hours into this weekend and we haven't had anything close to a safety car.
I think that's probably right.
Well, they're either back timing this race or they're incredibly lucky and it's going to be the exact right number of laps.
Right.
Because it looks like they're going to run out of fuel on the finish line. Also, that first stint would have been 42 laps plus 3 pace laps. So I think, yeah, it seems like they've planned this and they're going to be pitting it at exactly the right moment. And I'm also assuming that my potato maths is accurate, but everything's kind of falling into place. So
the one car that's a little bit, when you talk about back timing here, that I thought was doing some twisty bits here, was Team ACP. They pitted short at lap 172, but they had a 5:59 pit stop, so I wonder if they had a tire go down or something. But I started to think that they decided to take a short stop to get them one to the finish, or one plus a splash, a smaller splash, those kinds of things. But I'm not convinced looking at that 5:59 pit stop that they didn't come for another reason. Whatever that pit stop was slow for, though, they're back on pace, 53s, 54s. But that was the one team I thought was trying to, because there's some trains of thought that tell you to alter your last couple of pit stops when you start back timing, so that your last pit stop is a really short gas and go. So you might short 2 stops from the end to shorten, to put yourself off kilter, to take a shorter splash and go at the end. But
yeah, I've got advantage Moorhead, so I think they've got enough. Based off the data that we've got, they should be okay. Screaming Goat is in, I believe, or is on their way out.
Moorhead actually have pace as well. They just did a 54.4, which is quicker than PC Racing. It's been going.
So Goats. So where did you land on this? Will Goats be able to make this on this one stop if they're in?
Driver change in the 29. Driver change for their last stop. If it's their last stop.
Let's see their pit stop too, whether they take the extra time here to make sure it's packed full of gas. This will be really close, right? Whether Goat can make it or not.
I don't think they can.
Because
I don't think they can.
What? No, I don't think that's right. I think they're good.
An hour and no, because we just worked out that from in a couple of minutes from now it's going to be 42 laps for a GP1 car, and we know that these guys can do 40 and they're quicker.
Oh so no, this is the car that we thought we're going to be 6 minutes short. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to need a splash here unless they take this pit stop. What did they run on the very first stint? That's kind of your giveaway there.
I've got them at...
They only ran 38 on the first stint.
Yeah, I've got them at 42 on their second, though.
So let's just call it 42 then. 42 will not get it done here, but...
Yeah, I'm looking at just over 44 laps remaining.
Yeah.
Assuming a 154 or average pace.
I saw somebody here at the front of the car, Jim. He might just be cleaning it up, but looks like no tires on the Goat. That'd be really interesting to find out what tires Goat's been running, because they've not been changing tires with these 330 pit stops the whole way.
Yeah, they've got something nailed down.
Yeah, they've got fuel mileage nailed down, they've got tires nailed down, they've got setup nailed down.
Right, the changes nailed down. They're a good race team.
Yeah, they're putting all the pieces together today.
There's a reason why you see them at the front.
Yeah.
Also, there is an aspect of, do they even care if they have to pit again? They're so far ahead of second place in GTO. Does it really make any difference if they don't win overall?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah,
but they probably want to, but
they'd love to, but they're not going to stretch it and risk running out just to Stratus in a GTU car. So they'll probably, I imagine they'll play it safe. They'll pit with 3 or 4 laps to go for a splash, and they'll win GTO easily.
I'm gonna run after we've got a couple flying laps out of the 29. I'm gonna rerun projections, because right before this pit stop, I still had this persistent little 10% chance for the 59 to take overall. I'm surprised it's been that steady, and that's why I'm kind of keeping an eye on this.
Yeah, I would.
Your guess.
My intuition is that they have more than a 10% chance of winning this. Although the last few laps have not been that quick. They've been in the sort of 53s. 51. They did 153. They've been doing 51s a lot, whereas before the last pit stop they were doing 48s a lot. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Whether there's some fuel saving going on. Don't know.
Yeah, that's curious. The 58 is...
Screaming Goat's outlap here. 58.7 on their outlap. We've been seeing a lot of 204s, 205s.
That's pretty good for coming up from, 30 miles an hour?
Yeah, that's quite good, actually. Yeah. I mean, that's quite good. From a dead stop, they're running time. It's a lot of other GTO teams, period.
All of their outlaps so far have been over 2 minutes, so yeah, that's pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd almost venture a friendly beer here. That's the fastest outlap we've seen from anybody yesterday or today.
Definitely in GTO. You get some weird results with GTU guys.
Yeah, Stratus did a 55, but we can't. They're in a different class, so.
Yeah, they've got different things. You know, they don't fill nearly as long. That's part of it.
Right.
So I've got time loss of 1:48 there for the 29, which is, you know, I think that we'd call that good, not exceptional. I think it's everything they needed it to be, but given that they got a driver change in there, it's pretty terrific.
So Joseph, both cars are going from a dead stop though, so they might be a different place on pit lane too. But
yeah, that's okay. That's fair.
Well, the timing line is right at the end of the pit stop, the pit lane. So.
Oh, it is. Yeah, but what I'm saying is Goat might be in the third box closest to the line, and Stratus is 20 boxes back.
I think they'd both be up to the speed. They're not, by the way.
I was calling it 30. I was calling it whatever the pit lane speed limit is.
I've watched both of their pit stops, and they're both quite far back down the pits. They're definitely both at the speed limit.
You're saying the timing rule for a lap is at the end of pit lane?
What it looks
pretty
like.
much. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes more sense. So it's not a start finish then.
I'm not totally sure, if I'm honest, I'm not totally sure where start finish is.
I think start finish is at the end of the pit lanes.
It is at the end of the pit lane.
Is that where the flagging station is though?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
More head in the pits, more head in.
I was going to ask, it seems like they've gone a bit longer than we were expecting because we're at less than an hour and 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, pit expected 2 laps ago, so this is their stretch stint, and I'm going to go on a limb and say they might be good to the end here.
Yeah, I think you're right. So that's going to give them a massive advantage. It means PC Racing have a lot of catch up to do.
Yeah, we might be looking at a sweep here for the 147. Clean off the windshield. I don't hear anything that sounds like a driver getting out. I don't see any movement that looks like a driver going in.
This would be a big achievement for them to sweep this weekend. PC Racing was the dominant car in GP1 last year, to say the very least. But
yeah, didn't they have it wrapped up with at least a weekend to go?
Yeah. I mean they've done quite well. I put a note in chat before. The WTW 982 cars had some fuel pickup issues, so that's why we saw that struggling earlier.
I missed that. That's a good note.
They've melted away. They're down in 13th at this point.
Yeah, so new car gremlins there. I suspect they'll get a handle on that.
I also wanted to mention something that we got about an hour ago now. So we were talking about that Boxster with the black and green livery. Sorry, I was looking at the pit stop in my other window. That NFC Motorsports Boxster, I'll just read the description verbatim. Made up of 3 local drivers that met at NOLA, the racetrack, in 2020. Made their way through HPDE and ran their first wheel-to-wheel race at COTA in December of last year. And they say that they love the WRL series and they're looking forward to running the entire season, including Barber next month.
Good for them. That's terrific.
Do they have the old... I don't remember if we covered this or not. Is that the old Round 3 car or no?
It doesn't look like the old Round 3 wrap. There is a car that looks like it's got an old Round 3 wrap, but I don't think it's that one.
Okay.
Let me text James and I'll ask him if that's his old Sentinel car.
Yeah. Yeah, so our kind of suspicion that was a team that was kind of working some kinks out might well be true. If they're first time, well, the second time runners, the fact that they're still running nearly 7 hours into the races, it's no mean feat.
An hour and 16 to go here at NOLA Motorsports Park. It's DriversEye Live, covering the first round, first weekend, second round of WRL's 2022 season. It's been a good one so far. I think yesterday was very, very exciting. We've had 2 full days of safety car free running, which has been fantastic. So happy to see that for sure.
It's been shockingly clean. I mean, I'm thrilled about it, but I don't. I'm looking at the race control log, and I've got maybe 8 entries for the last maybe 10 entries for the last hour. That's pretty remarkable. That's a lot of people not slipping up. There's our possible contender for overall. Actually, it's our overall leader at the moment. We expect them to give that up when they make their next pit stop, which should be in about 8 laps time. So they are going to have to try to make hay if they want to fight for that overall victory.
JT, did we miss the 198 going behind the wall?
Yes, we did. Wait, the 198 or the 197?
The 198. They were a top 4, top 5. Well, they are still technically top 5. They were top 3, top 4 runner in GP2. They were in the lead at the beginning of the race, and then the 21 kind of consolidated that position.
So they
were down to 4th, and then now they've got Salmon, but I don't recall when that actually occurred.
Yeah, they've been at lap 160 for a while. They had some sort of issue. I think we had a note about it quite a few hours ago.
That was in 197 actually. So the team car.
Gotcha. So they've been slowly going down the order. We saw Craftsman get by them a little bit earlier. The 141 got around them, and it looks like they finally parked it to try to figure out whatever is ailing them.
And then we've got in GP3 the number 66 still out front. They've got a 3-lap lead, it looks like, over the number 197 Overnight Motorsports Boxster, and they're being chased down by the 9494 Motorsports Lexus. There's a little bit of a gap there now too, so it looks like GP3 is more or less sewn up.
It looks like
happened. That AOA issue kind of set them back for sure. Let me check the log and see what ended up happening with that.
Right,
it's still under investigation.
Looks like the 198 was looks like that fell away about an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
When are we expecting PC racing generally here? They're 25 laps. Around lap 4, I think. About 40 laps.
Yeah, I've got them at 40 a 40 lap opening stint and coming in 11 laps, which would put them in about 52 minutes to go. So they should make it.
Yeah, lap 216 we'll call it, somewhere around there. Start looking for them to see what happens with Moorhead here. Although it looks like Moorheads will take over the lead, obviously, but that'll be the race to the finish in GP1 then between those two.
Yeah, I think my expectation here is that, well, we know Moorhead doesn't need a second stop. We at least strongly suspect that they don't need a second stop.
Be interesting to see the driver that got out of Moorhead was running 55s, 54s, which is a GTO solid pace. So second lap out of the pits here, 2 minute flat. So 2:10 and then 2 minutes flat. Be interesting what this driver does. Moorhead might have the luxury here of stretching. You know, we know they're close, right? They may have the luxury of slowing this car down a little bit here at the end to make sure that they make it. You know, pull back some pace to make sure that they make it too. But
it's an interesting kind of thing in that we saw them lose a decent amount of pace toward the end of yesterday's race, and I was suggesting that they were doing it to fuel save, but I do wonder if maybe their closer is not their fast guy, you know.
That could be. They may not need their fast guy to close here, so
but
maybe a better choice maybe to not take the fastest guy.
I see what you're saying though about the lap times though. That second lap out, it's a little off of what they were certainly capable of. Yeah, it's worth looking at even after the 44 pits and comes up behind the 147.
Done another 2 minute flat.
2 minute flat.
If that's what they're going to be doing for the rest of the race, that's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, they're going to be in trouble then. But you know, we'll see what happens here. It's going to be interesting to see if they keep this pace or whether they decide to push the gas here with, you know, an hour left and then slow up at the end. Maybe they're trying to go slow out of the pits here, but
right
to burn some fuel off to be faster and lighter at the end, which is possible too. There's a couple angles you can use for doing this if that's what they're doing.
The Stratus pace has steadily improved through the stint. I think we really shouldn't be surprised about that. As you burn fuel off in a prototype car with tyres with good longevity, the car is of course going to get faster as it goes. So yeah, it's now found itself back into the low 49s, which means that the gap to second place overall, Screaming Goat, is extending well over a minute. I'm starting to think the Stratus really aren't going to have much trouble as they have gone south, so presumably they're in the pits. I don't think they're going to have much trouble making up for the extra pit stop they have to make. That'll only lose them a minute and a half or so, and they're a minute 10 ahead of Screaming Goat right now.
So translated, that means Tim might be right when he called it 5 hours ago that Stratus was going to win overall.
Well, we're on board with the Screaming Goat racing car. I've actually got Brandon, who's with the Screaming Goat racing team, up in the booth. Brandon, what's going on with this race? You've been doing a great job, and like we've been saying, Tip Myers called you guys for the win in GTO several hours ago. What's up? What's going on?
Well, we're pretty much digging ourselves out of a hole that we got in the first 30 minutes of the race. Got a little contact in the first stint, but since then we've just been head down trying to make up time.
And it looks like you're doing a good job of it. You're in the lead of the class, and it looks like you're good to go to the end, or you need a splash still?
We'll see. It's close.
It's close? Okay. Keep holding the cards close to the chest. Okay, I respect that. Tim, you've been following this a lot closer than I have. Do you have any other questions about the 29 Screaming Goat?
I would buy your crew there a Kool-Aid or a beer or something. They've done a terrific job keeping you guys on the button here all day long. We've been watching that. Really solid pit stops out of you guys. I was curious about what tires you guys are running, if you're willing to tell us. If you're not, though, understand that. But.
Yeah, so we're running on the Hancooks. That's usually the tire. That's the tire we've raced on pretty much since we started WRL. We like them.
We run the Hancooks also. So have you guys been able to make it through one race on one set of tires, given the Hancooks are kind of known for that?
Yeah, so each day that's pretty much we just one set all day.
Yeah. So see, that's been the story all weekend, tires. So I'm not shocked to hear you've had good pace on the Hancooks then. So a tip of the hat to whoever set your car up too. They've set it up really well on the Hancooks, because usually the Hancooks are slightly off the pace, but this has been a big difference maker. All the tire problems that people have had. We've watched a lot of these teams make tire changes, so this has been I'd say a key to the race for you guys, which is indicative in great pit stop and not having to change tires then.
Yeah, for sure. We've been watching guys on pit road all week scramble around looking for tires because, everybody's showing cords about 2 hours in, and that's way too early, I'd say. If you want to go 8 hours, especially with the longer pit stop it is to, do a tire swap. So, yeah, running all day on one set has definitely played in our favor here this weekend.
Well, it's especially that everybody else was having the issues yesterday, and it seems like you guys had the car set up to where it worked, that you have to worry about that at all.
Pretty much.
Good recovery from your lost lap there early, as you noted.
Yeah, I'm thankful that it happened early on. If you're going to get a one-lap penalty, which you never want to do, you got to be perfect in these things usually to come out on top. But if we're going to get anything, thankfully it came in the first hour, because now we've had 7 to, hammer down and just go to try to make it all up.
Yeah, that's good.
Sorry, Joseph. I've got a dumb question for you, but I think one that maybe is in the back of a lot of people's heads. So say everything goes well here. Are you content with the class win, or do you want the whole thing?
I personally am content with the class win because, the little NPO1s they're tough to beat in the corners, especially for a E46, on a Hankook tire. But it's it's all right. I'm okay with the O-win. I know some of our other drivers would like to go twin it all, and I would too. So we'll see where it falls in the last hour or so here. If we could win it all, that would be amazing. But I am totally cool with just getting out here with an O-win.
I have another question for you. It's kind of along those lines too. So for anybody listening to our broadcast today that thinks you have to have a $200,000 factory race car, you guys clearly are not. You're not that. You guys have built that car, bought it from somebody, and so what would be kind of what you would say to those teams? Obviously not to be discouraged, but what would you say? I mean, it's capable, right, to put together a piece that's more of a home-built piece or home-worked piece. It doesn't require old fat guys like me buy the factory cars because they're the easy button. But what would you say to those guys?
I mean, you definitely have a chance if you get everything right. You have the right people behind you, and you know your car well. You can come out here and perform well. You just need to, fire on everywhere, and that goes beyond just making laps on track. The pit stops are big. You know, if you're going to stop the car during a race, it's best to stop and go as fast as possible. So the less time you spend in the pits, the better. The less mistakes you make on track. It's just you got to run down the checklist all day of just making sure you hit all your marks on and off the track, and making it work. Because we take a lot of pride in our old car. It's definitely an old car. It's the same age as I am, but I love it. We all love driving it. We love working on it. Our team is my dad, and so 2 dads put the car together. My grandpa who's retired pulls it to the track, and then us 3 kids get to go wheel it around, and we do the best we can every time we get to come out. So we take a lot of pride in it. I would say, don't be discouraged. If you think you got a good piece, come give it a shot. And even if you don't come out with a trophy, you're still gonna have a great time.
So you said there's 3 of you. Then which one of you is the fastest? Then are you willing to go out on your limb on your teammates there?
It goes up and down. It fluctuates. We're all really close on speed. Regardless, we're all usually within a second on lap time throughout the day, which is another thing that we like to take a lot of pride in, because we can change drivers and you don't really tell on the timesheet, which is I think something to take a lot of pride in, especially in an endurance race. When a lot of cars, you'll see them kind of fluctuate up and down and fall off throughout the day. Our car comes in and stays in until the checker flag flies. So
would you say this racetrack has been well suited to your car then too?
I would say so. We came here for the first time last year, and we did well, and we had a great time, and I'm glad to be back. I love coming to race here.
That's good to hear.
So why Screaming Goat Racing?
Funny question. So our driver lineup, we all started racing when we were kids in go-karts. I'm talking like 5 or 6 years old. And somewhere along the lines, we all kind of raced at the same local track outside of Houston. And, we kind of raced, okay, we got good at the club, and then we went and raced regionals, and we raced nationals. And over time, it was like, well, there's the same people. We're just here all the time together. Let's get to know each other and hang out. And then as that grew over time, we started racing together and traveling around together. And somewhere along those lines, I'd say about 8 years ago, when we started really racing together as a go-kart team, we were like eating Mexican food someplace at a restaurant, and for whatever reason, those old like Geico commercials or whatever that had the goats in them, somewhere along those lines that just became, we should just be Screaming Goat Racing, it's funny. And then that name stuck in karting, and then we brought it over here, and now we just take a lot of pride in it.
Fantastic. Are you guys planning on running the full season?
Not the full season, but we're gonna try to hit as many as we can. We usually get about 6 a year.
Okay.
We try to hit all our favorites and maybe change one up or two, here or there.
Right. What's the big one you're looking forward to?
I'm always looking forward to Daytona. That one's just such a blast. But college got in the way of VIR for me last year, and I wasn't able to attend. So I would like to go try that one out. But I know, we'll kind of pick and choose. I know we'll be at Barber, which is another one that's a blast. It's gonna be crowded, but it's a blast.
Right.
It makes it hard, but another smaller track that suits our car, I'd say. Lots of twists and turns usually fall our way. But yeah, I don't know. Something about Daytona. Maybe it's the NASCAR fan in me coming out, but something about riding down the banks there and coming off the corner, and you just see the grand scale of everything in the grandstands in the infield. It's like, wow, it's like I'm really here. So that's the one. I would say that's the one I'm looking most forward to.
Absolutely, and that one's a 14-hour race too, I believe. So you're not doing the 8+8. It's a little bit more of an endurance feel. Not that this isn't difficult, obviously. Doing 2 8+8s, that's obviously tough on the car, tough on people. But a 14-hour enduro, I'm always a huge fan of just getting that little bit extra in there.
We, Ryan, if I can just mention this, want to give you guys mad props for this too. Joseph actually shared a chart earlier to the broadcast team here, and you guys have done the best by far on navigating traffic during the whole race today. He did some plotting about your lap times and
I've got it right here. I'm gonna try to blow it up to show him.
So you guys have had the best luck with navigating traffic here. So good job by the drivers there. And it's better than luck because it's clearly not just luck. It's
right.
Do you mind if I interrupt, Tim? We've just seen on the broadcast the Stratus Racing car take the overall lead off of the Screaming Goat car from their onboard. So sorry to break that to you guys. Don't worry, you may have fewer pit stops to make. you may have fewer pit stops to make, so it's not over yet.
You're looking about just about an hour.
Oh, okay. Plenty of time.
Exactly.
It was this plot right here where you can see that you guys are a lot tighter on your lap times, which I think speaks to, you were talking about your team, that you're all within a second or so of each other. So, yeah, that's been fantastic. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you guys. I've been dying to come up here and jump on for a little bit since I'd say about Daytona last year. So now I finally got to come and sit down and get on the broadcast and say hello.
Of course, come back anytime. We always love to hear about people, the cars, stuff going on. We'd love to see you again.
All right, I'll be back.
Awesome, thank you.
Seemed like a nice group.
Yeah, what a great team. Shame that we had to call them losing the overall lead.
I know. I felt bad about that. I was like, oh,
it's temporary. It's okay.
He seems to think they might have a chance of making it without a splash. I'm a bit skeptical of that. If they do, then they've got a chance of retaking that lead before the finish. But yeah, I think that might be it. And it also actually depends whether the Stratus driver is going to do the final 3 hours. So they may do a driver change at this last pit stop, but that might also make a difference.
You know what else I liked about that is that the 29, whoever's behind the wheel, we should ask that actually. But they didn't do anything silly in trying to block off the 59, which they absolutely could have, right? They could have tried to balk them at the apex.
Honestly, no. The car just drove around the outside of them in a hairpin. There's nothing you can do at that point.
Was it around the outside? Okay, in my head it was in the inside.
It was literally around the outside at 4. Just completely drove around them. That car is just so much quicker in the corners. We then saw off of turn 7, whatever this corner they're on now is, the Screaming Goat car started reeling them back in, even on this little short straight before the S's. So it's the speed differentials in different parts of the track are insane between the MPO1s and the top GTO cars. But yeah, it just absolutely drove around the outside. There was nothing, short of not turning into the corner and running it onto the grass, there was really nothing he could have done.
Yeah. I have prediction here, and this will be a surprise to very few people, I think. At least of all Tim.
Oh, imagine that. But let me get this out real quick. Moorhead, I was a little worried about this driver they put in. Back to running 157s here, so only about 7 or 8 tenths off of PC Racing, who is getting empty of fuel. Moorhead coming out of the pits full of fuel. So this driver they're in is going to be able to get it done in terms of pace. Whether or not they can pull it out, we'll see here. But so go ahead. What were you about to say, Joseph? Beside I'm right.
Well, beside that, not much. Yeah, it's shifted basically the other direction. Screaming Goat has a shot, but it's a slim one. So they're either going to have to extend this stint, and they may make it. It may also be decided on track. It may not matter.
Yeah, I feel like even if they do extend it, Stratus just with no actual maths behind this, it feels like Stratus would probably catch them anyway. They're so much faster.
Yeah, it's starting to look like that's possible, at least.
Depending on the driver that finishes the race at Stratus.
Yeah, and depending on if Screaming Goat decides to really go for it, I wouldn't really imagine that they would. I don't think they'd pass up the class win to do something risky for the overall. I don't think the calculus is there.
I would like to mention another dynamic that comes into play with these races.
Sure.
Something I talk to drivers about at every single race. So you see the Screaming Goats here. They've got the 609 in front of them. The 609's down a few laps, P10, 6 laps down. And I always warn my drivers, hey, just because you're the overall leader here, be careful about assuming people are giving you racing room late in the race, because they've spent the whole race, or if this is Sunday, yesterday and today, with maybe a case of when you weren't so kind to their car at another time in the race. So for instance, earlier on we saw what I would call some unkindness. Yesterday too, we saw unkindness from a GTO car that was down a couple of laps. If they were in the wind today, people will remember these things. I'm not suggesting that's what's happening here, but I just think as a team owner, it's always good to warn your drivers. Same with an out-of-class car. A GP3 car, I think it's easily to get. I had somebody come to me one time and said, I appreciate every time you guys pass us, you don't buzz our door handles. You did that for a whole weekend straight. And I said, you know what, you're right, I'll talk to my drivers about that. So That's a weekend where I shouldn't have been surprised if a GP3 car, didn't like us coming around to win the race and made themselves really wide. So this is the time of the race at the end of a weekend where you have to be even more careful when you're passing these cars. And you can see this here is really taking care. This is the GP1 leader. I suspect the driver knows that's the GP1 leader. He doesn't want to hurt his race.
All right, Tim, we got a NPO1 parked on the inside of turn 8.
Which one?
Oh boy. I can't tell from here.
Oh, it's the 84. It's the 94 Motorsports car. That's second in class. That's still a big deal, but it's not the leader.
Anyway, continue.
The second place GTU car, yeah, 9.4. So that might be the second place GTU car, right?
It is. It's 100%.
Wow.
I like the livery.
It probably isn't anymore. Stratus were only 51 seconds behind at the start of the lap.
Yeah, I just to kind of wrap that up, it's something that as a team owner I always warn the drivers, be careful, because your co-drivers have been doing things to other teams all weekend long, all day long. Don't take your eyes off the prize here on being really careful about making executed passes here late in these races. And so just to, again, Goats is being really careful here with this 44 car. And I suspect is it really, they're running pace, right? 155.2, and PC Racing 203 last lap. But here you can see he waited all the way until he was in a nice, safe place to make this pass. And I think probably so he doesn't get tangled up with that car who he knows is trying to battle for his own lead. So that guy's having to get after it. The PC Racing car is trying to run as hard as he can right now to win his class too.
Yeah.
And so Screaming Goats is being real careful about how they're not messing up PC Racing's race, but also not get tangled up with a car that's trying to run the fastest laps here to win.
Yeah, and it's the little things too, like not intentionally using that Miata as a pick. He gave him that third lane so he could come through safely, and
Yeah, exactly right.
That position change has taken place to the 58 now over the 84 in GTU. So we've got another podium position change drama in the last hour of this. Short stop for the 511 for choice. I imagine that's their last stop, running fourth in GTO.
Yeah, 317 stop. It's a good stop for them. So probably fuel only and maybe not the whole amount.
Yeah, I imagine.
The old Sentinel car was sold to another team. So that I just got a text on that. So that likely is the old 601 car, maybe, or not. Maybe not the 601, but it does look like it might have been one of the old round 3 cars.
Right.
I wouldn't call that, but it's highly likely anyway, based on this message I got.
Yeah. Okay.
That's interesting, Scott. Your comment there in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, slightly less relevant because I've realised. So the comment is that PC Racing got speeding in the pits warning on their last pit stop, but because it's their last pit stop, I guess you might as well burn your warning.
I thought about it. I didn't really want to throw that strategy out there, but if it's one warning and then penalty, then why not?
It's absolutely something we would do in sim racing. It's like if you get to your last pit stop and you're allowed one warning, use it on the last pit stop because you're not going to get another one.
I might know a team owner who's given issued that command to his team before.
Screaming Goat are waving for some reason.
That's just a point by for the 58.
Oh, okay. The 58, that's interesting because the 58's not been that quick all day, so they're obviously running fast now.
Or we've gotten our answer to, are Screaming Goat going to fight for the overall, or are they going to consolidate their class win?
Well, maybe they're saving fuel at this point.
Yeah, that could be too, I was going to say.
He did say they were tight.
He's running 53.7, so we have him short though, so 53.7 is still burning a lot of fuel here.
That 84 has not moved in about 5 minutes. I don't know what the... Have you seen any records, Ryan, deployed from your vantage point?
There are. They're currently at turn 4 and turn 5.
Got it, okay.
So they've got a little ways to go. I really thought they might do a full course yellow here, just because that car is basically on the apex.
We've had a couple in this race where I thought, well, this is of course, if it's going to happen, it's going to be here. I think you'd have to have something on fire to throw a full push yellow at this point.
And the attitude in the race control room was a little bit more worried for this one as well. More people stood up and took note when this occurred. So yeah, I thought the chances were a lot better this time than any of the other ones. But nope, it looks like they're going to take care of it.
Yeah, if you can do a hot pull safely, that's generally the preference.
Yeah, but it's on the apex of a corner. I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised, but I am surprised.
Cars can slow down and go around the outside.
I know that they can.
Didn't we have something similar at Barber?
It's just really tight where the emergency vehicles are versus where your race car can actually traverse. They're passing, from this perspective at least, really close to that front one. I don't know if the onboard's going to show it, but
there's a strategic wrinkle here. I don't want to play it up so much because I don't know how much I really believe it, but we're throwing a yellow flag here in a part of the course where, well, I guess it's right before. But I was going to say a part of the course where downforce cars would have a pretty decent advantage. And if you're looking at the overall standings, I wonder if that's going to shift any kind of balance.
Well, you are going to lose momentum on the lower powered cars in general, so I think this still might hurt an NPO1 just because they're a little bit more down on power.
Maybe.
The Stratus lap time trend recently has been very slow, and they've just done a 203.9.
Yeah. That leaves 2.3 seconds now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. There's definitely something to watch out for.
I've got them pinning in 16 laps, so there's no world in which they extend basically 16 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen.
If we go on board with Screaming Goat, they're about to pass them.
Well, the flat toe is hooked up. So we are on our way off the track here.
I wonder if there's more flags there than we think, too, because when you saw those wreckers coming by, everybody was single file there, very obedient.
I think the 58's catching up to the team car, Scott, which that hasn't happened all... It's past the team... Oh, I'm sorry. I've got my... So I think the one that's very in front is 55.
Yeah. The nearest one to the Screaming Goat car should be the... Oh, maybe not. It's 2.3 seconds. Have we got 3 MPO1s, like, right together?
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, it's really... I think the one up in the distance there is the race leader.
Oh, you think? I think it's the one closest to the goats here.
No, I don't think it is. That's blue. And also, the gap at the start line was 2.3 seconds.
That's the 84 that's being pulled here.
MPO1s everywhere.
Yeah, there's an abundance of them. They are going to take the escape road, so that's going to free up. I assume that's going to be a white flag position.
There is the one remaining MPO1 going around the car.
So back to this discussion we had earlier. Should we be calling it the MPO1 or the Sabeco?
I think it's still a Sabeco. It's just it's still an NPO1. The model name hasn't changed, but
the make did.
Right.
I think both are correct.
The 172 TLM car lost a lap before passing under yellow.
The only thing they tell us to not call it is an Elan, because it's not that anymore, apparently.
Well, no, apparently it is not that.
Yeah.
Under our nose, there's the 84.
Another relatively slow lap from Stratus, but Screaming Goat also got balked on that lap, so the lead is out to 4.7 seconds. So that is definitely not the leader in front of us, because that car is blue. And also, it's not 4.7 seconds ahead.
Yeah, the one that is slightly more solidly blue, but the same hue as the 58, if that makes sense. So no black and blue pattern, would be the 55, and I think that's the one that we're passing on the left here now.
Yep. And then the one up in front
were gonna
will
pass
be the 58.
This car is about 4 hours down, so I don't know how sporting that is.
Not very at all. Something tells me if you tried to have an Indy car, you'd get in trouble.
All right, let's look to our right. Oh, looks like we're making room on the apex. Oh, that's exciting. All right.
Which car is that?
It's the 55.
55.
Oh, joy.
Hey, cleared him. Alright, so they've been re-released as the 29. Back in the clear air.
Nothing like a car that's only done an hour in a 7-hour race, blocking it holding up.
I understand the 982 situation a little bit. I still don't love it, but I understand that situation a little more because they're, within a lap and things can change. You can get a lap penalty and it completely shifts that balance. But you're basically using today as a test day. I don't love that.
The 59 is back somewhere near its potential pace with a 50.9 on that last lap. So the gap's out to 7.2 again.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how much time the 59 loses in their pit stop. It shouldn't be much, right? It should be maybe a minute of time loss because they won't need the whole tank. If they can make it about 45 minutes, they could stop now and just fill it all the way to the top, and they'd be good to go. I don't know.
How long have we got until they're due?
14 laps. It's a while.
Oh, okay. So yeah, they don't need that much.
Fueling infraction for the will to win 982.
Okay, I wasn't trying to jinx them.
And the 99 again, another fueling infraction.
Yeah, we don't have a description for that one, so we're not sure what it is. The 172 was given a lap for passing under yellow. Has that been served yet?
Yeah,
Okay.
They were 8th, and they've dropped down now.
And then the 200 got another penalty for the fuel jug not being compliant. Something tells me they just don't care at this point.
Yeah, they're like, oh no, not a lap.
They're doing it out of spite.
Yeah, it's got to be one of their team cars. It's got to be one of the general production fuel jugs or something like that, right? That's the only explanation for why they'd be out of compliance, I imagine.
No, Tim talked about this, that it's their GTO car that has the issue, and that they probably have a dry brake on it, and the dry brake probably doesn't have the right restrictor on it.
Probably not the right restrictor on those cans. Also, in that same swath of penalties there, 99 fueling infraction, 1 lap. That's very uncharacteristic from them. And then you guys mentioned this 172 pass under yellow. That's TLM.
Yeah.
Wow, what a time to get a pass under yellow, right? 43 minutes before the end of the race, and you're in 8th overall, when some things can still happen in front of you.
Yeah, so that's dropped them, what was that, 2 spots in class, 3 in the overall.
Yeah, and then the 982, which you mentioned, fueling infraction, that's for no catch pan. That's the first penalty we've seen for that, I think, no catch pan, which is required in WRL.
Yeah, and a lot of these pit stops, on the onboards, you'll actually see it. The cars that have rear view cameras, you actually tend to be able to see somebody carrying that over around the back of the car.
That's probably just a late race brain fart, really. Probably first race.
Do you think that, genuine question, do you think that affects the driver more or the crew more to be at the end of a 16-hour weekend?
Earlier in the race, and I forgot to. So do you remember when the 609 got its 2-lap penalty for contact with another car?
Mm-hmm.
You kind of rewind that tape. Ryan had mentioned that the driver was up in the tower, probably trying to make his case, and we noticed that their in-car camera went offline, and I suggested they might be trying to make their case without in-car video, which is a very big uphill climb.
Yeah.
But I meant to circle back on this later on. So the driver that took over there was Cole Lofsgaard from Doc Hugate. Doc Hugate, I think, was in the car when they were issued the penalty, or when the contact occurred anyway.
Yeah,
and they issued the penalty on the car for a couple hours. But I was going to tell you guys, you don't normally, as a team owner, go, "Hey Cole, just so you know, we just lost 2 laps." It's not a good idea to do that. That's always
just
a tricky
tell them who you're racing, that kind of thing.
Yeah. It's always a tricky thing if the driver says, "Hey, where are we at?" Because they normally know that they got in the car in P6.
Yeah.
When you say we're P13, then they think, what the hell happened? But it's really easy to get a driver rattled as to, now we're not racing for as hard as we were, we're doomed. And so driving is an incredibly mental thing. And so anything you can do to try to keep the driver, unrattled. you know, the other thing too is if you do have to tell your driver, it makes sense to say that you're you know, someone's headed to the tower to try to talk about it, you know, to try to calm them down. But it's really easy to get a driver frazzled, especially if it's a driver in the car, because the driver then wants to fight with you and say, I didn't pass anybody under yellow, and so
yeah, and you're like, it wasn't you, don't worry about it, it's not. Yeah,
no, I'm talking about it's the driver that actually caused the infraction.
Oh,
you know,
I got you. Okay,
it wasn't my fault, that guy cut me off. And so it's really easy to get them frazzled, which is they're very susceptible to another mistake then, or running really poor laps. I mean, a lot of bad things can happen there.
Yeah.
And so it's always a good idea to try to temper some of that. And then the other thing I do too is if our in-car shows our driver made a mistake. I had a driver at Coda that got a 1-lap penalty for something, and when he found out, he was quite angry about it. And then I said, I already have it queued up on the laptop to show it to you. You're guilty as charged. And so when he came to the pit box, I showed him. I just hit play and said, there you go. And so
it's interesting. Really, 609 letting the NPO1s back through.
Yeah. Pretty kind of him.
Yeah. I'll say he's overtaken him on this lap.
Yeah, it's the right thing. Yeah, it's the right thing to do. He may have gotten a radio communication from the team too, saying, "Hey, let those guys go. Don't get in the middle of that thing." And
yeah.
Again, you know, smart drivers in the series, you know, Stratus will remember that this car let them go at some point. You know, it won't be this weekend, but there'll be some point where Stratus will be kind to this car back.
No, is this Cole that's in the car? Is it a different face?
It's Cole. Cole Oscar.
Okay. North Loop 21, that's your GP2 leader into the pits. Should be their last service.
The pride of Maple Plain, Minnesota.
Yeah, they've dominated today.
They dominated yesterday, too. They'll get the sweep here.
They had that fueling infraction from the 982 for no catch pan. It's probably a good thing that car wasn't more in contention. Martin's head would be exploding, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been they had a strong opening to the race and just hasn't really come together for him either yesterday or today. And if I'm honest, I have been following their pace well enough to know if it's, you know, have they lost it on pace. Obviously, they just lost a lap to penalty.
Yeah. They've not had good pace yesterday or today. I think yesterday they had tire struggles with the Coopers. Today they went back to the Hankook RS4s, but they just haven't had great pace. But I think Mark would tell you, not surprised, they're brand new cars. You know, one of them is not even wrapped. You saw the white and black car that says on it. So it's early for those cars.
Tim, you also told us earlier that they were having fuel pickup issues.
Yeah, and they were
halfway through.
That's a good point.
Yep. They have not been able to, if I understood this message right, they've not been able to run their full fuel load without the car gas bobbling out.
Yeah,
so they've been kind of.
And Stratus Racing, just to confuse us further, 48.4, almost the fastest lap of the race, having been 5 or 6 seconds slower than that quite recently. So not sure what was going on with them during the middle part of this stint, but they're back down to the solid pace we'd expect.
I
got a live Mark Martin here. We had to change the fuel relay again in our 982 car. The car coughed on the straightaway, so we called him in. That's a good clue that you have a real problem going on, by the way, on the straightaway. And the crew wasn't expecting him to pit when he did, and so they forgot the catch can. Stuff happens. And he didn't use the word stuff. Keeping it clean here for old Brendan.
Yeah. He's not here, we're fine.
Perfect.
I will note that we've got a little bit of gap closing up to, this is the only close battle on track that I'm aware of, closing up between the number 2 for Team ACP Tangerine Associates and the 14 for Horseman Motorsports. That gap is closed up about half a second to a second a lap for the last couple of laps.
There's a stopped car on the outside of turn 3. Looks like a white Cayman, maybe, to me. Or possibly a Boxster, something small.
Interesting. It's the 196, stopped right side of the track.
Green flag at this station, too. Cole just held up behind this Miata to make sure he didn't cause a pass or yellow.
Yeah, the 196 will be, let me check my notes. And by notes, I mean screen. 4th, last running car in GP2. 30th overall for Overnight Motorsports. So they're having a rough race, but they're sticking with it. They're in the top half of the class just by, you know, just by not retiring the car, basically.
Yep.
So I mentioned this earlier, and I want to circle back to it. I don't remember which one of you guys I was disagreeing with. JTR here, the 696, the second place GTO car, last pitted on lap 186. They're going to be coming in here very soon, right?
I've got them in next lap, basically.
Okay, and the Thunder Bunny 421 car, I mentioned earlier I thought they might be able to catch JTR. Last pitted on lap 209. And so, Thunder Bunny, are you able to show them? They can make it to the finish, I assume, right?
Yeah, it should be. They've got 24 laps to go on this tank, so they should be good to go.
Yeah, so this might. There's still a 1 lap gap here, but this may narrow a bit between these two cars.
Yeah, you were arguing with me, and I don't disagree that it's going to narrow. I do disagree that it's going to change.
Yeah, I think you're right. I thought 421 could take them over, but and JTR
308 there, they're already out of the pits. It was actually a 2. Yeah, it was like a lap and a half gap between them running before the stop.
They short fueled the car here on the 696.
There you go. Thunder Bunny just came across the line, so it's like exactly a lap now after they've all pitted.
Yeah.
Let's stick with North Loop for a little bit. Let's give the GP2 leader a little bit of love.
And that was Scott that disagreed with me, or that was JT?
Allegedly, it was Scott.
We were discussing it.
Well, you win. You won this one, Scott.
Check.
Yeah, you won record for today.
And there you go.
Well,
back to Choice now, 23.7 seconds behind Thunder Bunny. Is Choice good on fuel here? They are. Pitted on lap 212.
Yeah, I got them. They're almost lockstep with Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, so they're going to catch Thunder Bunny here. It looks like maybe.
Horseman and ACP.
There's more people off out in the sand, out in the Sage Karam area.
Who's the music?
Which cars did he say?
There's two. That's something. Let's see if we can get identification.
This could be it. This could be it.
Yeah, look out for fluid here. That could be, when you see two cars, that's either contact or fluid every time. So you got to watch other cars coming through there now.
Okay, one of them is moving. The other one's got a decent amount of smoke or steam coming up. What I'm assuming is the front.
Yeah, that's a radiator on that second one. It looks like almost for sure. So, front to rear here.
That's what I'll keep an eye on the race control log to see if we've got any ID from the flag stations.
This car is going to have to be towed. So
apparently it's 44 and 141. Is that what I'm saying?
Guys, we're going to get a full course yellow here.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, then I finally, if we do, then I get to show off my graphic.
Yeah,
you do. No, go ahead and fire up the graphic. The car is leaving the pit lane right now.
Yeah, it's beached in there.
Stratus with a 30-second gap here. This is going to help Stratus win the overall, likely. So keep an eye on Stratus.
Is it? I think it's going to... Well, okay, yeah, that's probably right.
I think what it's going to do is it's going to allow Screaming Goat to make
people aren't used to the full course yellow. Okay. They were screaming up on the pace car awful fast, and then finally got themselves in line.
So what it's going to do is this is going to allow Screaming Goat to definitely make it to the finish, which is going to help them big time.
Yeah, that's
true. Stratus do need to pit, and it's obviously going to kind of neutralise that, but they're going to end up at the back of the 50-car train, or however many cars we have running. It's definitely not 50 cars.
They're going to be behind.
We could have like a 15-minute sprint with Stratus having to come through the entire field to catch Screaming Goat for the overall win. So that could be fun.
Well, you're saying entire field, so the whole field's going to be slower here. And so they're going to be running 35 miles an hour on pit lane, and the field's going to be doing theoretically around.
If I were the 59, I would be tempted to basically stop as soon as I came across pit in, because you know that they don't have to take a full tank, right? They probably only need, 20 seconds of fuel, maybe?
Yep.
Yeah, that might leapfrog them up the train a little bit.
Yeah.
So PC Racing, I think, is one of the cars involved.
They are. Allegedly.
They've gone salmon.
Yeah. Okay.
And they've lost. Have they lost a lap?
I don't.
Lost 2 laps.
Yes, they have lost time. They've lost significant time. So, where is the next GP1 car?
Moorhead 10th, and the next one down is
Okay.
15 laps behind the leaders.
So the pace car has caught the 59. We're 2 cars behind that, right? We're 2 cars behind the pace car on the 609.
Right. So the 59 is stuck behind the pace car. So they've missed the opportunity to pit.
So the question here is, so Goats is presumably behind our in-car video here, right? 30 seconds back.
Yeah.
Yep. They are 3 cars behind this one, I think.
Yeah, so it's nice that the pace. I just want to mention this. It's nice the pace car picked up the leader here. So if they would have pulled out mid track or something here, that would have altered.
They actually did, but they were waving cars past immediately.
Yeah, that's good. That's well executed. WRL.
We've got 1 car on a tow in front of us. I think that's one of the overnight cars. It might be the 196 that had been stopped before.
Yeah, that was stopped at turn 3.
If you go back to the in-car on Goats there, though, they're only like the 4th car behind the pace car here.
Yeah, they're right there. So they'll be at the head of the field after the 59 pits.
Yeah, the wave around presumably helped the Goats here. Eliminated some cars between them and the Stratus car. So this is the money shot for Stratus here to get on pit lane, take about can and a half of fuel, maybe 2 cans of fuel, and then get back out and insert into this field.
By the way, I'm pretty convinced from the onboards, it looks like it was the PC BMW that's stuck in the gravel, and I think probably out of the race, which is going to drop them out of 2nd place in GP1 as long as we get back to green.
Interesting too. This hurt Stratus. The early wave arounds on these cars. If Stratus could have got on pit lane and came back out, and then the wave around started, that would have eliminated some cars between Stratus and Goats.
It's the 2 cars that are involved. I want to make sure that we hit this before we get too far. The 2 cars that are involved are the 44, which you've already mentioned, and the other one that is being looked at is going to be the 141.
Oh,
Craftsman.
Yeah,
3rd place in GP2.
Yeah, and
it's going to affect. It could affect both cars, right? So PC's out.
The 196 is on a tow. 59 is in. You see that left of your screen. 59 is into the pits. Now we'll see where they cycle out, but the answer to your question about what's it going to affect, I think the answer is nothing, because the 196 is on a flat tow, or on the tow rope at least. So I think we're basically just whittling away the GP2 field.
By the looks of Stratus entry onto pit lane there, they are trying to win overall here, is my opinion. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a pit speed warning for Stratus here coming off. So you see this 318 lap. So Goats ran a 318 lap behind the pace car. This is going to be interesting to see. But yeah, this wave around being executed before Stratus was able to get on and off pit road is going to hurt them a bit, because, as you mentioned, they're basically 3 cars behind the pace car. They're going to have 40 cars between them and Stratus, and any other, maybe less if other teams had to pit here.
I also want to point out PC Racing, they're going to be losing that 2nd position in GP1. That's going to promote Big Mission into 2nd. 10 seconds behind them is the 47 Ginger Racing.
Okay, I've got the update here, JT, real quick.
Yeah, go.
So everybody was safe, so everybody's fine.
Good.
There was some question about that initially, I guess. So what happened was, according to the corner worker, nobody's talked to the drivers yet. My understanding is that the 141 spun and collected the 44, and that's the car that's sitting in the sand, but everybody's okay.
Yeah,
it sounds like 141 got away.
Glad everybody's okay there.
Yeah, given that the collision was obviously to the front of the 44, the car that I would have been more concerned about, to be honest, is the car that drove away. Yeah, you're all right. It's good that everyone's gonna be all right from that, but it is gonna knock the 44 in terms of less important things, but still important in the context of this race. The 44 is gonna be out, which is gonna elevate the 134 for Big Mission up into 2nd, and Ginger Racing is. I think they'll have time to get up into third. That might be close.
They're the same lap as.
Okay, so they've already picked up enough time that's probably going to happen. Definitely going to happen.
Also, yeah, I think
Okay.
NFC Motorsports is probably going to get them as well because they're only 4 laps further back.
Horseman's going to probably have to pit here if they're not right now. They're the one car that I see here in the top 10 that likely was going to need fuel to get to the end here.
So I've got another question. Is this going to tighten up the overall? Was 696 still on the same lap as the 29?
It should.
No, I think the 696 is a lap down.
Okay.
Are they? Yeah, they are a lap down. Yeah, otherwise might have because of the wave rounds. But
Yeah, that's where I was like, oh, that could be, because I got the feeling the 29 was basically in conservation mode.
It looks like there's another lap back to Thunder Bunny as well, so it's really not the only race that's tightened slightly would be 4th and 5th.
Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, that could be an interesting one.
Wave around. We may see a restart here with Choice right behind Thunder Bunny if there were some wave rounds that happened. Do you still have a camera for the ACP?
I think that feed is cooked.
Is it? Okay. What about Hitman? Might be interesting to check theirs.
Hitman I've got. Here we are.
So just kind of see where they are on the field and what cars are right in front of them.
Yeah. We're looking straight into the sun, so we'll have to wait about half a lap, but... Ryan, what are you seeing in terms of... do you see anything out of your window that looks like an interesting setup? Ryan might be off doing reconnaissance. So 9-4, I think, is also pitted out of 2nd in GTU. They certainly lost 2nd in GTU to the 58, so that's back to a Stratus 1-2.
The Stratus 59 has ended up 42 seconds behind Screaming Goat, which obviously that will close up when we get back to racing speed. But that indicates to me there's probably 15-20 cars between them at a really, really rough guess.
My question is also, has the Stratus caught the tail end of the pack yet?
Good question.
Just kidding on the 84, by the way. That's actually just returned after a long service, so that is not a position change.
I think Stratus probably has caught the back of the train because his outlap was a 3:43, which isn't much quicker than the guys who are in the train.
Yep.
Here they are at turn 5. Meanwhile, the head of the field, you can just barely...
Is that a car off the track?
Well, that's
it looked like it was.
No, at that last
no, it was orange.
There's a car pulling to a stop.
Yeah,
that last camera.
I thought that was just kind of frozen, but yep. I don't know who that is, if I'm honest. It's not the 123. I'm just kind of walking through cars that I haven't seen in a little bit.
Did the 141 come to pit lane?
It literally
141's gone through.
As you had the camera on him, so it won't have come up as missing.
Is it possible it could be the 197? I remember that the overnight having like a red and black livery.
This looks like a BMW. This looks like a BMW to me. But
yeah,
okay.
I'd say so.
And maybe one with the orange on the front end.
Oh, so ACP, maybe the 2?
Maybe
the 2's mostly black.
Okay, so then the 9, one of those 2.
The 9 has been out of the race though for a long time.
Yeah. Let's wait until we've got confirmation from race control. I think we're about to name every car that's still in the race.
Yeah.
Race Control hasn't identified it either, for what it's worth. Otherwise, I would just tell you.
Another update real quick. We have a car pulled off on the left side of turn 5, it sounds like. So now we have to go recover that car as soon as possible.
Has anyone identified that car to you? Because it hasn't been identified in the race control log yet.
So they're trying to make sure on this, and that's I've been listening to that too. I'm pretty sure it's the 141, and they said it was a cut tire, but they're trying to verify that because it's been hectic over here, of course.
I was confident the 141 had just come into the pits. I'm not saying that they couldn't have cut down a tire since they left.
The 141 was the car involved in the crash that caused this yellow flag.
141 just crossed the line.
Okay, cool. Then I don't know.
So it's not them.
So did the 407.
There goes my theory. I thought maybe this was some fallout from the contact with the 44.
And it's a good theory.
So that closes the gap for second in GP2 between the Craftsman cars.
We've just seen the 196 come through. It's not that car. I think that car might be lighter.
Stratuscale.
Race Control identifies it as 147, which is the GP1 leader.
Wow. One more.
No. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
Yep, there it is. Orange BMW, the one we've been watching all weekend.
Wow.
So
that's crazy.
The two GP1 leaders. So how long have they got until Big Mission catches them?
It has a
so it's 9 laps. About to be 8.
Yeah.
Which is we don't have enough time for that to change.
Unless they go green immediately, but if they have to recover this car.
Green at 16. If they go green at round 16 and they get to do the extra lap, it's possible.
Well, that assumes it's going to tow back, fix the tire, and get back out either.
Yeah.
Why is it stopped for a flat tire? Okay. No, okay, they've changed it to 47, but we know it's 147. We've just done the
I'm not sure why they changed it. You guys were right the first time.
Yeah, they were right first time. Yeah.
When I was saying it was an orange car, I actually wondered if it was this Moorhead car.
It totally slipped my. It never even occurred to me that something would be wrong with this car. Yeah, no, I've shown it as missing on my screen too. Finally,
right? The tires biting our GP1 leader here, who's run a nearly flawless race today.
I still have questions.
It can't be just a flat tire because you wouldn't just stop from the lead.
You might if you're worried about it causing body damage to your car at the end of the race here. I don't know. You know, I was going to mention this. So today is the 13th of February. The Barber race is March the 5th. These races are so tight now on the schedule.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough to get these cars repaired to make the next race.
Yeah.
So
that could be an issue for PC Racing if they've had a hard hit.
It certainly could be, but it also could play in the decision about whether this car on a cut tire might drive it back and cause damage that they may otherwise have trouble repairing prior to the next race too.
Chad Moorhead in the YouTube chat says drive issues. It's not just a flat tire. That car will not go.
Then that tire's going to be towed then.
Oh.
Although the fact that they now have to be towed might be what delays the green flag enough for them to still win.
They will.
Well, the other thing is there only one set of wreckers here at this racetrack? So if there is, this may not even go back to green.
I think they're going to win now because there's no way we're going to get a green in the next 2 laps, and that's going to be enough time for them to have enough of a lead.
I think there's a very good chance that this will flip in my mind, there's a good chance that this will flip the overall over to the 29 at this point.
Yeah, if we don't go green.
I don't know if I would have made that prediction before the 147 stopped.
Oh, I wonder how much fuel Stratus would have had they not pit.
Well, they might have been able to make it.
It would have been. I don't. It would have been close. They were some 16 minutes short. I don't know how much they could sip.
That's assuming full fuel. Whereas right now they're doing 50 at max. They can just put it in 5th gear and just cruise.
Interesting.
Well, ifs and buts, I guess. 407 is up into 2nd in GP2. That's overtaken their team car. Wow, this is an unbelievable turn. It's the one yellow of the entire weekend, and it's going to upend the overall and potentially GP1 partially.
Somehow, despite both GP1 leaders being involved in the caution, it's going to end up exactly as it was going to anyway at this rate. I guess PC Racing are going to end up losing those places, even if we cruise around on the yellow flag for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like they will. I think they'll hold on the 4th, but...
Second, third, yeah, I guess. Yes, so this will help them hold on the 4th, yeah. But yeah, it's just a little bit too early for... They're going to be a lap or two behind Big Mission and Ginger.
And isn't our streaming timer here just slightly off? Looks like
it's set exactly at the top of the hour now. Which is that was what we got as the Ryan asked for confirmation from RJ what our checker was going to be, and it was going to be top of the hour.
So the stream in Race Hero is slightly off then?
Yes.
Okay.
I can actually tell you that the broadcast is probably going to be closer.
Okay.
You don't have to be running at the checkered flag to win, do you? In WRL?
No, it's not Le Mans rules, I don't think.
No, I wish that you did. I wish that you did, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to that. I think there's something to that.
One of the races that we won, we thought about pulling onto pit lane 2 laps before the end and taking pictures with the car while the race was still.
Do you guys remember when when F1 trialed that knockout qualifying format, the like rapid fire elimination, and they just sat in the pit lane for the last like 3 minutes because there wasn't anything anybody could do about it?
I do not remember that.
They tried it for like 3 races and it never worked. It might have been actually just been the Australian Grand Prix in like 2017.
Oh, okay. No, I don't remember that.
So Moorhead's still going to win GP1 here.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's almost locked in now.
And PC Racing, I guess this is what you were saying, really close to hanging on to second here, aren't they?
They're not going to, but yeah, it isn't going to be. There's not going to be much in it. More than 2 laps.
The only place you can get an accurate lap here is from the leader, right? More or less. So 341 directly behind the pace car. So how many 341s can you get in 13 minutes here?
So that's the thing. They're going to be a couple minutes shy.
Okay.
It's going to be 4, which means that they're going to be one lap behind, I think. 1 or 2.
What a twist.
"13 minutes to go. 13th of February. They have the 147 on a tow truck. There's a part of me that must think, well, if you're Moorhead, maybe you say, you don't have to put it on the tow truck right away.
Yeah, and Moorhead could finish P13 here. Close.
So hang on, Moorhead's not PC Racing. Big Mission needs to complete 125 laps to take the lead, so they need another 8 laps, which they don't have enough time to do. So, even if we go green now, they don't have enough time to do that. So, yeah, so they've won, Moorhead.
Yeah, here they are, winning on the back of a tow truck. And, yeah, I mean, we joke, but obviously that speaks to, they're a beneficiary of circumstance, but it also speaks to the kind of pace that they had, that they're still going to end up, what we think, 13th overall at the end of this? That for
yes.
That for about 7 hours and 40 minutes, they had GTO pace. Now, part of me wonders if we're gonna start going. Ryan, I think that's silly. Part of me thinks, okay, they've got the one incident cleared, right? And they're about to get this one on a tow truck. Get Johnny Unser on the line. Get some fresh eyes on the situation if you're race control. I have no envy for the people that are sitting right behind Ryan right now. I have to be honest.
I'm tempted to say it's not really going to matter. I don't think we're going to get enough green to change anything, no matter what we do.
Yeah,
choice on Thunderbird. 0.7
just go through the standard procedure. If we get a lap or two of green, then great. If not, then we've had 15 and a half hours of green this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's really complaining.
There's a part of me that says, too, if you don't think you're going to get it cleaned up, just go ahead and call it, which they've done in the past. There's no point in risking equipment for yellow flag laps. They've got the 147 up on the tow hook now, so it should be wheeling away soon.
Yeah, I think they can. There's more than... We've got 9 minutes from now. I think we could get a lap of green, but I don't know what the procedure is. Do we have to do a wave around and let cars catch up?
I don't think so. I think
I have the answer to all of this.
Wow.
I just got it. So, the opinion that I have heard, and I am not certain on this because there was a lot of discussion. I didn't hear all of it. It sounds like they caught the 59, who was the leader, and the 59 chose to pit. So, as far as they're concerned, they're not going to do a further wave around. Now, the other issue that was given,
I think that's right.
the other issue that was presented was that just now we were told that it was going to be a 10-minute ETA to get the car moved. So, the decision has been made that they're going to yank the car basically into the woods, get the driver
that's
out,
where the gators
and then
are.
send it.
That's tongue-in-cheek, but kind of that's where the gators are supposed to be.
Very adamant that they want to finish under green. That is their primary concern right now.
Sure.
So they are dragging the car off. I can see that from here. And they're going to try to get some laps here under green at the end because we've got less than 8 minutes to go.
So the race to watch here at the end is choice in the 421. By the way,
yes. Someone just posed a very shrewd question in the YouTube chat, and I can't decide how I feel about it. Podium runners are meant to dyno at the end of the race. What happens if your car is broken?
Well, we kind of talked about that. That's a rule that I don't like, but your car does not have to be running at the end to finish where it finishes.
But it does have to be running on the dyno.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
The dyno rule does read that WRL can make exceptions. That there is
there's a force majeure kind of deal.
Green next time by. Kind of we're going to get green next time by.
So now we should say the big conspiracy is that Moorhead isn't really broken. They don't want a dyno. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, no, I think that's what the YouTube comment was.
Yeah. Not likely, but...
Well, I don't think they're being conspiratorial. I think that they're just kind of throwing a wrench in it. But I will make a note really quick, which could be relevant, which is that the incident under investigation has changed to the 44 and the 147. I don't see how that's possible. I didn't think that they were exactly a lap apart from each other, but I want to report that.
No, they weren't. They were separated by a minute, so they were literally half a lap apart. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Had one of them pitted recently to change track position?
We do have the 147. No, they hadn't. We do have the 147s on board with a YouTube replay.
That's a good point.
We can go back and check.
If somebody enterprising would want to run that back real quick while we get ready for this restart.
Yeah, question for Ryan, if he can piece this together. How far back is the Choice 511 behind the red Cayman Thunder Bunny 421? It shows them 5 seconds back. Was that at 5 cars or 10 cars? Or we might be able to...
Okay, let's throw my predictions out the window because the pace car's about to come in and we're going to have a 7-minute dash to the end.
Yep.
There we go.
So we've got the Sentinel car is going to lead them off here. I'll call it as they come around down into turn 1, turn 2.
Also have a battle in GP2 to watch.
Okay, so the 29 just crossed over. The 14, the 80, the 982, the 94, the 15, the 172, the 21, the 34. It's quite a distance, I would say.
I hate seeing
just now getting the 134, the 2, the 99, the 77, the 696.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Tim, that this could end up being a kind of expensive decision.
And I also was going to say, I hate that these cars don't close the gap on these pace laps when you're going back to green.
The 59 is nowhere close. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, he's 30 seconds back on the pace lap.
18 seconds back now at racing speed.
Well, that was with the... There was a gap.
So we're going to get 3 laps. That car can go 6 seconds a lap quicker, but not with a whole bunch of traffic in the middle.
Right.
So it could end up being within 5 seconds, but although that car obviously struggles to pass lap traffic.
Yeah. I was going to say clear track with Screamer and Ghost, but we might find the Stratus pushing the pedal on the right here.
It's such a shame they don't. I'd really love to have an MPO1 on board to watch for these races.
So we have a 3-second gap for second in GP2.
We've called 3 to go this time by.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate this point. Leaving these big gaps on these restarts is really poor. I mean, come on, guys. You're rolling around here, a 7-minute restart, and you don't leave a football field between you and the car in front of you? It makes no sense. That happens way too much in these races.
So there is a second car in line. First car in line is going to be the 609. First car in line is going to be the 29. That's who we're looking at as our overall and GTO leader. Yes. Penny for your thoughts.
Choice Racing pitting?
What?
Oh yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Maybe they were really close on fuel and were hoping it would just go yellow the whole way.
It looks like they put it on 212.
Hitman 5 seconds behind Horseman as well.
Yeah, Choice Racing pitted 30 laps ago. I mean, 23 laps ago.
Coming across the line, Big Mission leading Ginger by 3 seconds. They have both passed PC Racing.
The gap between the top 2 extended to 20 seconds. So Stratus obviously is getting held up in traffic. So that is very unlikely to change now.
Yeah, and the 29 is being helped by the fact that the 609, the one car in front of them here, is running 53.5s also. So that car is
511. The 511 only had 28 seconds on the number 2 at the start of this lap while it was apparently in the pits. So that's probably going to change for 5th overall and 4th with GTO.
Wow.
My apologies. It looks like I missed. We're now holding onto the white flag, so we'll see this next time by. Because I thought he said 3 to go after this lap, but it might have just been 3 to go, and this is 2.
They might just
yeah, that makes sense.
They might just be readying it. It's going to be close to being time for the white flag. It's going to be really close, actually.
We'll see right here. So the Choice Racing car is going to come across. They're about down a lap. They had just come out of the pits. So what we're really looking for is the Sentinel car to come through, and that's going to.
It should be 2 to go.
It should be 2. They
should give the white flag to the Sentinel car. They should give the white flag to the leader.
Yeah.
Who is right behind the Sentinel car. So it shouldn't be the white flag this time because we've got 3 minutes to go.
He is holding the white flag. He is unfurling it, and they will get the white flag this time by the number 29.
Okay, so they're just not sticking to what they told us then.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they told us that or if I misheard. That's what that is.
Well, no, I think Joseph checked. Did he not?
Well, we've got the time. Yeah.
It may have been that it was 3 to go, not 3 to go this time by.
52-2.
Halfway around the lap when they said it, so.
52-2 for Screaming Goat that time, so that's one of their fastest laps of the race.
609 lets the 29 through, so the 609 will not do another lap.
609 pulled to the side there. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he let the goats go, which is a classy move too. He ran a 52 flat, the 609.
The 134 and the 47 were nose to tail.
Yeah, half second.
Yep.
He also, we'll go ahead and say it, Joseph.
Well, it puts one less lap on the car.
That's exactly right. Yep. But it also was classy for him to do to let the overall leader lead the race here to the checker flag.
Yeah.
It's similar to when you check the checker flag, you shouldn't really pass your competitors on the checker flag lap, but.
Choice Racing appear to have not lost that place. They're still 5th.
Are we sure it wasn't a trip
No, but
of
they're
the
barely
timing
on the
loop?
lead. They're barely on the lead lap, though.
Yeah, how would they end up in that? Yeah,
they came out of the pits right after the green.
So yeah, it wasn't a timing error. It was a genuine pit stop. They didn't lose a place.
I really like to know what the top was for. They picked on lap 212, so it doesn't make any sense to me.
29 rounding the final corners, Ryan.
Yep. And it's gonna be weird as they try to give the white to the. Okay, he puts it down. They were gonna try to give the white to the Choice Racing car and then pull out the checker, but he stopped doing that. So it's gonna be the 29 is going to come through with the win.
Screaming Goats Racing. Beneficiary of a late caution, the only caution of the weekend, is going to give them the overall win. They had the class win secure, but they are going to get both honors. 59 Sebico NPO1 is going to take second. Through. Yeah. But is going to win GTU. Let's not lose that.
We're going to get GT1 as well for the second place, the 134 and the 47.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Big Mission and Ginger. Yeah.
Big Mission holds off by a 10th.
Wow.
Real close.
Yeah, we'll see that here. Look in the rear view of this camera.
And the 84 came back out.
Yeah, look at Ginger's last two laps there, 58.3 and 58.2. They were pushing the gas here.
Look at that.
Oh, it's going to be a side-by-side finish. No, not quite side-by-side. Yeah, it was side-by-side.
It made an effort, yeah. It did not let him have it.
Yeah, 1/10 is like a half a tire length.
However, Moorhead wins that class by 2 laps.
But all right, let's cut to our GP1 class leader.
Oh, those are alligators. Look at that.
Congratulations to the 147. What a way to win a race.
Fewer laps on the car.
Yep. That's exactly
Absolutely.
right.
Didn't actually went too good to go.
What a race! Well, I mean, what a finish! I didn't see that one coming by a mile.
This is a good point made in the YouTube chat too. Not all first place cars have to be dynoed. Usually they pick 2 or 3 cars.
So GP2 went to Northloop Motorsports. Just behind in second and third were the Craftsman Auto Care cars. The 407 leading the 141, also by 0.2.
Northloop Motorsports almost won GP1.
And then I'll give the rundown for
one
GP3.
more lap.
GP3 will come back, Scott, I promise. The 66 NRG Racing car is going to come through with the win. That's the Scion FRS Toyota Subaru thing. Followed by the 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche. Able to salvage their weekend after a rough start. They ended up having 2 of their either 4 or 5 cars go down yesterday, so they're able to salvage podium today. And that's followed by, in third place, the 9-4 Motorsports number 94 Lexus. Again, they had kind of a rough day yesterday. They're able to hang on with some steady pace and get a podium in GP3. And then in fourth place, the number 15 AOA Motorsports car rounds out there. Scott, you were talking about needing one more lap for somebody. Go ahead with that.
I was just saying that I always like to call this out when a lower class car almost wins a higher class. Northloop Motorsports needed one more lap and they'd have won GP1 as a GP2 car.
Wow.
Well, in NRG, the winner in GP3 finished ahead of our second place and third place GP2 cars.
Yep, noticed that one as well. It's always weird the way that kind of stuff sometimes works out, especially as we were talking for basically the entire 16 hours that we've been commentating about how strong those top 2 GP1 cars are. And then we almost had a GP2 car beat them both.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, crazy finish.
Northloop, though, we did talk about Northloop being incredibly strong this weekend. It's a really good effort.
They were solid.
Guys. Yeah, really good. Yeah, maybe the star, one of the stars of the weekend if you look at both days.
Yep, 4 laps up on the next GP2 car.
It's been 2 days of fantastic racing here at NOLA Motorsports Park. We really only had the only full course yellow we had was right here at the end, so I think that's good value for the competitors. A good testament to what the track crew is able to do as far as doing hot poles. Big thank you to them. That's always, there's no danger to that, so we really appreciate that sacrifice from them.
And we weren't sure we were going to get it, so I mean, yeah, double kudos.
Exactly. So I just want to run down, kind of last thoughts for the race. We'll start with our guest commentator, Tim. Tim, how was it?
Fantastic racing this weekend. And for anybody who doesn't know, you guys work really hard here behind the scenes on this production. So all the times I thanked you, bigger thanks now to watch what you guys do to put this thing together. And competitors in this series, Sunday is always a day where worse things happen, and that didn't really hold true today. Sans this one caution, we did have some attrition, but but usually we see wilder things happen on Sunday, and that didn't really hold true today. So it was a great, I didn't take any breaks even. I sat here for 16 hours straight with you guys, and the racing was fantastic, but terrific weekend for WRL.
We really appreciate it, Tim. And if you can actually tell your drivers to pound sand next month, we'd appreciate having you back at Barber as well.
Yeah, that's not happening at Barber. Yeah, we're going to get back on the top step here. So we won one of the races at Barber last year and at Mid-Ohio. So our next 2 races, we have high hopes for.
Let's try to make it 2. Scott, anything else for you to say?
Just want to say another shout out to how well Screaming Goat did on Sunday. They were competitive yesterday, and we never really found out. We could have asked in the interview what happened to them yesterday. I don't think we ever found out what their problem was. But today it's really great to see a privateer team in a home-built car just put together. And they didn't win because their car is necessarily the fastest thing out there, but they won because they were just executed really well. We couldn't really come up with any faults the way they executed today. So I think that's something that's worth a little call.
Here, agree.
Amen. JT, you follow the GP classes closer than anybody else. Anything else you have to say?
It was great racing. We saw in all 3 of the production classes close fights throughout the race. We saw, how important it was to stay out of trouble, not cause any issues on pit lane, and just try to make it to the end. And that really played dividends for those who were able to do that. And as we saw, things can happen at any point, and you have to minimize your time lost throughout the whole race. And so it's always entertaining to watch these cars.
Absolutely, I tend to agree with you there, JT. And then finally, the commentator, producer extraordinaire, Joseph.
I said I thought today was going to be unpredictable. I didn't think that this was going to be how it went. It was interesting. It was weird. It was exciting. It's a bummer for the cars that were negatively affected at the end of that. So, hope for a quick rebuild, an inexpensive rebuild for those guys. Glad everybody seems to be okay. But yeah, what a wild race and a wild way to start this season. Genuinely, what more can you ask for? I don't know.
It has been a really fantastic start to the season. Both of these races have been excellent. I'm Ryan West. I was happy to be here the whole weekend on site. We really appreciate all the teams, all the people who sent people up to the booth to have a quick interview. We love getting the voice of those who compete to supplement what we do up here as far as just observing and trying to give you, the listener, the information you may or may not miss. So with that, my name is Ryan West. This is DriversEye Live. Thank you so much to everybody. Have your pets spayed or neutered, and have a good evening.